I would like to point out that the most popular models at the front are being rapidly improved. Their tactical and technical characteristics are improving, taking into account both the practice of combat use and the development of enemy countermeasures. And their developers, including leading Western arms concerns, are not standing still either. You and I know this, and the guys on the battlefield know it. The high technological dynamics of our production has been achieved, among other things, thanks to feedback from the front lines. The possibilities of using artificial intelligence are simply colossal, and whoever begins to master these technologies faster, in this case in military affairs, will have huge advantages on the battlefield. And we should never forget about this.
President Donald Trump said on Wednesday that he would like to keep Elon Musk for a long time.
Well, first of all, I can't speak more highly about any individual. He's an incredible guy. He's a brilliant guy. He's a wonderful person. I've seen him with his family. I've seen him with a lot of his children. He's got a lot of children. He treats them good. He loves his children. But he's a brilliant guy, and he was a tremendous help, both in the campaign and in what he's done with Doge. And you know, we're talking about almost $200 billion and rising fast, because many of the things that we were looking at are now being found out to be fact. It's terrible. I mean, the fraud, the waste, the abuse, everything that's happened is just terrible. So I also know that he was treated very unfairly by I guess you'd call it the public, by some of the public, not by all of it. But I say he makes an incredible car, everything he does is good. But they took it out on Tesla.
The Department of Government Efficiency, created by executive order the day Trump took office and helmed by billionaire Musk, has spearheaded efforts to shrink the federal workforce and slash the deficit via mass firing, contract cancellations, and reduce services to Americans across the federal government. But Musk confirmed plans on Tuesday to reduce his government's time commitment to 1 or 2 days a week to focus on his battered car company Tesla, raising questions about the future of the agency's work. As a special government employee, his mandate appeared due to expire at the end of May. The billionaire has provided the White House with political cover, while Doge pursued a cost-cutting drive that has made it deeply unpopular among career staffers. Cabinet secretaries view Doge employees as encroaching on their traditional authority to hire and fire, and some have been reluctant to do its bidding. In another development, President Donald Trump on Wednesday signed an executive order directing his administration to enforce existing laws requiring universities to disclose when they receive large foreign gifts. Trump signed a second order making changes to the university accreditation process in order to force accreditation to be focused on the merit and results rather than woke ideology. White House aide Will Shroff said in the Oval Office. Trump also signed executive orders that included ensuring that historically black colleges are able to do their jobs as effectively, as efficiently as possible, as Shroff said. Another executive order was related to AI and ensuring that school children, young Americans, are adequately trained in AI tools. The U.S. President also signed executive orders on school discipline policies and instructions, and the departments and agencies no longer rely on disparate impact theory.
Somebody today, a very smart person, said that AI is the way to the future. I don't know if that's right or not, but certainly very smart people are investing in it heavily.
Next, sir, we have an executive order on school discipline policies. Under, I believe it was the Biden administration, first Obama and then Biden, the Department of Justice issued guidance that made it almost impossible for schools to enforce adequate disciplinary policies. This created issues in the classroom for teachers and students alike. Basically, they focused on CRT and sort of diversity ideology instead of actually just enforcing the rules in classrooms to ensure a safe learning environment. This executive order revokes that prior guidance and puts us back in a place where hopefully the Department of Education can focus on education and teachers can focus on teaching in a safe environment.
And this was important for you, Linda, as I understand it. Huh?
Yeah, absolutely, because it gives teachers the authority now to have discipline in their class.
Hundreds of elderly Argentines marched towards the Casa Rosada presidential palace on Wednesday, with some carrying banners depicting the late Pope Francis to recall his social justice message. Riot police were deployed as demonstrators beat metal cans and banged pots and chanted slogans demanding better retirement benefits. Retirees are protesting President Javier Milei's austerity measures, which they claim have significantly impacted their livelihoods, resulting in a loss of purchasing power and restrictions on access to medications and health services. Miguel Miset, 76, reflected on the recent death of Pope Francis, who was born in Argentina.
It's a very important day. I bring up the Pope because he said, make a mess, fight for your rights. That's what I want to express today. For retirees, because we will all be retirees at some point. We deserve a good retirement and not to go hungry like we are today.
Now, with the death of our Pope, I feel pretty sad. I cried a lot, but not so much now, because the sadness is starting to fade a little. I will never forget this Pope and everything he did for Argentina and for the world.
The demonstration ended outside the presidential palace, where protesters continued their calls for economic relief for Argentina's retirees. And that's the news this hour. Many thanks for watching. I'm Charles Pius. Join me in another 8 minutes for the morning show. Take care of yourself. Good morning, welcome. It's a Thursday, the 24th of April, 2025. It means that we have in just 1 month until the second year anniversary of this current administration. I'm talking about the Tinubu administration. Lately, we've seen an upsurge of insecurity situation across the country, and the NSA has been speaking, Nuhu Ribadu, and his recent comments is quite hilarious. I mean, it's just probably the playbook of the previous administration, blaming every single failure on the previous administration. Buhari did it. For the 8 years that Buhari was in power, every single mishap that happened was blamed on Goodluck Jonathan. In fact, at some point, the spokespeople of the Buhari administration were even comparing the amounts of deaths. Yes, the numbers of deaths. Like, for instance, some 10 persons died in somewhere around Kano State, and they tend to compare it with while Goodluck Jonathan was there were like 20 persons that died, so we are still good. It was that devastating. Now we are seeing that playbook right now, right in our own eyes. Nuhu Ribadu is saying that this administration inherited very bad insecurity situation. I thought that the president actually at some point said that we should not pity him because he asked for the job. Well, whether we're pitying or not pitying, I think it's about time for we to tell him to please pity us, all right? I think the pity should be reversed. Pity Nigerians and pity those who have lost their lives in North Central, in places like Plateau, in places like Benue, and in places like Borno, places like Niger. The numbers keeps increasing, and something must be done, and be done urgently so. Welcome everybody. This is the morning show. I'm Charles Pius. We're back to look at what's going on the dailies. So we'll begin on the Punch newspaper this morning, and it's punchy with this headline: INEC moves to legalize voting without PVC. How is that even possible? 2027 power shifts. Opposition weakens as more PDP governors, senators eye APC. With the writer, Delta Governor Okowa, Oshun, Jigawa PDP chieftains, others defect to APC. PDP, but the judge attack Tinubu. So the thing that we do these days, attacking with the mouth. Killings. Tinubu demands fresh security blueprint from intelligence chiefs. Federal government grants tax waivers to Dangote, Mekano, 103 others. U.S. indicts Nigerian for $690,000 scam on false citizenship claims. Lagos local government chair aspirants withdraws for Obassa's son. Lagos local government chair aspirant withdraws for Obassa's son. Find the details all on the Punch newspaper this morning. We're moving over now to the Guardian newspaper. On the Guardian this morning, Lagos has shortfall of 66,000 doctors, nurses, says government. 66,000. A shortfall of that number, Lagos alone. That's crazy. Scandalous, really. Huddles for opposition parties as APC wins more governors and others. ECOWAS to relocate institutions from Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger. WHO to downsize operations amidst major funding cuts. We have been unfairly blamed for insecurity in Imo. IPOB laments. Reps say 1,723 vessels engage in sharp practices on Nigerian waters. Scandals. Presidents won't allow Akpabio to step aside, says Senator. Insecurity. Tinubu security chiefs in talks. 36 governors discuss crisis in Abuja. 10 billion naira Asu Rock solar project and admission of power sector failure, says Huriwa. And now to the Daily Trust news for this morning on the Daily Trust. Insecurity. Enough is enough. President tells security chiefs. Patients stranded as workers strike cripples FCT primary healthcare centers. Aviation crisis. Air peace. Foreign airlines suspend flights. 2027. Allow younger people to run. Baba Ahmed tells Tinubu. Delta Governor. Atiku's running mates. Others join APC. And now to the Blueprints newspaper. Mina Airport inaugural flight lands in Abuja. Federal government's Niger Eye Agro Hub. 2027 RFI. Malami can't speak for defunct CPC, says National Assembly members. Match fixing will attract 10-year ban, NFF warns. Halt current violence trends. Tinubu orders security chiefs. Halt current violent trends. Tinubu orders security chiefs, wants them to engage sub-regional grassroots leaders. Plateau killings. Mutfwang, FFK at war over Israeli envoy's visit. 1 week after Ino's endorsement of Tinubu, Obovorere, Okowa, others defect to APC, compound PDP woes. We won't remain in a boat already capsizing, says manager. Delta governor protected under current laws, says SAN. Two factions emerge in Zamfara Assembly over security report. Federal government releases 50 billion naira to settle ASU, other varsity staff allowances. Federal government's biggest beneficiary of 2024 banking industry boom, says a report. Contract discrepancy, Wike summons AICL, FCDA over ICC rehabilitation. And now to the Nation newspaper. Obovovori Okowa defect to APC with entire Delta PDP. Governor leads all political appointees, leaders at all levels to ruling party. Atiku's 2023 running mate leaves. Take out terrorists. President orders security chiefs. Kayamo intervenes in NIMET's workers face-off. Lagos bans expectant mothers from Hajj. How Nigeria's reforms are faring by Edun. Cardoso speaks. All the details you can find on The Nation. And now over to the Daily Times newspaper. On the Daily Times this morning, Tinubu meets with NSA intelligence chiefs over worsening security concerns. Delta Governor Obovowore, Okowa, others dump PDP, defect to APC. PANCOM recovers 1.58 billion naira from defaulting employers. Obi joins global dignitaries to witness Pope's line in state in the Vatican. Federal government releases 50 billion naira to varsity unions. All the details on the Daily Times newspaper. And we're back to the table. Chris Monica joins us for an interesting discourse as it relates to the development across the papers. Good to have you, Chris. Good morning.
Good morning, Charles.
Right. So, straight to the point. I don't know which one is tearing your
No.
heart.
Nothing is tearing my heart, Charles. Nothing in this country can never tear my heart. We are on this seat for the last 1 year talking about the derail. So I'm just asking you, when are you defecting? What are you still doing here?
I just have to consult
With
my constituency to know whether they would support me
Charles,
in this defection.
The way you have to defect in Nigeria, defect with the whole structure. You don't need to consult them. Once you move, in Igbo land, my father told me, when the snail moves, it moves with his shell. So you can't move and leave your structure behind. Just move. Your structure will look for you wherever you are and join you. That's why, under that load I'm starting. Nothing in this country gives me any sleepless night again. Nothing. No. You can see the country in a very clear path of self-destruction. Nothing.
I'm actually surprised with Delta State because Delta State.
You are surprised at what happens in this country?
No,
no. Have you been around? Are you just?
Yeah, but the Delta State is still a shock to me because Delta State, for the life of me, like what is attracting you? If a government is doing well, if you have put the government on a scale and say, well, I want to identify with this government because they're doing well, based on the indices, at least the people would say this government is doing well. But that is not happening. According to what we know, talking about the economy, talking about infrastructure, this government has scored way below average, at least with what we have seen. So you would wonder why is the governor defecting to the APC?
What I'm talking about is the stupidity that the world will be looking at us. I remember Peter Obi wanted to join PDP. And he was governor, voted under Apuga. He waited patiently, finished his tenure, dropped every pin, absolved himself of any contraptions, and then moved into another party of his choice, personally. A state that has run and developed under PDP for as long as I know, since the history of Delta State, almost half of the history of Delta State, was developed under PDP. You now ask me, a governor that traversed Delta State campaign with a former vice president running mate as former governor and the senator of many tenure under PDP in Delta State, all in a twinkle of an eye jumped the ship. And you say in Nigeria, they will have conscience, that you have politics. I don't know the kind of politics we play. I'm confused. This can make you, anyway. The other day I think today we'll be having. I check through the rundown, and I find that the mental health nurse will be coming to talk to us. Because I was in a university and I used to have a lecturer, may God bless his soul, Professor Yovukeri. He said, we are all mad, all in different degrees anyway. He only tried to be soft. But in Nigeria, I'm sorry to say, I don't know the degrees, it's like the degrees run at par. Everybody is at the same level of madness. And that's why nobody stops to ask questions. And the few that stop to ask questions are in minority. So the majority are floating on that part of madness, hoping. So what do you tell people? After you have build the other state under PDP. Now, if they have conscience, and if there are gods of the land, and if there are things that are pure and holy, I think certain things offend them. But these days, that's why I'm telling you, people don't. There's nothing, nobody just talked about it. Look at how boldly. Even the name of the governor is difficult for me to pronounce. So if you tell me the governor, I cannot. And then they move with others. So there's nothing wrong with moving. I'm talking about the nature of moving. It is the pattern of movement. Because really, if when you feel, you drop. Nigeria is a mess because this is a deception. Tomorrow people come out and say you're campaigning under political parties. You want me to vote? What are they telling Nigerians? You just voting for nothing. All those lies. It's just to convince you to go and drop vote. That's actually if those votes come. Because we're in this country where BVAs, they know what are beavers, what they call it, did not work. Not when heaven has not fallen. And people under that contraption find themselves in position of authority, assessed and assumed all that we are supposed to be. They are honorable senators, honorable federal house of, representative, executive governors, the way some people say. But my teacher said, that's the wrongest thing to say, if there's anything like that, to say somebody is executive governor in a democratic government. But we have them being addressed as executive governors. That's why they're executively moving, jumping ship, executively, with all the executives who are going to execute trash in the next level of political dispensation and come back to the same place to tell people how these people going. That means they have sold their conscience and they sear it with fire and brimstone. They don't care. We don't matter. We do not. What I'm saying, constitutionally, the Nigerian citizens do not matter anymore.
No.
When I ask you when are you going to defend, you say you I think I just started seeing different charts. You still have some element of conscience. Because some other Nigerian politicians will not, you say, let me think about it. Because he doesn't have anybody he's going to consult. He's the moving stomach infrastructure. That is mobile at every time. That is playing the usual, those days we were growing up. There are these people from the northern part of Nigeria that come with live hyenas in chains. And they'll come with very sharp knife and they'll be playing drum. And they will doing, if you give money, I'll kill myself. And they're drawing the knife across their stomachs and in the form of, play. And nothing is happening. Nigerian politicians are in a set of people, and they are playing it out, deceiving us. And it's playing out. In 2010, it's building up. It is building up. Let me tell you, nothing. I don't see any iota of hope. In what we are doing, we are just playing along.
Right.
We're just playing along.
But I'm just thinking whether you feel that the former governor has some influence. Because again, a few weeks ago, he was invited by the AFCC to come and answer to, some trillions of naira that got missing right under his nose as governor. And so do you think that he may have seen that maybe joining the APC would give him some cover? And so he says, okay, President, I'm going to promise you to get governor to join the APC. And if you would assure me that I will get cover if I defect to the APC. So
we're not justifying. These are politics they're playing. You find a way of playing it and at least give some element of saneness in the politics we play in Nigeria. You don't just drop gun a sitting governor of a state who got there on a platform few months. The next thing you go, you're thinking about next tenor or where you go, and you move with that mandate. When you were going there, you didn't get there with the mandate you were jumping to. When we are there, meaning that the people never wanted that mandate. They gave you a different mandate. You disappointed the people and moving with your mandate. So why didn't you move alone? And you boldly telling that means I pity the people of Delta State and the people of Nigeria because the same thing going to play out. Just watch out the next few weeks. We sat on this seat.
Do you see more governors?
Many. Don't even be sure that you I'm talking to will not. The way I see, Charles, don't be sure. I don't even trust me that he's shouting. Because in Nigeria, you defect without knowing. In fact, we have all defected. So here is just this one that is loud. People have quietly defected to hunger hardship. People are defected to hardship and killings, and we have all given up. These ones are just playing up. Nigerians have defected long time. No single Nigerian is at home. No, because if you go to the house, you don't see them who are there. They've gone. They've gone defecting. And that is, it's so sad. And now looking at it, the conscienceless politicians in a conscienceless nation. Dealing with conscienceless citizens that do not even care again, because even Nigerian citizens, these are the people they call for rally tomorrow, they will buy them. Nigerians buy them and call them, and they still go there and start shouting names. I don't know what they're going to shout, because they are going to address the people, and they're going to see in a shameless move of why don't you resign, defect? If you think you are so powerful, deception of the highest order. And it's happening here where you say you have law. We've been shouting about it. House of Assembly people, defect under their parties, nobody talks about it. They keep quiet. Probably because they are defecting to the ruling government. That is, join that particular party and your sins are forgiven. Somebody told us to our birth, and that's what they're doing. So, Charles, join the flies to eat shit. I'm not apologizing to anybody at this time. Then, because they cannot be wrong. That's what they are doing. It's not me that said it. So let everybody join.
Will you be surprised if the ENUGU state governor joins the
I cannot be surprised at whatever any politician in Nigeria does in the next moment. From this, I've said it several times. I've lost confidence in Nigerian politicians.
He's not a typical politician.
I don't know what he is, but you're a politician, you're a politician. And politicians politic. Whatever brand you are, whether you are soft or hard or businessman converted, that bug of Nigerian politics beat you, you will forget your name. And you won't even know when you defect. So don't go to bank with anybody on this. Because I said, if you look at, you'll from where the eggs are laid and they are there, the chicken laid the eggs. From the egg, you can predict which chicken is going to be a cockerel, the one that will going to be a fowl. From the body languages of the people around and all, and you are asking me so that they hear from my mouth say that that the father wear trousers under his kaftan. I'm not a political advisor to any governor, and I don't aspire to be, because I am a loud-mouthed prophet. I don't do juju for criminals. I'm going to give you only. That's me. So let everybody go ahead. But one day, the day of reckoning will come. Everybody then will be here or hereafter. I believe there's a way this nature makes you to account. They are now being conscienceless, going about doing anything they want with people's mandate. And because they keep that people's mandate that will haunt them for life. If you do it alone, who cares who gives the hoot where Chris Madeka, what political party I join? Not party. As I'm talking, I get home, I decide whether I want to consult my family or do it alone. And it's a free. But with this kind of movement we are seeing, that's deception at the highest level of Nigeria politicking. And we accept it. What are we going to tell the people? You just go deceive people, vote for you under this party, then the next moment you jump, and everybody keep quiet because you have power to suppress them.
Right.
It's not too good.
Let's talk about this meeting between the president and the security chiefs.
The meeting with the president and the security chiefs, we talked about it yesterday. We gave them agenda. That's what we feel they should be discussing. And today, the whole newspapers are coming out saying, President, gave them order to flush out. And when the next thing that came to my mind, I thought it was a closed-door meeting. How did they get to know what the president gave them? Anyway, the papers need to have headlines. And of course, from agenda we gave them yesterday, talking about killing, stop the killing, stop the killing, stop. So if you have agenda A, stop the killing. B, stop killing. C, stop killing until you go to A or B. Any other business, say, conclusion, Mr. President, stop killing. And I think, and with that trust we have, no matter how small it still remains, we have with the government, we are expecting that what he told them is flush out, stop this, stop this. Yesterday we were saying, does this look like hand of Israel and the voice of Jacob? And I said, I don't know. Anything is possible in Nigeria, I keep saying. But whatever it is, the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Ahmed Tinubu, should use that same sensibility, that same position, that same state of mind that makes him to accept to be Nigerian president, to boldly look at this. Even if that's the only thing, after all, he's not scoring zero in everything. There are some areas where he will see some pass mark, and the only thing is that it might be staggered. Before you get to where pass mark is, you might have different bad before you know. So, but he's not totally a failure. But we said, add up this one, score, at least get up to 70% on this, because we are not even worried. It's not just about where people defected to or what they are doing. We are now worried that as people continue to defect, the people following them are being killed and killed and killed. Before they look back, they won't see anybody. They find themselves defecting alone into wherever they want to. The next time they defected with so many people. Those are the few who go with convoy. Before you look back, those ones who might wanted to shout and call names of politicians, they won't see them again because they would have gone on with what is happening. So he should, if not anything, even if our votes do not count, you still need people to come when you are visiting any place. You still some children who will come out and be waving all those fake flags. Otherwise, you will be moving from Aso Rock to your house alone. You won't see anybody in the street. And it will become easier for you then because people like us won't be here shouting and wasting our. Then you have a very peaceful country because everybody would have died. Mm. But as far as you have us here, you cannot beat a child and say you shouldn't cry. You think what you say, that's the only thing. It's paining us. But we have had the song as it depend them, it sweet us. So if it is sweet una, it depend us. Make una do something. That's all I'm crying for. At least make it sweet us small. As it is sweet una is. How many years we did the last election? It is sweet una. The pen us is then. Make una at least give us one iota of something. God will sweet us. Should he continue to pen us like this and you guys are dancing away? It is sweet us. It depend them. The pain is getting high. And let me say, if you find yourself in the midst of people who are in pain, over time become infectious, no matter how sweet, under what sweet condition you are living. That's why they say, if you are a rich man in an environment, if you are training your children in Harvard, make sure your neighbors, even if they have to go to public school in Ababa, because it's a tandy, double on. You train your children to go to Harvard, they can't come back home because those ones who are around, they wouldn't even go to Ababa public school, become a threat to their life.
Absolutely. Chris, we have to leave it there, but because of time, just to wrap up with this, INEC moves to legalize voting without PVC.
INEC is Nigeria's highest body that they call them political referee, what they call it, that's the other name. Umpire. Beautiful name. Beautiful name. We have a lot of criminals in Nigeria who answer Solomon, who answer Peter. You catch them, they're Christians. They answer beautiful saint names. So beautiful name, umpire, for INEC. I'm not saying anything. This is not the last they will do. INEC will still take a lot of policies. Let them legalize it. Because it's now easier. If you are talking about coming to, accreditation, go pass through voters list and then open the borders, walk in, vote and go. And that one, nobody will ask you, Charles, what's your name? Are you from ENUGU or Anambra? Are you from Zamfara? Or are you from Niger Republic or from Chad? Nobody will ask you that. Once you make it that easy, that means you won't be questioning anything. Walk in there. There's no accreditation with this. Now, if you legalize, what will be accredited? You just walk in there and say, I'm a Nigerian. It will give you voters, you go and vote. I don't understand it. So it's too early. Let's watch. Legalizing what? So if you want to legalize illegality, this is not the first time it's happened in Nigeria. There's so many things that we need to legalize that we're not legalizing. And if it's voting without voter's card, it makes it easier for. Because also when the environment is that confusion, then the tricky people and the criminals will have their day. So good luck to Nigerians. In every move to legalize, anything you want to legalize, let's go ahead.
Many thanks, Chris Maduka, for your insight. Truly appreciate it. It means always an insightful discussions every single weekday morning with you. All right, we're back after this. Do stay with us.
With a population of about 36 million people, the Southeast is awash with stories. Every day on Southeast News, we tell the peculiar story of the Southeast and her people.
Our Southeast should be the Silicon Valley of Nigeria.
Their successes, achievements, and daily challenges. Do you have a Southeast story to share? community achievements and challenges, completed and uncompleted projects, bad roads, water scarcity, erosion, flooding, insecurity, or even disagreements? Bring it on to Southeast News. On Southeast News, no big or too small. Southeast News. Let's tell our story. Showing on Signature TV every weekday at 4 p.m. WAT, 1600 hours GMT.
In Igbo tradition, marriage is a sacred bond uniting not only two individuals, but also their families, emphasizing unity, respect, and cooperation. Central to the traditional marriage customs of Arochukwu is the Ibummayukwu, a ceremony involving the bride price negotiations and the offering of drinks from the groom's family to the bride's kindred. For this occasion, the family of Dr. Oje Ogbonnaya Oje, the Executive Secretary of Nigeria Extractive Industries Transparency Initiative, NAITI, and the National Coordinator of AIT Implementation in Nigeria of Ugwavo Village, formalized the union between their son, Oje Ogbonnaya Oje Jr., and Amaka Iwoma Nnanna, daughter of a former Deputy Governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, Dr. O.J. Nnanna, of Atani Village, both in Arochukwu Kingdom. Eze Aro of Arochukwu Kingdom, Eze Eberechukwu Oje, a paramount ruler, stressed the importance of performing traditional rites to secure and strengthen marital unions. He noted that Arochukwu marital customs forbid infidelity and promote love and unity throughout the marriage.
Ọgbụgba ndụ ọhụ ọ mere mgbe ịbụrụ a na-ekwu ekwu ahụ gbaa isi nwanyị nna nwa ewere mmanya sutu ya ọnụ nye nwa ya si ya were gaa dutere ya onye wu di ya ihe ahụ wee gba ndụ pụrụ iche iji kwuoro ndị ndum nọ n'ebe ọhụ na-elekwa onye ọ na-aga ịlụ mgbe o dutere nwata nwoke ọhụ bịa wa ṅụọ mmanya ahụ bụ nkata bụ na ọ agbara ndụ nna nwe nwa kwụọrọ ọnụ eji alụ mma anyị kwuru ya nọ 24 naira ọ gbara ihe ọhụ n'okwu bekee ahụ ọgụ ahụ ndị ahụ akwụ ụgwọ ọhụ ya wụrụ na ọ agbara ndụ akwụọlụ mgbe isi nwaanyị ọhụ.
The event began with the arrival of guests including government officials, dignitaries, and the groom's family from Ugwavo village. The entrance of the Executive Governor of Abia State, Dr. Alex Oti, marked the start of the colorful ceremony at Dr. O.J. Nnanna's compound at Utugugu in Arochukwu. Elders from Ugwavo village visited the bride and returned to the venue to commence bride price negotiations.
So next time say aye. Next time we have that say nay.
The bride, Amaka Iwoma Nnanna, was ushered into the venue with pomp and pageantry. In line with Arochukwu tradition, Amaka presented a cup of wine to her groom, Oji Jr., who had playfully hidden among the guests. After a spirited search, she found him and led him to receive blessings from her parents, Dr. and Mrs. O.J. Nnanna. This act symbolizes the traditional consummation of the marriage. The couple then took to the dance floor, accompanied by choice music, while guests enjoyed drinks and refreshments. The governor, Dr. Alex Oti, congratulated both families and wished the couple a happy and fruitful marriage. He revealed his familial ties to both the Nnanna and Orji families and attested to the couple's admirable character.
I want to congratulate the two families. I want to say thank you for bringing up wonderful children. I know them. A very happy marriage together. And I pray that God will bless all their efforts. I have no doubt that in the next 9 months we will come back again to celebrate the birth of a set of twins. And after that, we will come again, maybe after 2 years, to celebrate the birth of a set of triplets.
A member of the House of Representatives, Ugo Chinyere Ikenga, spoke of the ancient revered tradition of the Aro and reminded the couple of their prestigious lineage while wishing them well.
First of all, looking at my Oga that made me come here, I don't need to tell the son that his father succeeded because he worked hard and he has a stable home. And the most important thing why I came here is that I'm attracted to the rich tradition of the Aro people. From ancient civilization to today, something I have read over and over. So I like to associate with Aro people because of their dedication, their loyalty, their family spirit, and so on and so forth. And this is a marriage that's happened in Aro. They were born in Aro, raised, and are marrying in Aro. So I wanted to be part of that success story. And I don't need to remind them that Aro people are known for greatness. So that marriage should be an example of that Aro tradition that they should continue to project. So I can only but wish them well in what they are doing.
The groom's parents, Dr. and Dr. Mrs. Orji Obonaya Orji, expressed joy at the successful completion of the traditional rites and wished the couple a happy, healthy, and fruitful marriage.
It's an honor and privilege for me that I'm alive and well. And my wife, picking strong. I'm here today to see our son getting married. I mean, I can't ask for more. This is something I wish to every parent who has toiled, paid school fees, and got to a certain level where the child can begin to fend for his or herself. So we are bringing him fully into manhood today here in Aro Chukwu Kingdom. And the marriage is being consummated according to Aro culture and tradition. We're Aro, and the marriage must be made in Aro. That's why we're here. I wish they will live in peace. I wish my son should work hard and provide. I wish the wife should submit, support, and then also care, because women care. We build, but women care. They care. Without a woman, it won't be possible. So we need them to work together and then fear God. And above all, we wish God Almighty to bless them with children, boys, girls, and how many that they can be able to train.
I feel so elated, so happy. I'm thankful to God for making today a reality in our life. My prayer for them is that their marriage will be a blessing. Children will surround their table. They will see their children's children.
Some guests wish the couples a happy married life.
And I wish Audrey and Amaka nothing but the best happy married life, the joy, the love that they enjoy in their relationship currently will be sustained. The grace of God will continue to guide them and protect them, and they will live a very long, healthy, and happy life.
I wish them good luck, happy married life, I wish them success.
As Amaka and Orji embark on their marital journey, may they find strength in love, wisdom in compromise, and joy in the shared moments that make life's adventure unforgettable. Raymond Ken Mbata, reporting for Signature TV.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias.
Everybody, welcome. It's a beautiful day, isn't it? It's a Thursday, the 24th. It's an April, the 4th month in the year 2025. And if you are accounting, you will be counting maybe the second year anniversary of the current administration, whether you are in ENUGU or maybe you are in Eboyi. Most of the people who took over office 2 years ago, just 2 years ago in 2023, May 29, in 1 month's time, there will be 2 years, in the saddle. But if you were to, judge by your standard, which of the governors do you think is doing practically very well? Who would you score a higher mark? I'm talking for those who maintained that May 29th handover. I know that across the southeast, the governor of Imo State is not in that scorecard. We know the governor of Anambra State is not in that scorecard. I mean, the elections are due in November. So we have a whole lot of more people. But again, I just want to ask you, for you to engage with us, to tell us which of the governors you think are doing pretty well. So we have with us via our Zoom this morning, Dr. Victor Owarumba. He is the chairman, Nigerian Veterinary Medical Association, Anambra State. He's on the Zoom this morning. We're going to be speaking about veterinary medical practice in Nigeria. Good to have you. Thank you so much for joining us this lovely morning.
Good morning, Signature TV family.
Hello, Victor. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear. Can you hear me?
Okay, I can hear you now. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. Can you give us an overview of the current state of veterinary medical practice in Nigeria?
Yeah, the veterinary medical practice in Nigeria is actually evolving, and it's not doing badly, relatively, if we might say. As I speak with you, we have over 6,000 veterinarians registered all over the country. We in Anambra State here, we have under the employment of the state government over 20-something veterinarians scattered all over the state. In fact, the state government has a veterinary doctor in each of the local governments, manning the affairs of the veterinary services in this local government. Veterinary medicine, like I told you, still has a lot of a lot to do, a lot of areas to improve on. I believe the present leadership of Nigeria Veterinary Medical Association at the national level is doing a lot to see that things come in shape. And like we always say, we say it's vet o'clock because it is within this period that we now have the separate ministry for livestock, the Federal Ministry of Livestock Development. It came on board just recently. Kudos to the present administration, our president, Tinubu, and the new minister of livestock. We've been able, and also through the effort of the Nigeria Veterinary Medical Association, we've been able to at least have a specific ministry that is dedicated to issues of livestock and animals. So I believe that's a step in the right direction. And we are all building on that recent development. So it's vet o'clock, like I told you, and I believe veterinary medicine in Nigeria is gradually growing. And the speed at which it's going, I believe things will come in shape soon.
Right. What are the most common diseases that the Nigerian vet face today? And for you, are Nigerian vets prepared to deal with diseases like anthrax, avian flu?
In terms of training, we are ably trained and ably equipped to handle such diseases. Every single veterinarian that has been that has graduated and has been fully registered with the council is fully trained and ready to handle such challenges. The problems we face at times is probably a little bit of enlightenment and public knowledge about the profession and what it entails. And even like we are actually marking World Veterinary Day on come Saturday. And the theme of this year's celebration is Animal Health Takes a Team. So we are looking at animal health, not just from the veterinarians, but from the perspective of the animal owners. These are the little challenges we face in terms of taking care of these animals. But in terms of we as veterinarians being equipped to handle such diseases, we are very, very much equipped. The training system in the veterinary schools is rigid, and everybody that graduates as a veterinary doctor is actually sound to handle any kind of infection or any kind of animal health challenges anywhere he finds himself in the world. And coming to anthrax, like you just mentioned, I'm aware that there's been a nationwide vaccination exercise on anthrax. You know, here in Anambra State, we had a statewide vaccination exercise on anthrax, which ended some few days ago. I think last week, Wednesday last week precisely. That was on the 13th of April. And during that exercise, most grades were veterinarians in the state, both those in the public and the private sector, making sure that sheep, goats, and cattle are vaccinated against anthrax. So we are having that under our purview, and I think we're having that under control, knowing fully well that anthrax has not been recorded in this part of the country. And coming to avian influenza, there's been a lot of enlightenment, there's been a lot of training done by neighboring, non-governmental organizations, WHO, international health organizations, training veterinarians, engaging them on the recent methods, how to collect samples, how to do surveillance, how to control infections. So I believe with the cooperation of these international bodies and the government, both federal and state level, we are actually quite equipped and ready to for the challenges that comes with such zoonotic diseases, like you mentioned.
So what are the most common diseases faced by vets today that affect animals? What are the most common amongst these diseases?
Well, there's quite a number of them. You know, veterinary practices have to do with quite a range of animals. When you come to poultry, we have challenges of Newcastle is endemic. It's there. There's hardly a farm you go to and they won't tell you they've had issues of Newcastle. That's in poultry. And you have your Gumboro, that's the infectious bursal disease virus. And you have your cholera, you have your E. coli, you know. And funny enough, good enough, these diseases in poultry are actually having vaccines. So when you are working with, if a farm is working with the right veterinary doctor, with a veterinarian, such vaccinations are instituted in the farm to take care of it. Then when you come to things like companion animals, like your dogs and cats, you begin to talk about parvoviral enteritis. You know, you talk about parasite infestations, worms and ticks, and then of course rabies. Of course, rabies. Rabies is also a challenge. It's not completely bundled up. There are times you have issues in certain cases in scattered numbers all over the country. But the thing about rabies is that everybody is really getting aware, and everybody is taking caution against it by properly vaccinating the animals. I hardly think there's any responsible animal owner in Nigeria that does not know he needs to vaccinate his dogs against rabies annually, you know. Then when you come to the ruminants, sheep, goats, you talk about PPR. PPR is actually a challenge in Nigeria, especially in this part of the country, southeast here, you know. And we as veterinarians are trying our best to contain it. You know, and you talk about contagious bovine pleural pneumonia in cattle, you know, and then of course your trypanosomiasis. You know, trips is a challenge because of the kind of environment we have here. You cannot completely rule away fly, which is actually a vector for trypanosomiasis infection. So in a nutshell, these are actually the challenges we as veterinarians face in these animal species as we go about our daily activities as veterinarians and animal health providers.
Many health epidemics or health challenges are mostly associated with, animals. Some of the health challenges that humans face are somewhat associated with animals. They mostly come from the animals.
Yeah, there are quite a number of them. You're talking about the zoonotic diseases. We call them zoonotic diseases, which are diseases
Yes,
that are actually
but I wanted to ask
from
that this transfer of these diseases, do you think that is the failure of the veterinary profession? That's what is causing these diseases to spread from animals to humans?
Sorry, come again?
Like I mentioned, that some of health epidemics or health challenges that humans face apparently are linked to animals. Do you think it's the failure of the profession, that's the veterinary profession, that is making these things happen?
I wouldn't really say that. I wouldn't really say it's a failure on the part of the veterinary professions. But like I told you earlier on, veterinarians are actually ready and aware equipped to tackle any animal health challenge. Every single veterinarian out there, I can beat my chest and say that. But the point we have is a little bit of ignorance on the part of the general public on issues concerning animal health. You know, Nigeria, the way Nigeria is, things are pretty tough, even for we humans. So it's when you finish taking care of yourself as a human being that you begin to think of how to take care of animals. So I think that is more or less the issue. The economic situation, which we believe things are actually being done about it by the government. But then people are actually going through a lot taking care of themselves. So they find it very difficult to do the necessary preventive measures as regards their animals. And so that is why you also have a little bit of snippet of such infections occurring. But by and large, it's not been so bad. It's not been so bad. There are quite a number of such diseases, like we just mentioned, rabies. We've talked about anthrax, which we know it's actually presently under control because the last we heard of it was in Niger State. I think that should be about 2023. And ever since that, we've not had noted cases. Avian influenza will be having one or two issues on that, but certain measures are already put in place to see that it's properly in control. Then when you talk about maybe things like tuberculosis, which is actually a problem, the various slaughter slabs and abattoirs we have scattered over the country, the veterinarians, which is actually their jurisdiction to do meat inspection on a daily basis, are trying their best in that area, but there still needs a lot to be done as regards improving the state of our slaughterhouses, because this is one gateway which, if properly controlled, will reduce the transfer of these zoonotic diseases from animals to man, And then our control posts, which are, like I told you, we also have veterinarians working there, who might need to probably do a little bit of put in more serious work on the various control posts, both those entering the states and even the quarantine, our quarantine services, which are also doing a yeoman job and trying on their own. So I believe institutionally, things are actually put on check. What we need to do more this time around is to have a proper enlightenment, just like we're doing on air right now, and then telling people more about the dangers and what they need to do to prevent them having such infections. Surveillances are ongoing. We have surveillance officers scattered over the country that are doing their bits, And then again, like this year's World Veterinary Day is talking about animal health as a theme. We also need the One Health thing to work here. Let's have a collaborative effort between all the health sectors, both those in the animal and in the human health sector, so that we can do what we call tracing and a little bit of follow-up, knowing where each and infection of this infection. Like you coming to the hospital and probably you've been diagnosed of tuberculosis. We have a little bit of trace back to see if it is from animal source, if it is from probably buying a product in the a meat product in the abattoir, or something related to that. It's a coordinated effort between all the health workers, both animal and the human health workers, will help in controlling most of these zoonotic diseases, apart from the things I've mentioned. Thank you.
What for you are the challenges faced by young graduates who are veterinary doctors?
There's quite a number of them. There's quite a lot, It's and that's why I told you any vet graduate is actually well equipped to fit in, no matter how difficult the situation is. But to be very frank with you, a lot of those young graduates face a lot of challenges because starting up is an issue, and there is very little placement positions both in government and even in the private sector for them. Because it is veterinary medicine is an area where you as a veterinarian, you come out and you look at it as if it's a yeoman job. You have to just do everything yourself. You have to start up yourself. And basically, like some other professions like that are related to ours, you have this opportunity of having a one-year house job where the government takes care of virtually everything about you. And within those periods, you develop yourself, and after the 1 year, you literally have to stand on your own. But in the veterinary medicine, once you're done with that 6 years, you're out there, and after your youth service, you're on your own. If you're lucky to have a government job or to get employed in a private sector, you start up there and begin to gather your tools and gather your experience to be on your own. But it's not been easy. I know it's a work in progress. Now that we have our own separate, now that we have a ministry of livestock, I believe these are one of the things they are going to look into. And then we'll have the council. The funny thing is that at the time, stories were being told about the funding for the council, Veterinary Council of Nigeria, the government withdrawing their funding. And we were like, why would the government withdraw their funding for the Veterinary Council of Nigeria, which is very, very important, and sees to the activities of veterinarians all over the country and regulate what they do. And so I believe, I think that idea didn't sell through again. I am not actually in a good knowledge of that, but I believe somehow along the line, the idea didn't sell through. So these are part of the challenges. These are part of the challenges as young veterinarians coming out and having to face a public that has little knowledge of what your profession is and how important you are in the society. But like I said, we are actually trained and properly trained to face such challenges because of the rigorous training we go through in school. And I believe over time, these challenges will be surmounted. We have great veterinarians that have surmounted these challenges, scattered all over the country, and they are doing pretty well both in the private and the public sector, and contributing their quota to ensuring animal health and public health. Thank you.
How is technology assisting with veterinary practice in Nigeria?
Well, we still have a long way to go in that respect. We still have a long way to go in that respect. Down here in the Southeast, you won't believe that we have very little veterinary laboratory presence, and so at times, most of the time, you rely on what you call tentative diagnosis to do your diagnosis and make your treatment, because of the absence of laboratories. And then in terms of instrument and facilities, we really still have a long way to go in that respect. In the north, there's a lot that is being done. Like in the north, back then in the days, you could hardly talk about issues like artificial insemination, but in the north, it's a common thing right now, and that's a technology that has come to stay, and is gradually spreading to other parts of the country. And then surgical procedures. Before you to perform certain surgical procedures in your little clinic around here, a lot of technology and a lot of facilities will be needed. But those things are not really available. So some people try to do a makeshift and perform the operation because of the proper training and you understanding the idea behind whatever surgical operation you want to perform. So there's a lot to be done in that aspect. The clinics like in Anambra State here, like I told you, we have veterinary clinics scattered all over the state. In each local government, there's a government veterinary center. But the facilities in those centers are not near what it should be. The government have done well employing veterinarians and providing them that center. But we believe there's still more to be done. And I know the good governor we have, the hardworking governor we have, who is a technocrat. It's along with the commissioner and the PAMSEC. I was with the commissioner of agriculture the other day, and we talked at length about these things. And I believe plans are already on ground to see that most of these things in our states are sorted out, facilities are provided, equipment are provided, and then technical know-how is also enhanced. So it's an upcoming thing. Like I said, veterinary medicine, it's a growing profession in Nigeria, give or take. A lot of people still really don't understand when you say you're a veterinary doctor. You begin to explain what you do. And it is just because, like I said, they refer Nigeria as a developing economy. And these are the effects of being a developing economy. You know, the challenges are there. We're struggling to take care of ourselves as humans. And then you now begin to talk about bringing in facilities and sophisticated technologies to take care of animals. We've not done enough on that in humans. And it's also going to have a ripple effect with doing that much in animals. Thank you.
All right. For you, do you think that the government is, really putting an eye on that aspect of medicine more? Because again, we rarely hear anything that the government is doing in terms of launching anything or even improving that particular aspect of our medical lives. Do you think that more still needs to be done, more investment must be done, in that regard, compared to, the other aspect of medicine?
You're definitely correct in a way. There's still a lot to be done. There's still so much to be done. The government involving themselves, the private sector investing and playing a role. But by and large, at the pace we're moving now with the present MDMA chairman, Dr. Arokoyo, and the various state chairmen of NBMA, I think with the noise we're making, awareness is being created. And I believe that, like I said, it's by 2 o'clock. We now have a new ministry, which is less than a year old. And plans are already on ground. And we're also having a lot of collaborators, a lot of non-governmental organizations, a lot of health organizations coming in to help. There's this Press, they are doing their bit too. So with the collaboration of private investors, governments, and health organizations, international health organizations, I believe these challenges will be taken care of. I don't want to spend time talking on the problems and the challenges you have. I rather talk on the way forward, because in terms of problems and challenges, there are many. There are so much. They are actually what you call daunting challenges. But believe with what and the mindset we have right now, we are moving in the right direction. And I know in no time, veterinary medicine in Nigeria will be seriously improved. All the sectors, all the governments will be seriously involved. Organizations, international health organizations will be doing a lot. There's already programs, quite a number of them on ground for that. And then for the media, we appreciate you people also help us to sing our song and do more public enlightenment, because the more you talk about these things like we're doing today, the more people get aware, and the more things are being done, solutions are provided. Thank you.
Hello?
Hello, yeah, I can hear you. Are you still with me?
Okay, yes, I can still hear you. So I was going to ask, what regulations are available right now that regulates the practice of veterinary doctors and its practice in Nigeria? And are those laws adequate? What would you suggest as more in terms of regulating that space?
Yeah, you know, one thing in Nigeria is that Nigeria is not actually short of regulations and rules, but it's about implementation. There's quite a number of them. Let me move from the local government upwards. Are you aware that in every local government, that the local government has the jurisdiction to see that every dog on the street is licensed? Every dog on the street is licensed, and if you're not, you're taken to court and charged for that. So it is expected that, how far is this being implemented at our local government level becomes another thing. Now, when it comes to regulation, we also have the veterinary council have what you call the veterinary premises regulation committee, registration committee, regulation and registration committee. And this committee, for the past couple of years, 2 years or more, has been working seriously. In Anambra State, here we had a drive where we had to close down some veterinary premises that were not properly registered, that were not practicing the way they should practice, that does not even have a veterinary doctor overseeing their activities. We had to close them down. We had to make them follow the right path of registration. So there are regulations that are ongoing. You know, though we still have people who have not, we've not actually implemented the regulations to the fullest. And I don't think we've done 50% of the implementation of this regulation. So there are regulations. We are not short of regulations, but it's all about implementation. But I believe someday we're going to get there. We're really going to get there. Yeah, there's the Meat Edict Act, there's the Veterinary Premises Registration Act, and then domicile both in the state and the federal government. And there's also the Dog License Act too, which is at the local government level. You know, so there is quite a number of regulations. We are not short of regulations. The problem is enforcement of these regulations. And that's why we're also appealing that the forces we have, the police and the civil defense, which are mostly the people we work with, should always be ready to open their doors to us. Because you know, in Nigeria, if you don't enforce certain regulations, nobody listens to you and nothing is done. I want to appreciate the police that are actually doing a yeoman job in working with the Premises Registration Committee at federal and state level. And that is because we have our own, who is an AIG, Aishatu Abubakar, as at the helm of affairs in the police, in the Nigerian police, which is actually pulling strings and helping us with that. So we appreciate our effort in that, and we are calling on the civil defense to also come up and be of help, and anytime we approach them to help us, because without enforcement, these regulations wouldn't come to limelight. Thank you.
All right. Dr. Victor, many thanks for your time. We truly appreciate. Dr. Victor is the chairman of Nigerian Veterinary Medical Association in Anambra State, giving us an insight into veterinary medical practice in Nigeria. Many thanks for your time, sir. We appreciate it.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you having me.
We're headed for a short break. When we return, the conversation continues. This time around, it's about medical health practice.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the
Southeast and her people.
Our Southeast should be the Silicon Valley of Nigeria.
Their successes, achievements, and daily challenges. Do you have a Southeast story to share? Community achievements and challenges, completed and uncompleted projects, bad roads, water scarcity, erosion, flooding, insecurity, or even disagreements? Bring it on to Southeast News. On Southeast News, no story is too big or too small. Southeast News. Let's tell our story. Showing on Signature TV every weekday at 4 p.m. WAT, 1600 hours GMT.
Good morning. Welcome again. Today, of course, is Thursday, the 24th of April. We're switching gears to some interesting discussions as it relates to mental health in Nigeria, caregivers and patients. We just explore what mental health is and how you can go about helping yourself with this mental crisis that we're faced with in Nigeria. Dr. Mrs. Peace Ihanacho joins us. She is a mental health nurse and an academician. Good to have you, ma'am. Good morning. Thank you for joining us.
Good morning.
How do you do?
Thank you for having me.
How do you do?
You do.
Okay. Can you give us an overview of the state of mental health in Nigeria? Do we have professionals? Do we have facilities to take care of mental health cases that we're faced with in this country?
Basically, across the world, we have limited mental health resources, especially in the area of manpower. That is across the world. But when we talk about Nigeria, we have a very pressing issue on our hands. For example, you know that we can safely say that about 20% of Nigerians are affected by one mental health issue or the other. And one of the biggest challenges we have in tackling this magnitude of problem or challenges are lack of resources. Access to resources is very, very limited. Number one, what affects access? Availability. They are not there. The facilities are not there. Can you imagine to talk about maybe mental health facilities we have in Nigeria? I think in the Southeast we have just one comprehensive one. And it's supposed to take care of everything. In the other states of the Southeast we have something near. I don't think we even have in every state. So, first of all, they are not available. So why would you access what is not available? And then for the ones that are available, access is a lot. Can talk about the transportation issue. Is the person even able to? That would be a financial access. You can talk about every other aspect of access. And then we have, let me quickly also run through the fact that we have very limited mental health care workforce. For example, records show that in Nigeria there are just about 200 psychiatrists.
Only 200?
Yeah, you're talking about 40 million people needing one attention or the other in the area of mental health. And then you have just about 1,000 psychiatric nurses. We have much fewer clinical psychologists, even though they are not even completely integrated in the mainstream. We don't even have the things we call psychiatric social workers, and so on. So you can imagine that our situation is there.
Interesting. But for you, what are the most common mental health issues that you come across at work?
Well, you know, many times people, in talking about mental health, they begin to think about mental health issues, they begin to talk about the major illnesses. The major illnesses are there. But the truth is that people are in a whole range of continuum of coping. Coping. I like to say that somebody has a mental health issue, you say somebody has a mental health issue when he's no longer able to cope with the usual things he
usually copes
does,
with.
yeah. And based on that, I like to say that mental health problem is a problem of living. So it could be that in the environment where I am working, I am overwhelmed by the amount of work, and we can really be overwhelmed. In fact, one of the things I'm trying to address in the office is mental health of the academic. Because you do so much. Yeah, but sometimes you see them, you know, sometimes I look at them, I say, you people must be miracle workers to be able to still produce. But then sometimes somebody is not able to. Again, it can begin to manifest as forgetfulness, can begin to manifest as lack of ability to take decisions properly, and so on. And then, of course, poor sleep and all that. So it's actually very common. You may not put a name to all of them. However, anxiety is there, very, very common. There are various types of anxiety.
Mm-hmm.
You know, generally, you know, people know about what we call generalized anxiety disorder. You know, somebody is tense and is not really able to relax. By that time, you're already calling it a disorder. And then there are also, you know, something we are not paying attention to right now, with the amount of insecurity in the country. This one is also on the rise, post-traumatic stress disorder. You know, when people suffer traumas, when people, you know, suffer sudden, you know, sudden issues, let's just say traumas, because you can begin to classify trauma around things like this, kidnapping and so on, watching people do certain things, you know, all these gruesome things that are happening. So we are not paying attention to them, but it's on the rise. Because it's the person that is experiencing that will tell you, and most of the time they don't have people to talk to. But I want you to know that a few researches, you know, local researches done have shown that this particular disorder is on the increase. Of course, depression. How can we not talk about depression? It's almost it's pervasive. It's actually pervasive. And people are using, you know, the idea is that's the best way they know to cope. Either they are withdrawing or they are tense, anxious, and so on.
Right. But what causes anxiety and depression? So many persons always point to different directions. Is it different for different persons, these causes? Some say it's poverty, lack of monies to do this, to do that. Because of that, sometimes when monies come, you see the depression disappears. Some say it's the reason that they are faced with anxiety is because probably they're anticipating something and that thing hasn't happened. Say maybe they want to get married on a certain time, certain period. And so because that marriage that they projected hasn't come, they become depressed. But when marriage comes, the anxiety disappears. Or what causes it? Is it different for different persons?
Well, like I said before, I like to say there is a problem of living. But that's not to say that there are not other issues. Like, basically, if you begin to talk about the general causes of mental illness, you will not take away genetics. But when you talk about genetics, it is not like one gene is responsible for maybe anxiety or depression or or any other one. Or maybe schizophrenia, that's the frank psychosis and things. What happens in the area of genetics is that you could see that a few, some genes here and there contribute to some weaknesses. And so that gives somebody what I like to call a predisposition. A predisposition in terms of the fact that you have an underlying thing. But many times a predisposition will not make somebody to go down. Most of the time there is a trigger, a precipitating factor. So, and then that's where you now bring these problems of living. For example, if you go to psychiatric hospital, when you take history, you will always hear this person was well until this time. Yeah, but still, when you delve into the history, you could see one grandmother, one uncle that also had issues. So you will now see until becomes the trigger. Maybe they will say the mother died, or he lost his job, or this thing happened to him, or this thing happened to him. There are actually a whole lot of things that can happen. Losses, trauma, deaths, and so on. Like the poverty you said, it's not a small matter. No, it's not.
So it's a huge trigger.
No, it's a huge trigger. You know, talk about the place where we are among students. sometimes you see that somebody is not able to. You know, I get into trying to find out sometimes, especially like when I see failures. You talk with these children, you see that they are carrying huge issues. When somebody cannot eat, when probably has not been able to pay school fees, and everybody is moving around doing as if it doesn't matter, and this person is just there, withdrawing. It's huge for Nigeria. If you remove, I think poverty should be one of the biggest triggers we have here.
Poverty.
And all the attendant issues, you know, because when you are poor, you lose something you can't replace. Poverty might be a reason to be thrown out of your house, and all that and all that. So it's quite huge for us. And of course, poverty affects access to service. Yeah.
So the underlying factor is don't be poor. Try not to be poor. So you can also assuage, you know, the triggers that comes with.
And then, but you know, that also raises other issues, because people now see themselves facing, as in, they set targets for themselves that sometimes they are not even able to. Some of the targets are not realistic. That is why you see every kind of attempt to make it. Some of them are fair enough, some of them are reasonable, some of them you can't imagine. We are talking about anxiety. What if somebody has this, you know, target? I must make it, I must make it, I must make it. And you know, people don't just make it like that. I don't know what happens in Yahoo. I don't know the intricacies of it. But poverty could make people to join that kind of thing. And society already is frowning at it. Anybody that you catch, I don't know how they manage to know who it is. But anybody that you catch has already entered another set of problems. But I don't even think all those, the number of young people that enter into whatever it is, make it. So already they become cases themselves.
Well, how do you advise that people manage expectations, especially as it relates to setting goals and setting targets?
Well, I like to say that, you know, expectations should be realistic. For example, know what you are capable of. It's not necessarily just another person. It's good to look at other people and let it motivate you, but no two individuals are actually the same. Realistic estimation of self, very, very important. Very, very important. It's a feature of mental health that you know that this you can do and this you cannot do, or that you work at this pace while another person can actually work at another pace. But the fact that that person is working in a different pace doesn't invalidate your own. Realistic estimation of yourself, of your own circumstances, and so on. Why is it important? Some of us just, you know, we are in the background thinking of how bad our own is, how it is bad, how it is bad, how it is bad. And we don't ever pick ourselves up. That is, you know, that's not also realistic, because people fall or people also rise. A lot of people have fallen and they have also risen and they have succeeded. So realistic estimation of self is not just about, oh, I'm setting higher goals. Some people don't even set at all. And it still contributes to mental health issues, because today you see you're here, you're feeling down, and tomorrow you are still down, and tomorrow you are still down, because you have, you have refused to now set goals at all. I like to say, for example, if somebody is depressed, one of the problems the person has is setting goals. And if you work with the person, goals must be set. There's nobody that will survive without. But because they have not been able to achieve much, you know, in their estimation, because thought process is very important in depression, they have it very low. So set very small ones, but by all means set. So when you set a very small one for a depressed patient, and you see the person, and the person sees himself achieving it, oh, it's like you just opened a little window and some air came in, and the person can always set goals again. So what did I just say? Realistic estimation. Not too high, not too low.
Yeah. And sometimes when you even set the realistic expectation, it still doesn't happen that way. So when you set goals, realistic goals, and it doesn't come as good as it should be in terms of the results, how do you feel, what do you suggest that people do when those results don't go their way?
Normal health pattern is that somebody can fall or fail, but that should not stop trying again. That's where many people actually have issues. Oh, I have done this, I have done this, I have done it. But nothing says that you cannot even do 7 times. The scripture says even a righteous man can fall sometimes. So what is important is don't write yourself off. You know, if you set goals, you think they might be realistic. That's your idea. When it is not working, why don't you also get information, get training, invest in yourself, know whether you're doing it right or not. Then you can get information, talk with people, let people advise, let people train actually, get some more knowledge about how to do some things. So there's none of us that actually starts and start running immediately. Many times it takes a lot of building.
Okay, you want to say something?
People must be aware that failure is part of life, actually. Yeah.
Great thought. Well, what mechanism do you think is available for those who face mental health challenges within the family circle?
The family is a very important resource. I don't ever underestimate it. When people, in fact, the family can make a difference in whether people actually survive, succeed, cope with mental illness. They're about the first, the best resource. You're saying what mechanisms within the family, right? So you know that if you're in the family members are likely to be the first people to observe that there's something a little off, unless the family is dysfunctional. If not, a stable family will always, there will be the people that will know that this person is not sleeping. There will be the people that will know that, oh, he's praying too much now, or that he's not eating, or that he's taking time to take his bath. And especially when it was not the person's, the normal pattern with the person. So the family is very, very important. I call it the most important resource. Then, so that's in the area of identification. From that, as early as identification, which should be early for every illness, and then importantly, mental health issues. Identifying early will help you to do something promptly, and when you do something promptly, you are supposed to get better results. All right. So the family is there through all the spectrum of care. I started with identification, and then of course deciding that, oh, this is a problem. What I call validation. You need the family to validate, yeah, this is a problem. Oh. And many times it's because somebody in the family or people in the family say, yes, so it's a problem, that they begin to think about what should we do. Somebody that is having mental health issues, I told you, is having problem with coping. So you might know that he is not even meeting his goals, but he's not able to take a decision to do anything. So the family validates, this is not normal. And then the family begins to think about what shall we do. And then, in the matter of what shall we do, they provide all the assistance. Many times you see that a mental health, somebody with mental health problem cannot pick himself up and go to hospital. Yes, because the way the thought processes are going at that time, he may not actually be able. So family is there, take the person for services, and then the family is also very important to make sure the person maintains treatment. Like this taking drugs, it's not a small matter. you need a lot of support. And the family comes there very handy.
Taking drugs, like taking
yes,
normal
taking
drugs?
Your drugs.
Okay.
Like, even if it is normal drugs. But I'm talking about, well, there's no drug, there's no money. Drugs are for issues. So, like, long-term issues like mental health issues, many times they need to take drugs for a long time. Or any other condition that will make people need to take drugs for a long time. We see that they need somebody, especially family, to help, continue to bolster the person. You can get tired of drugs. And then rehabilitation. When the person comes back from the hospital, it's very, very important that the family receives, because the family receiving the person will help in this matter of stigmatization. You know that they are stigmatized. There's a lot of misconception about mental health issues. So family is very, very important.
Right. This mental health issues, does it in any way differ from person to person as to the capacity to withstand, the effect of it when it comes? So
yeah, sure. Actually, even succumbing to mental illness has a lot of individual differences.
Okay.
For example, this word we call resilience. I was telling you about people's ability to cope.
Yeah.
People are able to cope based on, certain features, strengths, you might say, and then of course supports around and so on. So, like when we talked about poverty, if somebody has a predisposition for maybe schizophrenia, but he has a lot of support for managing stress, provisions, and so on, he may not go down as fast as the other person that is also having lack of support, having poverty hitting him in the face, having losses hitting him in the face, and so on. So, a personal characteristic in the matter of coping and not succumbing to mental illness is what we call resilience. Ability to, when you are stretched, to bounce back. And it's an individual matter. Actually, people have different levels of resilience, but that can also be affected by environmental factors. So it is not really, that's why I also talked about coping. People cope at different levels. Yes, you can see students, they are reading suddenly what we used to call brain fog. I don't know, it's not too common again. But assuming there's something, something like that, the same, maybe there will be 100 students in the class facing the same pressure, and it can be quite hectic, especially during exams and so on. But suddenly someone is not able, saying something else, and is not able to, you just see that he's not taking that pressure. But there are others taking the pressure, and they will finish. And then, some people will not sleep. Many times exams stretch for 2 weeks, 3 weeks, and some people like, oh, this is a goal, I must attain. And they keep on, they hardly sleep, but that's because they are hoping that at the end of 3 weeks, they fall sleeping and all that. So they're able to do. But some people, they didn't sleep for 3 days at a stretch. So individual differences do exist in personality, ability to cope. It's always, all these features, it's always what I like to call things. These things are normally distributed. You know what I mean by normal? There's a normal curve. Some people are at this end of very high resilience. The other people are at the other end of very low, but most people are at the middle, and all of us, all those people are managing to get by.
Do you think there are specific kind of food that people eat that can help with their mental capacity to cope with stress?
Capacity is a word, but I can talk about the ability to cope. Generally, what food does, I know there are a few things we might talk about, the vitamins, especially the Bs, B6, and so on, but what food does, healthy food, especially the ones that are rich in vegetables and so on, they help, but it's helping to generally boost immunity, general feeling of well-being, and so on. But just as you talk about food, you also talk about so many other things like exercising. Exercising, for example, I know
can build someone's mental capacity.
Yeah, very, very important. Because when you exercise and you have enriched circulation, especially to the brain, that's one of the things that does, like it also airs, opens up places, for air to come in. When I say air to come in, I'm just using a situation like you open windows and air. I'm not saying that air comes into the brain. So, yeah, food will contribute to general well-being. And we will never, never underestimate the use of vegetables, the use of fruits, the use of clean water, drinking a lot, adequate, water to drink.
What's the quantity per day for water drinking?
Well, people have said different things. 2 liters, 4 liters, every kind of. But let people drink adequately, because lack of water is a cause of confusion in itself. So it can cause confusion in the brain and all that. And you see yourself, you're getting irritable. It's because you're experiencing some dehydration somehow. So, general eating well. And when we talk about eating well, we don't splurge on anything, especially all the fatty things. Foods that are very close to nature are good for general well-being, including the brain.
Interesting. What role do you think that traditional and religious belief play in mental health treatments? Do you think there's any role that it plays, negatively, positively?
Both ways, yeah. Because many of us are also products of those places. Generally, people tend to look at them negatively, but when you think about the fact that the hospital alone cannot take care of the mentally ill, but one of the problems we have for not being able to take care of our mentally ill is that what we have is removed from the community. Can you imagine bringing a patient? When I was a student, you could see patients in the psychiatric hospital who have stayed there for 6 months. They left the community. When they come back, what do you think the community will be doing to them? They'll be looking at them strange. And those people will also be looking at the community strange. And there's no integration. All right. So I was saying that we generally look at them as if they don't have anything to contribute. But even if, as members of the community, they have a lot to contribute. Prayers, for example, religion, for example, does a lot in bolstering the individual person. Depending on how you believe, if you are someone that believes in maybe the Bible, you will see that you can pick up a lot of things from the Bible to bolster your mental health. Yes. How the Word of God says this or says that or says that. The same way, every other religion, I call them lay supports. They are there. However, you know that some of their effects are negative in the sense that sometimes they now arrogate the power of being able to heal to themselves, whether traditional or any other. And even when they are not, gaining or having success, they insist and they do some things that are not necessary. Sometimes outrightly harmful things, in order to make sure to say that they are doing things. And we know that is very common in our place. Very, very common in Nigeria. And you'll be surprised. These, the people that are called traditional healers, many times they go to take our orthodox drugs and mix into whatever. And they say they are doing. And when you get into that area, it's already danger. Because number one, what of the interactions between the drugs? Number two, what of the dosing issues and so on? So when they get into what they are not supposed to do, they are not, it can be quite negative. And sometimes they actually prevent. I know cultures where they will tell you, this is not hospital issue. I had to confront some people one time because the daughter of a university lecturer who got married in a particular, not this setting, but not also far from us, got married, had a baby, and started having issues, became psychotic, which at least we have a name for in medicine, in psychiatric care. So, and I just came to a meeting where I belong with this woman and others. They were giving a report of this. I said, no, so where is the woman? Let's take her to hospital so that she will not at least harm the baby. The baby can be in danger. And so they said, oh no, this is not a hospital issue. To say that kind of thing, it means that there's somebody at the back, some lay systems of treatment that are saying this is their issue. And that is not good. So I kept on talking because I was really concerned. This woman can just look at this baby and think the baby is the problem. Depending on the thought process, can take the baby and just kill or anything. But they insisted it was not hospital issue. I was never able to even see that lady. Although I heard later on that she improved, I don't know the extent. So when you have such, and we have a lot of it in our environment, it is negative. Yeah. But remember I told you, they can be supportive. There's nothing wrong with them helping you. There are people I call volunteers in the community. They can help identify, they can help advise, they can help refer, and they can support people to get treatment and all that. So everything in the community is not actually negative. Even the church, do you know that apart from the fact that they pray, they give the word of God and so on, sometimes they are even the people that support with finances to actually take treatment, depending on the person that is there. We know that some people are there who don't understand and they take laws or matters into their hand beyond what is expected of them. But the bottom line is that they both contribute positively, negatively.
Oh, wow. On the final note, though, how accessible do you think the treatments are for Nigerians, average Nigerian, who want to seek help for mental health issues? Are they accessible? Are they affordable?
I already, the first thing I said here was that access is one of the major issues we have, and it was access based first of all on availability. Before you begin to talk about physical. For example, everybody that is mentally ill in any good state here right now, if they want to access comprehensive care for mental illness, do you know it's only Federal New Psychiatric Hospital ENUGU that we have? There was a time they were talking seriously about integrating into primary health care, which is what it should be. Mental health is actually one of the components of primary health care. But even the places where I used to know that there was a psychiatric nurse in Abakpa Health Center. The idea is that there will be a stopgap between the people and the hospital. Everybody doesn't need to go to the hospital. And look at that, our hospital, how many beds do we have there? Many times, patients that will need admission are not admitted. So, basically, availability is one of the things that affect access. And then, we talk about the transport fare, talk about the acceptability of the services. Is it even tailored the way that community people will like it? That's why the health center should have been a stopgap. There was even a plan at the time to make sure that at every local government, in every local government, there's a mental health practitioner there, principally nurses. Number one, you don't even have the nurses. Number two, the policy has not even supported it. So like I was saying, there used to be one in about my center. I don't know whether it's still there. So another thing now, we talk about financial access. Of course, finances, the transport is there and all that. The drugs. Some of the drugs, especially the ones we call the older ones, the typicals, can be quite cheap. But the newer ones, we realize many of them are quite expensive. So it is there. Some are cheap, some are not. And you know, the newer ones have certain advantages over older ones. A lot of people would have wanted to have people go on the newer ones. But the truth is that their prices are quite exorbitant.
Okay. All right. Dr. Mrs. P.C. Henacha, many thanks for your time and your insights on the program this morning. I truly appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right. Dr. Peace has been speaking on mental health in Nigeria, caregivers and patients, giving us an insight into what it is in Nigeria and how we can get better. We're back after this, so stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers.
So how much of our local governments do our people even engage with? So many persons would say that most of the complaints should begin from our local governments. But most of the times when we speak, everybody speaks of the federal government and speaks of the state government, but sometimes we forget that there is a government at the local level where we should be engaging with first. That particular bad road in your locality should be taken care of first by the local government, not the state or the federal government. That market that seems to be very dirty, that unpassable road because of dirt, should be, cleared by the local government, not the federal government. But then how much of that do you think that our people even engage with? Today we'll talk about the fiscal autonomy of the local government and good governance as it relates to the participation of Nigerian people. We have with us live in the studio Nze Chimoroke Nwosu, is a public affairs analyst. Thank you so much for joining us. Good morning.
Thank you for having me. Yes. Yeah, good morning, Nigerians. The issue we are about to talk on is a very crucial matter, very critical to the development of the country and any nation, so to say, in the world. Because when you know Nigeria run a federal system with a three-tier governance structure, the local government, the state government, and the federal government. But unfortunately, because of the high-handedness, the usurpation of the local structure by the state and federal government, people at the grassroots level, which is the local government, do not know that there exists a government at their backyard or in the front of their yard. So most times, everybody look up to the Abuja structure or the state capitals, without knowing that there's a government beside you, before you, or behind you, which takes care of your immediate environment. And this government is powered by law. The same constitution, the same law that the federal government is running, is the same constitution that the local government has to run. We have issues that have to do with exclusive list, which is that of the federal government, concurrent list, which is for the state, and the residual list, which is for the local government. So, and the Carl Jung said that you cannot change anything in life except to accept that thing or get involved in those things. And our people, the citizens, can never assess good governance in the country except they begin to get involved in the governance of their local areas. From the local, you get to the state and the federal. So that is how bad it is. So it is important that we, the citizens, at the local level, begin to engage with the local structure, ask questions where necessary, and monitor what is happening at the local government. Get involved in what it's doing. That way, we can be able to experience good governance from the local level to the state level and the federal level. That's what I think we should do. And that means that the citizens' involvement and community involvement is very germane, is very key to getting good governance in the country.
Right. I mean, the way you put it, it looks so easy. But again, why do you think people have refused to engage with the local government in solving those immediate problems within the locality? You mentioned the high-handedness of the state government and by extension, federal government. The federal government has given autonomy to the local government. So what we see in practice is maybe state government still finding it difficult to let go of the local government. So for you, do you think that the federal government is still to be blamed about what's going on?
Yes, I think so. Because we run a federal structure, the federal government has still occupied a very high position to controlling, supervising both the state and the local government, but not to crush them. The powers given to the federal government is that which oversees the federation, which the local government is part of. I think the July 11, 2024 Supreme Court judgment up to this moment was only in theory. It's in principle, but not in practice. Fortunately, that is so. Because if you look at that judgment, it has washed off exclusively the hands of the state government or the federal government on the affairs of the government. But then we have to do with fiscal autonomy, meaning that their expenses, their money should go to them and they spend it the way they want it, the way it will benefit the people. But the grapevine informations about what is happening or what we are seeing in reality, since that that money, that resources that are meant for the government are still hanging out there. I believe there's a romance between the state government, state governors, and the federal government to allow them for a period of time when they will begin to lay their hands off most states at this moment doesn't have a existing local government structure. And it is a law, both constitutional law and case law, that no government can be established in local government areas except by democratically elected officials. So most government in the country today, most states in the country, doesn't allow for local government system to work because they don't want to allow the election. Because the area that gave them the power to make laws, even the local government, made it possible that they can appoint caretaker, which is not known to our constitution. They can appoint solar administration, which is not known to our constitution. What the constitution says that every governance structure in the country, including the government, should be by locally elected officials. So as you do election for the federal government, you do the same for the state, and also the same for the local government. When you look at the states around the country, you see that most states, like I said, don't have a single. So which structure of government will you send the money to work for the common good of the people and the local areas? None. So the state government also collect those monies and told you that they're spending it for the local areas, that the roads they are doing are for the local people. Therefore, they wouldn't want their hand to them. So most of them that also have elected officials only give them pathway notes to pay, to carry out overhead, and they pay salaries. And that's the end of it. And when you look at the first schedules of the Constitution, there are items that local government get involved, are principally involved. The issue of healthcare, primary health delivery, is for local government. The issue of social economic infrastructure is for local government. The issue of education is for local government, primary education. But when you look at the country today, you will not see where those things are being taken care of by local government. Either the state government are taking care of it, or the federal government. Just of recently, the federal government approved the establishment of 8,800 primary health centers in Nigeria. When you say the Supreme Court have ruled that there should be a local financial autonomy for the local government. So if the federal government is still approving such number of health centers for all the local government in Nigeria, what are you trying to tell us about the law that has been passed? Both the case law and the constitutional law. So it means that both the state government and the federal government are complicit in this matter issue. So the law and the judgment of the Supreme Court is just in theory or in principle, not in practice at this moment.
So what do we do from here on? Because at that time, it looked like the governors are the ones kicking against it. In fact, at some points, a certain government said, a certain local government service commission in somewhere in the southwest said that they don't want this law, that in fact the money should be going to the state, that they are okay the way they are. I mean, I can imagine somebody, touting that you're going to be free from something, and you are saying no, you want to remain in bondage, given the scenario that is played at that time. But I'm just wondering, at some point it felt like the governors were the ones that are against it, because the federal government was the one that went to court regarding this matter. So now it's kind of confusing whether these monies have already been released, because I see some local governments do some things. It's not like all local government are not doing anything. There's some local government, even within the ENUGU state, that we know that are flagging off roads, that are even purchasing vehicles for transportation within the locality. So you would assume that these monies are already going to the local government. So it's not a sweeping statement saying that the local government are not really doing anything.
I laugh over the matter. I know why I made that generalized statement, because when you use ENUGU state as a case law on this matter, or a case scenario on this matter, you see that in the current administration of local government in ENUGU, sometimes in recent past, the only local government that tried to do things the way it should be done after the election of the local government is an local government. And you know what almost happened to him. He almost lost that seat because the governor of the state or the government of the state wanted everything to be dictated from the Lion building, so to say. You understand? He wanted to have a budget that runs within the government, hoping that what was done or what the ruling of the Supreme Court and what is in the Constitution will be applicable when the local government has been elected. But that's not the case. It is the case when we see it from the angle. But when you go into the corridors of government, see that that's not the case. Most of the roads today the government are doing are local roads. But the women feel they don't have the trust. There is trust deficit between the state officials or government at the state level and that of the local level. They see local government officials and leadership as those people who are coming from nowhere, who want to come and make from what the public good for their own personal good. So for that reason, they are very careful about releasing the entire resources that belong to them to operate. So if, up to this moment, the structure of local government had not been set up in the entire local government in Enugu, when I mean the structure, you know, as you have commissioners in the state, so you have supervisory councillors in local government. Aside the councillors that are elected to make the laws, you still have supervisory councillors that carry out the day-to-day functions of the local government activities. But up to this moment, none of those supervisory councillors have been appointed in Enugu State. So in that regard, will you tell me that particular local government council are operating? The answer is no. Because they will not appoint it except the governor give approval to their list. From A to Z. Go and make your research. From A to Z in the government, no one have appointed even chief of staff, so to say. But the structure you have at the federal level should be the structure, maybe in a small sense, what you have also in the local government. Recently, the federal government brought out the list of those who they will put in their payment rule from the federal government. Those councillors, vice councillors on health, on education, on works, and what have you, are the people that are supposed to receive their salary from the revenue source. But because these structures are not already there in the state, who will they raise the money to? So I'm only calling out Enugu because we are here in Enugu. Enugu is even better. That when they collect the money from the federal government, they use it as are doing something that you are seeing, the eye can see. But what about other states who doesn't have any local government structure at all, who are not even doing anything at all? All they do is that when they collect the money, they share it with the so-called stakeholders, and that ends there. And that is why we are calling for community involvement, participation. If we begin to create what we call community development associations everywhere in times of pressure group, who will go to the local officials, local government, whether they are empty, and begin to ask questions, the media will come into and carry it. The federal, the world will know as yet what we are seeing here, or what we heard, what we have been told, is not in reality. It's not happening. When we are kids, I see the issue of this livestock, whatever. I see local government officials, those are in public works, who come to our village then to try to make people to stop them from allowing their heads, goats and sheep, whatever, to destroy people's farm or whatever. If they see they catch it, you come and bail it with small money in local government. That's how they make their money. I see them doing small cottage roads. That's how they make money. I see them giving contract to clean the market in the community, collect small money. That's how they make money. But then, is it happening again? It doesn't happen. I see them come for healthcare, sanitary inpatient. When they want to come in a village, people will be running to clean their kitchen, clean their compound, keep everything clean. That's the little residual law that the government are enforce. You cannot come from federal government to come and enforce such laws in the local areas. But it's not happening today because there's no money to pay those people. The forestry guards are local issues. If the federal government, the segment carry everything, how do you think that it can happen that the local people can feel they're part of the governance? It won't happen. Where every local government official or chairman and vice chairman, they are living in the state capital, in all the state of the federation. But their own local area, which are supposed to be custodian or whatever, are not safe for them. There are no amenities there to enjoy. I was going from one local government the last Saturday. I saw a very magnificent building of local government headquarters. They say it's chairman's lodge or whatever. But nobody is there. And we were taken by grass. Very beautiful house. Are you telling me that if there is a social amenity around that local government, around that area, maybe light, water, and what have you, security, that the chairman will not live there, like the governor lives in the government house? Chairman will live there, and that will make that area busy. Businesses will thrive in that area. People will want to live in the community and operate area. But because everything is centered in the state and the federal, the people who are supposed to be the beneficiaries of the government democracy we are running in Nigeria are bearing the brunt.
But why is it difficult for governors, year in, year out? I mean, governors should even be the one championing this autonomy. Why is it difficult for governors to let go local government administration?
It is difficult for them, but when you look at the revenue structure, sharing formula, you see that the local government has more, cumulatively, has more percentage than the state. Because most of the work we want to do, tell us the truth, we want to do in the state, reside in local government areas.
Absolutely.
So for that reason, Governors, see, if they are working on the percentage they have that are allocated to them as a state, they will not be able to do a lot. These free beers, free jamborees they throw or whatever, they will not do it.
Oh, really?
I remember in 2003, the first election of this Fourth Republic, 1993. In my local government, there was I come from oil producing government in Imo State. We have more than 28 oil wells then. Our local government chairman at that time, somebody Wakwe, who is running from the ANPP then. Then the governor of the state that time, also from PDP. It's like behave like as if he's the state governor because he controls the structure, the sources of the local government. And when they go to these joint meetings of the local government and state government, he commands weight because you need him to run your state. So in 2003, when the election wants to come again, the governor is not happy with him, doesn't want to go with him. He needs somebody who will dance his tune. That was why that man did not return for a second term. Because he doesn't want the governor, the state government to encroach into their affairs. And when you come to the local government, everything was working, functional. Is it health-wise? Is it security? Is it schools? Is it markets? Everything functional in that local government. Because of that particular administration. But after that, you can't see such thing again. I don't think you can experience it any other place in the country. So that is what we are going to experience, the lies, if we allow the local government to function the way it ought to function. And the only way to make it function is that the community, the citizens of Nigeria get involved in the local areas. Don't live where you are and start looking for where you are not. From your place to the state government or state official are very far. But within your community, within your neighborhood, you have a councillor. It is your right to go to the councillor and ask questions. What is happening? We know that this has been done. What did you do? What is your role? And the councillor will explain. By the time you try it twice, you come with group. He'll be afraid. He will want to go to the chairman. Before you know it, the chairman will be afraid. And this is the way. If the government, both at the federal and the state, know that people are getting interested about what belongs to them, because this thing belongs to all of us, they'll begin to act rightly. But as long as they have thrown us to the background and feel that we don't feel we will leave them, it's their own thing. Leave them, it's their own thing. It's our own thing. We need to get involved. They will never change. So look at the countries all over the world. The local council elections, or what we call municipal elections, are always top on the agenda of the government. You can see what happened in Africa recently. How Ramaphosa, the president of South Africa, almost lost his majority. In fact, he had lost the majority because he lost the municipal council election, where the government stands from. That's the base of the governance in every country. So if you lose the municipal election, the percentage of you getting to the top is very minimal. So that's why it should be where the people, the attention of everybody should be focused on. Both the federal, the state, and the local. The community should get involved. The people should take ownership of what belongs to them. The governance of the day belongs to all of us, not the people in the official. They are our employees. We are the employers as citizens. That's the fact. So if your employee is not doing very well, what do? You call him to order. Give him the first of query, which is a verbal query. He explains. If he does not change, you give him an written query. If he does not change again, the third query, you ask him to either honorable exit on his own by resignation, or you show him the way out. That's the rule. That's the rule. So, but here, we are so docile, so nonchalant, so complacent that because you are elected people, who possibly most of them are not doing anything before you elect them as your rep or whatever. But when they go there, they will be enter the official vehicle, the Land Cruiser of this world, with tinted glasses and whatever. And when you come to them again, they say they are busy. But look at the world where we blow this same democracy. Look at all of them. Some countries of this world, their prime minister, their president run on normal bicycle. In Netherlands, they have neighbors. They live in the street. They operate in tea, coffee house or whatever. They go to work and come back and live in the community. get information on where the society is pinching everyone, and they begin to do things that will change the tides in that area. But in the country, it's different. Maybe the system of government we're running here doesn't fit us here. We should adopt a different system entirely. But if we say we are a federal state that has 3 tiers of government, my brother, we need to wake up. Gone are days when you say it is their own thing. It is our own thing. And earlier we start showing interest in what belongs to us. What belongs to us will benefit us. But the more we stay docile, doesn't concern us, people who are not foreigners, who are not even from us, will take over what belongs to us. And it becomes theirs. That's a fact. No pretense about it.
So how do we now get people to get involved? Because you've talked about docility, we've talked about non-participation of people in the things of governance. You know, how do people get involved? How do they start getting involved and holding their local government accountable? Because actually that is where it should start from.
Yeah, I will take it from three approach. First approach is that we have an enabling agencies and commissions that will we enforce any law that is being established or passed in the country, or any order, so to say. And one of those agencies, we're talking about fiscal autonomy now. One of those agencies that should get involved in trying to populate, inspire community action is what we call the NFIU of these days. I don't know that they are still NFIU now, or they have changed to NFIA. That's Nigerian Financial Intelligence Unit. It's a desk in AFCC before they separated. So if they are separated, that means there should be an NFIA, which is in the Nigerian Financial Intelligence Authority, that monitors, tracks the financial transactions of every government, every private, and the local government. They should have a way to begin to sensitize people, to give them information of what is happening in the government. But when Koji Iweala, the era as a Minister of Finance, every allocation of to the state and local government at every month are being published at time in about 2, 3, 4, 5 national dailies. People tracks those things, but I have not seen it for a very long time. I think so. When that thing is done, if they put it into practice that this thing should be published, that every allocation given shared every month should be shared, people will begin to be aware. This is what is due for our local government, our state. You'll be asked, okay, we received this within this April. What did you use for it? NFIA one. Secondly, the National Orientation Agency should be at the front burner to sensitize the Nigerian populace. They should have offices in local areas, these offices, whose duty is this to be going to go to community, have town hall meetings, to give them the knowledge, the idea of coming together, working in collaboration with them. The people in authority, those people in those government areas that are elected to serve us, will wake up, to be a wake-up call for them. Thirdly, the ICPC, just recently they held a meeting with the local government officials and also told them they're going to be tracking their expenses or whatever. They did not stop at that hall. Let that particular resolution be implemented, be enforced. And not to say, we have told you, go and do this, and at the end of the day, money will come to the local government. Maybe they pay directly to them, but the governor will sit in the comfort of it and say, bring 40%, bring 60%. We are the one crossing this road to this. And they will carry it, cap in hand, and go and drop in cash to the governors. At the end of it all, they only go home with just the little overhead they pay and little things. And they say, when you look at the government officials that we have today, none of them can command any cloud around them. So when the government play this role, the civil society will also have a role to play. The citizenry. Because no government, no country in the world is different from the attitude or the character of their people. And that is why the way you behave, the attitude you show within the space we find ourselves, within this television house, is how they were going to see it. If you come here and behave as if it doesn't really matter, people will not take television serious. But if you behave as that it matters, every morning everybody all over the world want to wait for Good Morning the World from signature television. That's how it happens in the community. When the civil society plays that role, the media will support them. The media, basically the radio aspect, where the rural areas hears more, I think. Then the community development associations should get involved, should be brought together. And by this engagement, we now tell people in the community that we can do something new. Let's begin to form small pressure group, I think, to ask questions on this, on that, on that. Before that is done, if these three front line comes together, I tell you, later than now, you will see that the things will change for good. But long as both the government angle, the civil society angle, the community angle are feeling that we are on our own to attend the whole Israel, the center can never meet. The center can never meet.
I want to say a very big thank you, Nze Chimaroke and Wosu, for your time. I mean, it's been one refreshing conversation as it relates to local government autonomy. Federal government, going as far as taking the states to court and winning that case. The Supreme Court did the pronouncements in July. And now we're seeing state governors lobbying the federal government not to go ahead with the implementation. It's just crazy. And I just wondered, these governors are just 36. They're just going to be there for 8 years. How about looking long term in order to make the country better for it? It's just terrible what we're seeing, really. Thank you again for your time.
Thank you so much.
We're back after this. Just stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex
sickle cell anemia and the prevalence of that and the prevention, as the case may be. We have Zoom this morning all the way from Kebbi State. The person of Hajia Khadiza Yahya Shantali. She's a founder, coordinator, Kebbi Sickle Cell Association, KESCA. Thank you, madam, for joining us. Thank you so much. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you very much.
All right. For the benefit of those who do not know what sickle cell anemia is about, can you just explain to us what sickle cell as a disease is and its prevalence in Nigeria?
Well, sickle cell disorder is inherited blood disorder, which means you inherit it from both of your parents. Your mother must have a sickle cell genes and your father must also have for you to have sickle cell disease. So according to statistics, Nigeria have 25% of people living with sickle cell genes. And it's said that Nigeria is also the home of sickle cell patients across the world. Thank you.
Okay. How accessible are these awareness, especially as it concerns the information around sickle cell? We understand that sometimes people don't care about their genotypes. They just go ahead with the love that they have or the likeness that they have for their spouses, and sometimes even with the knowledge of the consequences of those actions, they go further. How much of this awareness do you think exists and around our nation?
Well, the awareness, I would say, is very, very limited, especially in my state, Kebbi State, which is why Kebbi Sickle Cell Association, KESLA, is born. It's an NGO made by people living with sickle cell disorder, our doctors and our parents, and anyone who wishes. The awareness is very, very limited because we have remote areas and we have a community where most people are not really aware. And we have a community who are more interested in intermarriages and who also doesn't really care much about those kind of issues. So the awareness is very, very limited, although KESCA is trying very, very hard to create this awareness so that more and more people will know knowledge of genotype and also know their genotype. In that regard, KESCA is doing genotype counseling, and also we are doing genotype counseling. We have an office which also do genotype screening. We do genotype screening and we do certificates, and we enter 17 local government out of 21 local governments in Kebbi State so that we make sure people know their genotype. By knowing their genotype, it will help people to prevent them from having children with sickle cell, because if you know your genotype is AS and you know the person that you are supposed to marry is definitely not AS. So we are trying very hard to create this awareness throughout the community. Thank you.
When a child is given birth to and you know is assumed to have this issue regarding sickle cell, what's the first thing that the healthcare practitioner does? And I also have heard, I don't know how true this is, that if you're a sickle cell patient, your life is limited in terms of you don't grow beyond 21 years, for some 42 years, depending on how you are able to manage the sickle cell diseases.
So I would say this hearing is definitely misleading, because I'm also a sickle cell advocate and also a sickle cell patient. I'm living now for 54 years of age. But sickle cell starts as early as 6 months. A child will be diagnosed with sickle cell. It will start with swelling of arms and feet. And then definitely that child needs to be taken to the healthcare. And then the doctors will now start putting him on treatment. They have to take normal routine drugs, which comprises of mostly folic acids and some vitamins. And then the child needs to be taken to the hospital frequently for care. So children that really get good care from childhood, they normally live a very good life. Some of them, they don't have frequent crises. But you see a very bad cases of sickle cell where parental care is lacking. And most people, yes, we lose a lot of patients with sickle cell, but management and care is the key. When you have a management in the hospital and parental care, a child can really live with maximum lifespan. So honestly, the lifespan is misleading. That was a long time ago. Even when I was in the university, I was being told my days are numbered from my fellow colleagues. But in the class, we learned that it's just management and care, and which is what my parents tried their best. And I also get the care from the medical personnel. So if the parents are caring, and anytime the child have this crisis, they make sure that we take him to get attention of the doctors. I don't think there is a limitation in life. We have elder patients with sickle cell. The last one I saw in my other groups was somebody of 82 years old, and she is still kicking very well. And I think that is it. Thank you.
Some people say it's very expensive treating a sickle cell patient, and that some of the reasons, of course, it was the fact that some parents are not able to foot the bills of, you know, a patient when they finally get the diagnosis of a sickle cell anemia. For you, I mean, how expensive has it been for you and for your family, and then the resources that has come with it? Aside your own personal experiences, do you also have someone who has had that experience of not being able to take care of a patient that is under their care?
Definitely, I will agree with you that it do not come easy financially. You see, Sukisa have both economic and emotional burden to the patient and his parents. In the patient side, there is a stressful angle of having frequency in crisis, and on the parental side, there is angle of your child getting sick and you are rushing to take him to the hospital. The hospital will require us to give the patient treatment. Sometimes he might even need blood. All these things cost money. So that is why you see most of our members that we lost are mostly from the rural communities where you have less money, less economic power. So you find out you lose those kind of patients. So for me, I've been very lucky. My father is very well-to-do, and he really took good care of me. He educated me in the UK. Because that time when I was born, we don't know much about sickle cell. So he took a bold step. He took me to England, and then he got me educated there. And that was where I started my school. And then from there on, I come back to Mandafodio University. I finished my degree. I started working my career as a banker for 23 years. So you see, the journey of sickle cell, honestly, for anybody is very, very expensive. And I believe it's mostly like any other disease that you are born with. It's also expensive. But managing a child of sickle cell disease, it needs financial assistance, definitely. And that is why we lose most of our members in the rural community because of lack of financial assistance. Thank you.
What are other major challenges that healthcare practitioners face in taking care of, a sickle cell patient, and how can these challenges be mitigated against?
Healthcare challenges. You see, when you present a child of sickle cell to the hospital, the most important thing is for that child to get immediate attention at the emergency. The first challenge comes, like I said, financially, because at the emergency, they will require you to buy some things. And then also, then they will start taking care of you. So it's a lot of challenges now to some parents, the financial challenges. But once you be the medical personnel, most of our sickle cell patients, you find out when they're trying to get our intravenous veins to put us IV, our veins, I don't know, it's very common with many of us. The veins are very thin. It's very difficult for them to get IV and put it for us, especially when we are during a crisis. So for them, it's a challenge to them. And then they need to control the crisis, because the crisis normally come in intense pain. You will enter the emergency, crying, moving up and down, looking for relief. So for them to be able to calm us down for a time, sometimes they will put IV, and then they'll start giving us injections or some drugs to take care of the pains. So they need to be very attentive at that particular period until they see us coming down. Sometimes if it's anemia, sometimes we present to the hospital with a severe anemia. On that case of severe anemia, you see there is a danger in getting the blood quickly, or if you delay the getting the blood, anemia also leads to heart failure. So they will be rushing, looking for the blood to ensure that they get us that blood on time before the heart now fails into heart failure. So for them, they must be very active at the critical time. In most cases they are. But the issue is sometimes when you find a long queue at the emergency, and it's also a serious challenge. Thanks.
All right. What is the standard treatment for treatment of the sickle cell disease?
Standard treatment. You see, as I will tell you the standard treatment as a patient, because I'm not a medical personnel, or what our doctors normally do when we enter crisis. Sickle cell crisis is like a blockage. There is this sickle cell gene, sickle cell, which is like a shape of this half moon, and that shape of the blood, it now passes into your blood capillaries and it will block the vessels of your blood, and that is what is causing the extreme pain you are feeling. So what the doctors try to do for us, they make sure they flush it by using intravenous. Now they use our drip, they use drip for us. When they put drip for us, and now they now give us some pain relief. It could be either an injection, or they will give us an oral, depending on the severity of the pains. They will assess the pain and they will decide whether we need it IV or we need it oral. But when the pain is very severe, normally they give it to IV.
Wow.
Yeah.
Do you think that the government needs to apply some policies or create some policies that would help mitigate or maybe even champion a cause that would assist with treatment of sickle cell? And do you think there are policies that exist that takes care of it? And do you think more policies should be developed? And if you think so, what kind of policies should be developed around that?
Yes, definitely. I personally believe, and also the NGO PESCA, we believe policy should be put in place so that to assist people not to have sickle cell. You know, they say prevention is better than cure. So if we have policy that says know your genotype before marriage, and then we have a policy that says attend to sickle cell patient at present, the moment he attend to emergency, or anyway, attend to him first. And then we have a special clinic that will take care of our sickle cell patient. The moment sickle cell needs to be managed by hematologists. It's not every doctor that will manage sickle cell. But you find out some doctors come and they are managing sickle cell. But those hematologists, they have knowledge of blood disorder, any kind of blood disorder. So when they see a patient, they will not only treat the crisis, they will also look at the blood component and see what other things they need to treat. So having those personnel put in a unit that will just attend to sickle cell patient, it will help us greatly, because when we present to the hospital, we know we are not going to do at the emergency. We know we are going to go directly to that special unit made for us. So policies like that, we have already drafted a sickle cell bill, and we're taking it to the last assembly in Kebbi State government, and it went through second reading, and then the bill we have to now go and visit this new assembly to follow it up, because that will really help our patients. It will also help the community, because they will be made to do their genotype before they get married. And I don't think anybody will now see a sickle cell patient managed by somebody, another parent that you know, and then you are wishing to have your own child with sickle cell. Definitely, if you know your genotype, and then you know the genotype of the spouse you are supposed to marry, and you see you have AS, he has AS, definitely you make a right decision, because you don't want your child to be falling into that situation. It's going to be a life journey of pains. From the 6 months you are born with, continuous pain. It is a continuous pain throughout your lifespan, and you can only be managed when you have those crises. And it will come anytime without warning. It will come during extreme condition. It will also come during hot season, wet season. You don't know when it's coming. So knowledge of individual genotype is very, very important. And those policies to ensure it will also help the community.
When the attack happens, especially for those who live with the disease, is it different from person to person? Or is there a specific way that it comes to people who live with it? And how do they mitigate it? Is it a helpless situation, not being able to, hold off the attack, or that you are giving some signs that this attack is about to happen or is going to happen before it does happen?
Yes, definitely there is a do's and don'ts of sickle cell. You see, there is some things that if you do, definitely you are going to get an attack. Example is you walk through the rain. Some children like to play in the rain. And when they go out in the rain, they play, they come back inside. A child of sickle cell will end up having crisis. And then a child of sickle cell will not go outside the sun. Wet, he will get sweat, and the sweat will leave on his clothes. He will come and start going under the fan to dry up. That drying up will also trigger sickle cell crisis, you see. And then you also have conditions like harmattan, this whole season, where a child of sickle cell will now come outside without wearing socks or hat or any cover. She will go somewhere quickly to buy something and come. Then that child will definitely have crisis. And then, what do you call it, this hazard. Sometimes parents will ask their children to do some chores. You ask a child of sickle cell to go and fetch water for you. We have cases like that. They will go and fetch water. They will come back home and start having crisis. And then the dose of sickle cell is you avoid those things. Then you go for your daily routine drugs. Don't forget to take them. And also don't make sure you go to a checkup. We have weekly clinics. It's not everybody that goes for weekly clinics. When you go for that weekly clinic, the doctor will tell you the next time of visit. So if you avoid those things, you know the signs. When you are going to have crisis, for us that are older patient, we know the signs. We start feeling it. And then when we start feeling it, we'll be feeling it. It will come small. Sometimes you'll be stretching your body, and you know it will be like that. Sometimes you'll be feeling something like chilling. You know it's going to be a sign. So you now have to start your home treatment by taking your medication. And then if you take the medication in time, sometimes it doesn't spread. But once you leave it and you don't take it, you just feel it moving, and it will go over your body. And then by the time you go to hospital, you'll be crying. And that was when the doctor will now be looking for IV to start flushing with the drip and so on. So definitely sickle cell have its own do's and don'ts. So what we do in KESCA in our NGO is we have a monthly members forum. On that members forum, we catch them young. We educate our younger ones so that they know the do's and don'ts of sickle cell, so that they know how to recognize the sign and take action. And then we get the mothers on quarterly parents forum. We now tell our mothers, this is what you should do to your child. This is the kind of food you should give him, and this is the kind of thing you should prevent him. Don't allow him to walk in the rain. Don't send your child to fetch water. This is not the kind of child you send to fetch water. Because once he's fetch water, the money you'll be spending in treating him, it will be too much. So these children, they need a lot of care. And they don't like stressful condition. When you stress them too much, it will trigger crisis. And when it triggers crisis, it's difficult for the child, and it's also difficult for you. You find out the mothers, when they present themselves to the hospital, the child is crying, the mother is also crying. So you don't want to put yourself in that kind of condition. So anything that you can do to prevent it is always better for you. And that is my own.
All right, and speaking of awareness, really, I mean, I've seen people who, even with knowing their status, their genotypes, they still go ahead to get married to those whose genotypes are not compatible. You know, so you would wonder really, to what extent is awareness for those who even know help in mitigating some of these things?
Yeah, honestly, I agree with you. We have several cases of people that really know and they are well educated and still go ahead. They call it love. So myself, okay, I believe in love. But if you know your genotype and the genotype of your spouse is going to produce a sickle cell child for you, and you are still willing to go ahead with it, fine. Get ready to take care of the child. That is my only object. When I go for awareness, you can't say 100% people must listen to your voice, because this your voice is supposed to help them and it's supposed to help their future generation. But they said no, they want to do it their way because they like their partners, they can't let go. My saying is, I always say, get ready for your sickle cell child. Get ready because one, chance of your children is going to be a sickle cell child. So get ready to take care of that child. When that child needs you, you need to take him to hospital. You need to take care of him financially, and you need to support that child. Educationally, you need to support them, because once a sickle cell child is supported both financially and educationally, they are very bright children. They normally excel. You know, they excel in their future. They will have their own jobs, then they start taking care of them. But taking care of a child with sickle cell disorder definitely is not an easy task. It's not an easy task. Both financially, as I said earlier, and economically, it's not an easy task. So, but still people want to go ahead. My saying is, get ready to take care of that child. You produce that child and you bring it to the world. And without this knowledge, so please take care of that child. It's not his doing. He doesn't want to be born with sickle cell. You are the one that choose that thing for him. So please get ready to take care of that child.
But is the risk worth taking? Is love enough to embark on that type of, journey?
Well, I don't know. I don't know how extensive people see love, But me, left alone, I always say, know your genotype and marry the correct genotype. Get genetic counseling, and that is, I'm an advocate, and this is what I'm advocating for. Knowledge of individual genotype and getting genetic counseling before marriage is very, very important. Nobody wants to have a sick child. Let it be sickle cell, asthmatic, or anything. But sickle cell is a serious disorder, because once a child is born with it, as I said earlier, it will start with 6 months. And for you to have a journey of pains from 6 months to say like 54 years, it's not an easy task. Even in school, sometimes you miss schools. You miss schools, and sometimes at work, you miss work. So you have to work twice as hard as you are normal people. If you want to excel, you will not just be attending, doing normal things. You have to think of doing excelling, doing extra more, so that you'll be also rated to be a performing staff. If you have sickle cell, you have to prove yourself, because it's a challenge. It's a challenge that will not allow it to be a burden in your life, because sickle cell should not be a burden to any child. A child with sickle cell should learn to live with it, and should learn how to excel in life with it, because it will not get better, it will not get worse, but it will happen anytime. So you have to learn to live with it.
All right. Hajiya Khadiza Yahya Shantali, founder, coordinator, Kebbi Sickle Cell Association. Many thanks for your insights on the topic of sickle cell as it relates to its prevalence in Nigeria. Many thanks for your time. We truly appreciate it.
Thank you very much for having me. I appreciate it.
All right, we're back shortly after this to stay with us.
president, to the ministers, to the governors, all of them, 98% of them attended public schools from primary, secondary to university level, paying almost nothing. Now go to a typical primary and secondary school in your locality and see how it has been destroyed over the years simply because people in the position of power have the resources that they have accrued from the national treasury to take their children and give them the best of education in any part of the world. Keep that aside. 98% of people in the position of power, their mother either gave birth to them in their homes or in public hospitals. Because in the last 40, 50, 60 years, how many private hospitals do we have in Nigeria? But now go to a typical private hospital, public hospital, and see what you have there. I was invited for an event. And then the head of a public school was delivering a speech. And he said, government can no more build hostels. Government can no more give scholarships. So what can government do? You attended a public university, lived in a public hostel, and now you find yourself in a position of power. You cannot build more hostels for the generation that succeeded you. You went to public school and was given a scholarship by your state government, and you are in a position of power. You cannot give scholarship to the children of the poor. You cannot build a nation when you rob Peter to pay Paul. If the system is that of robbing Peter to pay Paul, then they should only expect patriotism from Paul, not from Peter. So if this country will experience peace and stability, then we must ensure social justice and equity. These teeming young people who are sitting down, we don't know. This is a cake of gunpowder. This is a time bomb for our country. If you think that because you have 4 or 5 children that you have educated well and then you don't care. But those are your children, which country are they going to live in? They're still going to live in this country here.
In 1953, Anthony Nahoro moved a motion for self-governance.
My extreme pleasure to welcome Professor Ositobu. Prof, you're welcome to the program.
Thank you very much, Ben Martin. It's a pleasure as always.
I'll just take a break because we need to catch up with what is happening in Nigeria today. We'll take a break, don't go away. You're watching Full Day, your late night show on Signature TV. Trending tonight, there was a summit, an economic summit in Ojiriva, and while declaring the summit open, the Enugu State Governor Peter Mba said there's an influx of foreign and local investors to the state as a result of a conducive business environment put in place by the state government. Correspondent Ugone Owalo reports from Ojiriva.
Ojiriva is one of the oldest urban centers in the state, having attained the status in 1984, along with several other local government areas in the old Anambra state. It is the third to be given an urban status in the present Enugu state after Enugu and Nsukka. This age-long status has not, however, impacted on the development of the area, with many citizens lamenting the current infrastructure deficit and other negative indices in the area. It is to address this disturbing problem that the Investment and Economic Summit was put together by the present leadership of Ojiriva Local Government Council. Speaking at the summit, Governor Peter Mba, who was represented by Adora Chukwu, Commissioner for Trade, Investment and Industry, called on investors to tap into the vast potentials of Ojiriva local government area. Mba highlighted the local government investment opportunities, emphasizing that participation will unlock new possibilities and shape its future.
Ojiriva embodies the economic prospects that our entire state possesses, owing to its strategic location and abundant resources, and recently designated as an urban center. This local government area boasts of 25 untapped tourism sites, from waterfalls to scenic hilltops to the cultural festivals that showcase the soul of the Igbo people.
The State Commissioner for Culture and Tourism, Ugochi Madueke, noted that Ojiriva local government area is blessed with vast cultural heritage and tourist attractions. These resources, she said, should be tapped for the development of the area.
Ojiriva sits as the crossroads of Enugu State, Anambra State, and Abia State. We are not just a local government. We are a border town with strategic reach, able to pull visitors and businesses from 3 states. This makes us a prime location for regional tourism and hospitality development.
The local government chairman, Greg Anyebudike, said the summit aligns with Governor Peter Mba's mandate to drive economic growth and development. Anyebudike encouraged potential investors to seize the opportunities in Ojiriva, assuring them of a conducive business environment.
Graciously, on the 11th of January, His Excellency declared the entire Ojiriva urban center. So today in Ojiriva, we are no longer thinking rural, we are thinking urban. We had a vision for Ojiriva to be a destination for living, commerce, and trade. And I'm saying, please come and invest in Oji, because Oji can never develop if we, the Ojirivans, don't develop it.
The minority whip and representative of Enugu West Senatorial District in the National Assembly, Ositangu, charged the local government to ensure the implementation of the recommendation put forward at the summit.
But when you invest home, you will even attract outsiders to come and invest in your place. Oji is ready to receive investment.
Some participants at the summit, including Honorable Jeff Mba, former representative of Ojiriva in the Enugu State House of Assembly, and Dennis Onuzulike, expressed optimism about the potential impact of the summit across various sectors in Ojiriva local government area.
All hands will be on deck, both in providing security, both in providing the land and even infrastructure. And even when the infrastructure is provided, we have to protect it, we have to own it.
If everybody should be involved with the development of Oji, and they are committed, they are passionate about it, Oji will work.
I have very high expectations. When I was called up for this event,
This Ojiriva summit, we think it will help in Ojiriva, especially in agriculture and other investments. We now have smart schools over here, and expecting the investors to come in to help us build the school.
The Oji River Economic and Development Summit 2025 was no doubt a platform for stakeholders to explore investment opportunities and share ideas that can shape the future of the local government. It is therefore hoped that the rich natural water resources, agricultural potentials, human endowment, and strategic location present compelling attractions for investment and the economic growth of the area. From Oji River Local Government Area of Enugu State, Ugonne Owalo reporting for Signature TV.
Were you there?
Still trending tonight, Delta State Governor Sheriff Oborowori, the immediate past Governor Ifeanyi Okowa, and all members of the People's Democratic Party in Delta State have defected to the All Progressives Congress. The announcement was made on Wednesday in Asaba by Senator James Manager shortly after a meeting that lasted over 6 hours at Government House in Asaba. Manager declared that all PDP members in the state, including the governor, former Governor Okowa, the speaker, the state party chairman, all the local government chairmen and others have agreed to move to the APC. Also trending, the Are Ona Kakamfo of Yorubaland, Iba Gani Adams, has tasked the President Bola Tinubu-led Nigerian government not to continue to turn a blind eye on Benue, Plateau and Oyo states amid the recent escalation of insecurity across the country. Adams spoke while delivering a keynote address at the grand finale of the 2025 Eledumare Festival in Lagos, speaking with specific references to the insecurity issues and humanitarian crisis confronting Nigeria in Plateau, Benue and Ondo states. The monarch condemned the activities of armed herders suspected to be behind the killings and kidnappings in the 3 states. According to him, the crisis gave a sense of instability and discourages foreign investors. Urging the federal government to act now, he said, "We cannot, because of the political benefits of the federal government, continue to ignore what would be of immense benefit to the rest of the country." There has been a surge in attacks and killings in Benue, Plateau and Ondo states in recent weeks. And moving out of the shores of the country, trending also tonight, U.S. President Donald Trump on Tuesday said he won't play hardball with China on trade and that U.S. tariffs on China will be nowhere near the 145% his administration had previously discussed. Trump expressed optimism that it would make progress with China that would substantially lower tariffs on their imports. Trump said a deal would result in substantially lowering tariffs on Chinese goods.
I'm not going to say, no, I'm not going to mention COVID. I'm not going to say, oh, I'm going to play hardball with China. I'm going to play hardball with you, President Xi. No. We're going to be very nice. They're going to be very nice. And we'll see what happens. But ultimately, they have to make a deal because otherwise they're not going to be able to deal in the United States. So we want them involved. But they have to, and other countries have to make a deal. And if they don't make a deal, we'll set the deal. Because we're the ones that set the deal. Scott and Howard and myself and others, we're going to be setting the deal. And it'll be a fair deal for everybody. And it'll be, I think it's a process that's going to go pretty quickly. We've spoken to many. Prices are going down, not going up. One of the big things is energy is going down. I see that we had a couple of states where gasoline was at $1.98.
And finally, on our trending stories, it has been a period of mourning as Catholics around the world pay their last respects to the departed Catholic pontiff, Pope Francis. The coffin carrying the body of Pope Francis was taken in procession on Wednesday to St. Peter's Basilica. After the blessing at the Casa Santa Marta's Chapel, his body, lying in an open casket, was accompanied by cardinals as it was carried through St. Peter's Square, where worshippers applauded the late Pope. Francis, a groundbreaking reformer, died aged 88 on Monday from a stroke and cardiac arrest, ending an often turbulent 12-year reign in which he repeatedly clashed with traditionalists and championed the poor and marginalized. After a religious service, the faithful and the general public will be allowed to visit the late pontiff until 7 p.m. on Friday, with a funeral scheduled for Saturday.
Sì, ma ormai quelli della Curia sono tutti stranieri, diciamo, non tutti vengono da fuori.
Però l'idea è che loro intervengano, sembra che vogliano prendo io il
sua umiltà, suo coraggio, suo spirito missionario, tutto questo. I pray.
Well, we join the rest of the world in wishing him safe journey to everlasting life. We'll take a break. When we return, I have Professor Wu right here in the studio. Professor Osito Ogbu is a distinguished academic, a teacher, a development expert, an economist, but we remember him as serving as economic advisor to the president a couple of years back. But Professor Wu is joining me tonight because he has come out with a book, Development as Attitude, How National Progress is Shaped by Leadership, Philosophy, and Citizens' Orientation. Prof, once again, you're welcome.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
So, development as attitude. For me, wonderful caption, wonderful title. What were you thinking about when you came out with that title? And what is it that is behind this academic work?
Well, I wanted to get the attention of people like you and others. So I found an interesting title to give my book. Remember, I'm also an artist. I'm a novelist. So it made sense that I should give it a title that will draw people's attention, especially policymakers and opinion leaders, because I packed in quite a bit in the book. But you know, by attitude, we are referring to knowledge, values, guiding philosophies, ideology, if you like. People come into office without any guiding principle and without having guardrails as to even their own morality, the boundaries of what they can or cannot do. And it's important that people understand that these philosophies, values, shape even the vision that leaders may articulate and how they go about strategizing towards realizing that vision. So that's what led to. So you find that even though there are several chapters talking about different things, I found a way to weave leaders' responsibilities around the values that they espouse. And you will find in every chapter that I'm discussing that. And in addition, I believe that leaders not only shape nations through their own ideas, they shape the citizens' thinking from what they do or say.
Okay, Prof. I know you're a development expert, and even the title of this book shows the importance you attach to development. I mean, the other way I like to talk about your book is development as a lifestyle. You know, for you, we should sleep, wake, and probably do whatever we do, thinking about development. You don't see development as something we wake up in the afternoon, we think about it and forget it. As an attitude, as a lifestyle. What are the challenges that we are facing with democracy, with development? Because development for us is still not an attitude. What are the setbacks?
It's interesting you bring these two together, especially democracy and development, because it is so topical. Because as you know, our democracy is beginning to show strong signs of failing. And it's also because those charged with guarding and promoting democracy are not fully aware that some of the things they are doing are undermining the democratic tenement.
I'm not interrupting you, but when you say that our democracy is showing signs of failing,
yes,
can you elaborate a little bit?
I'm coming to that.
Yeah.
Because by the time I finish what I'm saying, you will then understand why is it that we seem to be suggesting that it is failing.
Okay.
There are written rules about how democracy is supposed to work. So you have a constitution, you have the referees, the court, the electoral body, those that conduct elections, and then you have elections every 4 years or 5 years, depending on the constitution. So these are written rules that guide democracy. But even more important, Martin, are the unwritten rules, the norms, the shared code of conduct. They are not written. Certain beliefs that participants in democracy should have. One of which is what we call mutual toleration. Mutual toleration is saying my opponent is not my enemy. That you belong to another party does not make you my enemy. In fact, you have as much legitimate right as another person, another party, to canvass for votes and go for election. So that mutual acceptance is beginning to lack. You know, before we started the program, we were talking about people who are defecting. So it seems as if there is a certain conscious engineering, almost as if we are moving towards a one-party state, because people who are on the other side sometimes feel like they are being treated as enemies. So these defections are reacting to these unwritten rules that are being broken. The second pillar of that unwritten rule is what we call both individual and institutional forbearance, meaning self-restraint, that even when the written rules, the constitution, confers on a leader the right to do certain things, that leader will restrain. That leader will self-restrain and say, I have a right to do this, but I won't do it. It's like governing with executive orders. The Constitution maybe allows you to do executive orders, but you know executive orders bypasses the Congress, bypasses the Parliament. So self-restraint is part. So this you will understand that the explanation I'm giving, you can see that we don't exercise that self-restraint. We don't, we are not in agreement with mutual tolerance. That you are not my enemy because you are in another party. So I don't, it's not my duty to weaken your party so that you come over to me. No. It then behoves on the players to not only obey that which is written, but to also conduct themselves within the parameters of these unwritten rules that I have described. But if you come down again to our own, the way we practice democracy, you find that we have a system where the party that is supposed to checkmate even the leader,
the opposition,
even not the opposition. If you are a member of a ruling party, that party leadership is supposed to even control the head of state.
At least wield some influence.
No, they must wield influence because you run on our platform. We are the ones that presented you to the nation.
Under the party's manifesto.
Under the party's manifesto. And you find that that guardrail again, because when democracy was established, they were established with strong guardrails. You don't throw power to the street. There are people that decide that 3 people are going to contest an election and any one of them who wins is okay by us. So you can't say, here is power, it's on the street. Anybody who grabs it, you grab it. No. Nobody does that. Because supposing a madman grabs it. So now, supposing that party doesn't have that influence again, where a party chairman is also now being determined by the presidency, and you have different ways in which the people who are supposed to exercise control over our leaders have lost that control because of the power of those who govern.
Prof, I have to, because you are playing up to something that is worrisome for everybody. And for a lot of scholars in leadership, especially in third world and developing countries, powerful individuals, weak institutions, instead of powerful institutions and probably a less powerful individuals. Is this not what, for instance, is causing a lot of problem in Nigeria, where, for instance, the president is everything? Nobody, not the National Assembly, not the party, not even the opposition. Governors. Is that not part of our problem, that we have too powerful individuals?
No, it is the way our constitution was crafted.
Was it the constitution that made them powerful?
The constitution conferred a lot of powers. And the way the federation is currently constituted, weak sub-nationals and a very strong center.
Is that why you're calling for self-restraint?
Yes.
On the part of the leader?
Exactly.
You have this armada of power. But you need to use it well.
Exactly. That is that forbearance. I have been given this. For instance, you win an election. You are supposed to form a government. But nothing stops you from saying, I won, but I want to govern well. I will, in fact, invite everybody to join me. It's forbearance. I know I'm in a multinational, multi-ethnic society. I need to be president of all. I need to expand my circle of trust. I need to make Nigeria one tribe. Self-restraint. You know, so you have powers, but you can have on your own restrain certain acts in the interest of overall good governance of the country.
So would it be right to say that leadership, philosophy of the leader, and other qualities distinguishes one leader from the other?
Absolutely. In fact, should even distinguish one party from the other. It's just that in our case, you can see how we are crisscrossing. If you take the US, for example, it's unfortunate we need to keep citing this example, but that's why we copied even our democracy. The Republicans will say the way we want to approach tackling of poverty is to give tax breaks to the rich so they save more and invest more and employ people. They trickle down. Democrats will say, no. I want to address poverty heads on. I want to increase allocation to education, Head Start, no child left alone,
and tax the rich,
and tax the rich, to give me the resources to help the poor.
So there's a line
you can see. The target is to help the poor, but we are coming from a different philosophical, ideological base. That's why I teach my students to say knowledge is not value free. Knowledge has ideological content. It depends on where that knowledge is cooked and who is cooking it. So your question is important. Leaders, if they don't, the distinction between one leader or another rests on what is the philosophy guiding the leader's actions.
And that's why you talked about leadership philosophy.
And that's why I talked about a lot of leadership philosophy.
Prof, let's go to, because your book is quite a big project. Let's talk about the segmentation of your book. There are different chapters or segments of the book or sections of the book that address different issues.
Yes.
Can you tell us some of those issues that you put, in different places, and how and why those issues are important to you?
Well,
and to development and leadership.
There are issues of national planning, for instance. You shouldn't be surprised because I was in charge of national planning
as minister
in this country, and I knew that there is a lot of struggle, especially in a federation. So you're doing national planning that is supposed to also cover the subnationals. But one of the points I make in that chapter is, can you actually plan in the absence of a sense of a nation? You called it national planning. But then we're a country, not necessarily a nation. And so if you notice, there's no elite consensus as to where we are headed. If you notice, we draw plans every now and again, but the national budget, which is an annual plan, does not make reference to the medium-term plan, let's say 4 or 5 years. If there's an agreement on a plan, there will be no huge debate on the annual plan because it's derived from the medium-term plan. I don't know whether you understand what I'm trying to say. Yeah.
I'm with you.
It's just like saying, this is a 4-year plan. Every year we pick 1 year out of it.
And do this.
And do this. But you discover that every time the president even presents a budget to National Assembly, National Assembly dismembers that budget, puts their own, repackages it, and returns to the president. And in many instances, you've had the presidents, maybe not, I'm not sure whether the current president has, but many presidents will be angry, upset, that this is not the budget they sent to the National Assembly. And National Assembly will be saying, again, remember, self-restraint, will be saying, we have the right, that what you have sent to us are mere estimates. We have a right constitutionally given to us. And
to tinker with
it. And it's not even tinkering, they rearrange.
Rearrange.
So that's why, for me, that chapter is important. And I think in that section, I dealt with also the issue of national integration and citizenship. Because all of them are interwoven. Do people feel like they are citizens? And if they don't feel like they are citizens, they will not carry citizenship responsibilities.
And they will not have sense of nation.
They will, yes.
You know, sense of nation is something you've talked about for years. And you have advocated that if that sense of nation, if we don't, put it in what we do, that all efforts probably to make nation, dedication to nation, selflessness to nation.
Yes, absolutely.
And it doesn't look like your gospel is catching up.
No, it's not, unfortunately. You see, my anguish, my frustration is that sometimes I go back to papers I wrote 30 years ago or 30-something years ago, and I find them relevant today. In other words, the problems I identified in a research paper 30 years ago, I could still feel them. It can be very frustrating. My inaugural lecture was titled, "Why Are They So Poor?"
And this was how many years ago?
2013, or thereabouts. My inaugural lecture.
About 14 years ago. 14, about 12 years ago.
Yeah, but the point is not even when I did it. But in the course of writing it, an inaugural lecture is actually a lecture that brings together all the things that made you a professor. Because it is that lecture that inaugurates you as a professor. And so you have to go back to 86, when I was a PhD student. The work I did and so on, and that's still so important, so relevant.
So apt, like you wrote them last night.
And I'm frustrated. And I'm asking myself, I will finish my career and I have not resolved these questions.
You've not caused the kind of change that you wanted.
Yes, what are we doing? That's why I'm so grateful to the Nigerian Economic Summit Group, who is trying to use my book to engineer a national dialogue, which is why we're in ENUGU. It's not necessarily only a discussion on the book. It is to use the book to stimulate discussion on our development.
And a new kind of advocacy.
And so, getting back to the sense of nation, you remember I talked about elite consensus. Mahathir Mohamad, the Prime Minister of Malaysia, they wrote, and it's in the book, I think so.
Yes, it is.
It is in the book.
Yeah.
This is what I'm going to say now. When they wrote a beautiful, I think, 10-year plan for the country, the Prime Minister said, "This is excellent, but first thing first. I first want to build a Malaysian nation, what he calls Bankster Malaysia. We are all from different backgrounds, different nationalities, but we must believe in one Malaysia." So he went on a campaign. You know, Malaysia has Malays, Indians, Chinese, and others. He said, I must first integrate, give them a sense of being Malaysian. I'm not saying you won't be Chinese, but that sense
of belonging in that nation.
That nation. That's the sort of project I'm talking about. That we will need leaders who will enlarge the tribe, the Nigerian tribe. You need leaders who understand that what they say or do will either enlarge or dismember. So he went about creating a sense of belonging, because you know the Chinese are the entrepreneurs and so on, maybe the wealthy class, but he wanted to give everybody a sense. So if you go to Malaysia, there are people driving big cars, there are people driving small cars, there are restaurants where people not so rich eat, there are restaurants where, you know, so there is that sense. Because if you don't give someone a sense of a nation, what you have done is to alienate them. I'll give you an example. If I'm a guard and I may not benefit from the prosperity of now in this country, because I am not so educated, I will work hard if I know that my children, through public education, will benefit from the prosperity of the future. But supposing the prosperity of the future will also elude my children, because you've not paid attention to public schools, all of us middle class, upper class, will run away and run into the private schools, leaving the public schools to crumble. That becomes a problem. So sense of a nation has so many dimensions, and that's why I said, if something is a problem, why are we not tackling it? Why is there no National Integration Agency? The National Orientation Agency cannot do this. This should be job number one, and it has to be led from the top.
Why do you think that this gospel you're preaching does not have the buy-in of those in those leadership positions that can cause this change in attitude, that can cause this new orientation, that for us to make any progress, we need to think, work like one nation? What do you think are the drawbacks? Is it the public service recruitment? Is it the process? Or what is the challenge?
You know,
is it that people come not prepared?
No.
You've done a lot of research. I'm sure you must have some idea.
No, the truth of the matter is, I gave you the example of Malaysia. I could equally give you the example of Singapore, even though these are small countries. I could give you, and they're out in the books, I'll give you example of American presidents. I've forgotten the American president, because in the case of Lee Kuan Yew, look at what he said. I want to create a nation where everyone has a stake in it, now and in its future. Everyone has a stake, not some. That's a very powerful statement. And he did not just say it, he worked towards it. There was a president, he's in the book, who championed what eventually led to the Housing Act, which led to a Housing and Urban Development Ministry.
Agency.
He said that people without housing, without poorly clad, people without basics cannot be considered citizens. That in itself is even a guiding philosophy. that necessitous men cannot carry the responsibilities of citizenship. Did you hear that? That's the president. And so when there was a pushback, because you know, when he was talking about public housing, they say socialism don't come. How can you now, an American president talking about public housing, mass housing, this, that, and he was making these statements about, if you don't have a stake, if you don't have a house, if you don't have, are you really a citizen? He could have stopped halfway, but he fought so hard that he succeeded to convince. So sometimes when you have a vision that others don't buy in, you don't give up. You keep preaching until people buy in. So the answer to your question is that leadership has a very strong role in shaping a sense of nation, such that people begin to think about this country, this Nigeria, and they see themselves as making, because as you will see in the book, I said leaders are the ones that prepare the citizens to overcome the challenges of development, because development requires a lot of sacrifice, and many people are not willing to make the sacrifice, because what you find is that everybody is sort of saying, we don't know where this ship is landing. Oh. Can I take care of my background? Why do we have that sense?
Because what you just said, Prof, is what some people say is the reason for a lot of corruption in our land. Because people don't believe in the present, they don't believe in the future. And when people hold positions, they want to amass as much wealth as possible to last them a lifetime and last for their grandchildren. And then they look at people that had left service and they're dying in penury, they are pensioners, they don't get it, they are put on, the sun every month to do verification or what have you. That these are the things that are propelling this distance from this sense you talk about,
Correct.
the sense of nation.
Yeah, because like I told you, necessitous men cannot be citizens.
People in need.
People in need. And you need to understand, I was giving a public lecture at one point, and I said, poverty is not simply the absence of material wealth, that it is also a tax on our ability to reason, our cognition. So, and it leads to poor choices that people make. So when people sell their votes, you can sit in the comfort of your room and condemn them. But if you sit where they sit, and the sort of things they go through every day to make a living, you might understand why they make those choices. So we are not, we can't excuse corruption, absolutely, because people are beginning to accumulate even what they don't need, even when what their next generation do not need. And by the way, whoever thinks that the right thing to do is to accumulate wealth so that your child will not work hard to accumulate their own wealth is not doing any good to that child. Life is about struggle. Life is about aspiration. Life is about doing things your way and getting your own things. Yes, we might give you a little cushion, but anybody who tells you life will be meaningless.
You need to drive your own car.
Life will be meaningless if everything has been provided for you. So what's the essence of life?
Prof, each time we have conversations, it looks like time is flying. And that's why I want to, look at what's going to happen during this your visit to ENUGU.
Yes.
working with the Nigerian Hamilton Project. On Thursday, April 24 at 4:30 p.m., there's going to be a national dialogue, which I understand is like a kickoff of the national dialogue series, which will also see you and your book going to other cities in Nigeria.
Correct.
Tell me exactly what this is all about. I mean, this book was out like a year ago.
Correct.
And you had done some, push for the book, and now you're hitting the road again. What necessitated this collaboration with the Nigerian Economic Summit Group, the Hamilton Project, and the funders that are supporting this project?
I'm as surprised as you are. I think the Nigerian Economic Summit Group leadership liked the book. As you know, there is a dearth of scholarship in the country, and it's also because scholarship is not valued. Intellect is not valued. There's not a lot of premium placed on thinking. And so you will even write a book and nobody pays attention to it. But some of us are also lucky that we have the exposure and we have the reach such that we can draw attention to some of the work we do. But in this case, the Nigerian Economic Summit Group didn't even have to ask me. But they used this book to get a small grant from, I think, Bill Gates Foundation.
The Gates Foundation, yes.
To say, we have this important book. We should, James Hamilton was an American thinker too, on the basis of which a lot of discussions and debate ensued in America at that time. So they said, let's use this book as a platform to engineer discussions that you and I are having on a broader scale. Let's call people. So, and Bill Gates agreed and gave them some small grants to say, go to some cities. We might even go to 1 or 2 African countries. So we're going to Lagos, ENUGU, Lagos, Kaduna, Port Harcourt in Nigeria for now. And the idea is to bring the academia, the private sector, the public sector, and the general public to begin to interrogate so many of the things that are of concern to citizens. And in the process, there will be knowledge sharing, and of course, we are hoping that the public servants that are there, everyone will take something home. You see, the thing with knowledge is that you don't know, there is serendipity. You don't know when they will be used. Nobody, even you, you can read a part of that book and use it somewhere. You are not going to call me and say, that book, I used it. No, it doesn't work that way. So these public outings, people will take things from the book. But I am grateful to the NESG for taking this initiative. That's why I was telling people that I am simply the author of the book. I am actually not the organizer of tomorrow's program. The NESG team that came from Lagos, there are about 7 that came into ENUGU today to put this together for tomorrow. And what you're going to see tomorrow is there will be a moderator that will have selected certain themes in the book and will be directing me to read certain portions of the book and asking me questions on those portions.
For the benefit of a wider audience.
Wider audience.
Great.
When that is done, then there will be a panel of academia, private sector, public sector that will now take that discussion further before we now engage the general public. So that's sort of the format it will take to
Okay, Prof. I will come back to you to have your last word on this. But let me take some time off and bring our footnote for today. On Easter Monday, a day that breathes with the promise of resurrection, the world lost more than a pontiff. We lost a presence. Pope Francis, the gentle shepherd in white, slipped quietly into eternity, leaving behind not a crown, but a legacy etched in mercy, humility, and love. He was a pope of the people, choosing foot washing over funfair, back streets over balconies, and kindness over control. From the villas of Buenos Aires to the Grand Duke of St. Peter's, he carried the weight of the world's wounds with nothing but an open heart and outstretched hands. Where others saw doctrine, Pope Francis saw souls. Where others built walls, he dared to build bridges between faiths, between nations, between broken hearts. He was a voice for the voiceless, a calm in the chaos, a light in a world growing dim. And now, as incense rises and bells toll, we mourn not just a man, but the message he embodied. Pope Francis didn't just preach the gospel, he lived the gospel. And though he's gone, the echo of his compassion, courage, and quiet revolution will outlive even Rome's ancient stones. Bye-bye, Pope Francis. Well, Prof, we've talked about your new book, but I'll be unfair to those that are watching us if I don't ask you to close this conversation with where we have found ourselves as a world, as a nation. Just a few days ago, the IMF forecast that Nigeria's growth had moved from 3.0% for 2025 and 2.7% in 2026. That's what they're forecasting. And they say that this is because of what is happening in the United States and what is happening with the economy globally. In very few sentences, how can the world get out of this challenging time? And how can Nigeria as a nation, get out of this? What do we need to do?
Well, incidentally, you are not getting out of my book, because there's a chapter in the book on building a resilient economy. So you can't get out.
That can stand the storms.
Yes.
As if you knew there were going to be stormy times.
No, not if I knew. There will constantly be storms. We no longer have what we economists call an ergodic world, where the past can predict the future. The future is constantly changing. New realities are not constant. One reality creates other realities. We are now in a non-ergodic world. So you need shock absorbers. Incidentally, I'm sorry, it is not whether it's IMF or World Bank or whoever is prescribing. Nations must look internal. We can't continue knowledge dependence. thinking that someone else has the faculty to think us out of our problem. I'm sorry. We need to assemble our best and sit here and construct, because economics is not the physics of society. It is built on the culture of the people, the circumstances of the people.
So, Prof, let me summarize it. We have to build a resilient economy to weather the storms.
And the storms will keep coming.
Prof, we have to leave it here.
Thank you.
I must thank you for your time and wish you all the best.
Thank you.
As you talk tomorrow on your new book, Development as Attitude.
You're welcome.
I am Vin Martin Obiorelo in ENUGU, Nigeria, thanking you for joining us and asking you to join us again tomorrow when this book will be discussed. And I must say that we're excited that Signature TV will be carrying that event live from the venue in ENUGU. Thanks for watching, and let's do this again 11 p.m. tomorrow night. Bye for now.
We are local.
We are right now with the wife of the man that was
security agencies to end the violence and killing in parts of the country. Federal government releases 50 billion naira to our universities workers for earned allowances. Senator Mark Kelly warns of tariff impact on allies during electronics tour, and India closes major land border crossing with Pakistan following Kashmir attack. Details shortly. President Bola Tinubu has directed an immediate overhaul of national security agencies and end to the escalating violence in Borno, Benue, Plateau, and Kwara State. Tinubu, who met with security chiefs at the State House Abuja for more than 2 hours, said the killing of innocent people in the country must cease. The National Security Advisor, Nuri Badu, told the State House correspondents that the service chiefs briefed the president on all the attacks in the state, the death toll, and the destruction of property. He said that the president ordered a new approach to tackling security challenges and gave the security chiefs the chance to come and brief him again. The NSA said that the president highlighted the need to involve the local councils and state governments more in tackling cases of insecurity. Meanwhile, the Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General Olufemi Oluyede, has ordered soldiers to flush out the new terrorist group in the Kayama and Baru 10 local government areas of Kwara State to guard against the spread of their activities to other regions of the country. Oluyede, who made the call while addressing the troops during his visit to Sobi Barracks in Ilorin, the state's capital, said that the task of flushing out the group must be done in the next 1 month. The army chief told the troops that the country cannot afford to allow bandits to spread out to another part of the country, again insisting that the activities of the new terror group named Mahmuda must be nipped in the bud. They maintained that having another form of Boko Haram in any part of the country would not be allowed. According to him, what is happening in Kwara cannot be threatening the sanity in Nigeria generally and must therefore be isolated and dealt with directly. A former Chief of Naval Staff, Rear Admiral Alison Madueke, has added his voice to the call for the establishment of a state police to help tackle the worsening insecurity in various parts of the country. Admiral Madueke made the call while addressing the Economic and Development Summits put together by the chairman of Oji River Local Government Area, Greg Ayebudike, and the council headquarters in Oji River. He regretted that even when governors are labeled as chief security officers of their various states, they have no control over the police in their states.
On the federal government to bring back the proposal and approve state police. The state police structure is inevitable. I used to be a governor, but I was lucky. I was a military governor. I could call the Inspector General of Police and I tell him I want this. I could call my commissioner in the state and tell him this should be done. But I pity the governors today. They are labeled and designated as chief security officers of the state. And yet, they don't have any control of the police, not to talk about the army. So they are helpless. Members, senators, let us push for a state police so that governors can take responsibility for the security of their own people. In the last 2 weeks, it's been resonating everywhere. Governors turning to people and saying, defend yourself. Defend yourself. If a governor says defend yourself, you know what it means? Loss of control. Get armed. Before you know it, we're turned into a banana republic. We have units that you have to pay before you gain passage or do anything. So it is more important now than ever to get state policies so that governors will take responsibility as chief security officers of their state.
Madueke, who was also a former governor of the old Anambra State, commended the local government for organizing the summit, which he said is the first of its kind in the area. He, however, suggested that issues such as access to land or industrial estates and provision of power should be addressed to bring about the much desired economic development.
and you run on generators, you can never break even. I'm doing a pharmaceutical factory in ENUGU. Just the electricity bill alone is so scary. And I'm imagining how much I'll be paying for electricity when I go into full production. I'm happy our governor is very energetic and very focused. Power supply to industries should be subsidized to attract industries. If not, no matter what you produce, you might not compete even with imported items.
The ENUGU State Governor, Peter Mbah, has called on investors to tap into the vast human and material resources in Oji River local government area of the state. Declaring open the Economic and Development Summit organized by the Oji River local government area, Governor Mbah said there is an influx of foreign and local investors to the state as a result of the conducive business environment put in place by the state government. Correspondent Ugonne Owalu reports.
Oji River is one of the oldest urban centers in the state, having attained the status in 1984, along with several other local government areas in the old Anambra state. It is the third to be given an urban status in the present Enugu state after Enugu and Nsukka. This age-long status has not, however, impacted on the development of the area, with many citizens lamenting the current infrastructure deficit and other negative indices in the area. It is to address this disturbing problem that the Investment and Economic Summit was put together by the present leadership of Oji River Local Government Council. Speaking at the summit, Governor Peter Mbah, who was represented by Adora Chukwu, Commissioner for Trade, Investment and Industry, called on investors to tap into the vast potentials of Oji River Local Government area. Mbah highlighted the local government investment opportunities, emphasizing that participation will unlock new possibilities and shape its future.
Oji River embodies the economic prospects that our entire state possesses, owing to its strategic location and abundant resources, and recently designated as an urban center. This local government area boasts of 25 untapped tourism sites, from waterfalls to scenic hilltops to the cultural festivals that showcase the soul of the Igbo people.
The State Commissioner for Culture and Tourism, Ugochi Madueke, noted that Oji River local government area is blessed with vast cultural heritage and tourist attractions. These resources, she said, should be tapped for the development of the area.
Oji River sits as the crossroads of ENUGU State, Anambra State, and Abia State. We are not just a local government. We are a border town with strategic reach, able to pull visitors and businesses from 3 states. This makes us a prime location for regional tourism and hospitality development.
The local government chairman, Greg Anyebudike, said the summit aligns with Governor Peter Mbah's mandate to drive economic growth and development. Anyebudike encouraged potential investors to seize the opportunities in Oji River, assuring them of a conducive business environment.
Graciously, on the 11th of January, His Excellency declared the entire Oji River Urban Center. So today in Oji River, we are no longer thinking rural, we are thinking urban. We had a vision for Oji River to be a destination for living, commerce, and trade. And I'm saying, please come and invest in Oji, because Oji can never develop if we, the Oji Rivers, don't develop it.
The minority whip and representative of Enugu West Senatorial District in the National Assembly, Osita Ngwu, charged the local government to ensure the implementation of the recommendation put forward at the summit.
But when you invest home, you will even attract outsiders to come and invest in your place. Oji is ready to receive investment.
Some participants at the summit, including Honorable Jeff Mbah, Former representative of Oju River in the Enugu State House of Assembly, and Dennis Onuzulike, expressed optimism about the potential impact of the summit across various sectors in Oju River local government area.
All hands will be on deck, both in providing security, both in providing the lands and even infrastructure. And even when the infrastructure is provided, we have to protect it, we have to own it.
If everybody should be involved in the development of Oju, and they are committed, they are passionate about it, Oju will work.
I have very high expectations. When I was called up for this event,
This Oju River Summit, I think it will help in Oju River, especially in agriculture and other investments. We now have smart schools every year. I'm expecting the investors to come in to help us build the school.
The Oju River Economic and Development Summit 2025 was no doubt a platform for stakeholders to explore investment opportunities and share ideas that can shape the future of the local government. It is therefore hoped that the rich natural water resources, agricultural potentials, human endowment, and strategic location present compelling attractions for investment and the economic growth of the area. From Oju River local government area of Enugu State, Ugonne Owalo reporting for Signature TV.
A lecturer in the Department of Finance at the University of Lagos, Dr. Peter Amma, has advised the federal government to take another look at its economic policies and remove the inherent pains. Dr. Amma, who spoke in an interview with Signature TV, noted that even though the policy reforms are good in themselves, the timing, concept, and implementation are bad. He said that all the markets and economic indices in the country have been negatively impacted by the reforms with accompanying backlash.
The twin policies of removal of subsidy and also the naira, the naira dollar parity issues. They are very wonderful policies. They are good policies on themselves. But the problem is the timing of this policy is bad. And also, the context of the policy is also bad. From the way they are even implementing the policy, it appears that there were no very strong plans in place for implementation. Because when you make a plan, when you make a policy, you have to also plan for the implementation. And in doing this, you look at the potential impact of the policy and put mitigating measures in place in your plan. However, you have to make sure that you are implementing it at the right time. And also that you are putting in place measures, okay, that will support the weak segments of the society. Because definitely there's going to be fallout of these, policies. And that is what has happened. Okay, so, and that is what makes the whole policy wrong by this time.
The finance expert said it is not a sign of weakness to reverse a policy when it does not produce the desired results. Amma therefore told the government and its economic team to return to the drawing board and rejig the policy for a better result.
Economy, the goods market, the financial market, the labor market, the foreign exchange market. These are the components of the economy. All the markets, check all these four markets I mentioned, all of them are on their knees right now. Okay, so that means you have to put in place supportive policies for those markets to weather the storm of this policy that have, been implemented. I will not say that that at this point you should maybe go back to the era of subsidies or go back to the era of using administrative fiat to fix the value of naira in the foreign exchange market. Okay, now that you have already started doing the policy, put in place frameworks that will mitigate the, the problems that these policies are causing in the sectors.
The Nigeria Labour Congress, NLC, has described as a joke taken too far by the Minister of Power, Adebayo Adelabu, that 150 million Nigerians now enjoy adequate electricity supply of 5,500 megawatts. In a statement in Abuja, the president of NLC, Ajo Ajero, said the statement by the minister is outrageous and a wild assertion in a country that is daily confronted by grinding darkness, outrageous electricity tariffs, and a power sector manipulated by private profit at the expense of national progress. Ajero asserted that the minister's claim was nothing but an attempt to insult the intelligence of Nigerians, giving the power challenge the nation faces, insisting that Nigeria should be generating not less than 150,000 megawatts to justify such a claim. The NLC president traced the current electricity crisis in Nigeria to what it also described as a direct result of the grand betrayal that was the 2013 power sector's privatization. Ajero accused the federal government of handing over the nation's critical infrastructure to cronies for just 400 billion naira without any improvement in service delivery for over a decade. He further regretted that there has not been any sanction for incompetent discos and gencos as outlined in the privatization agreements because the buyers seem to be the same as the sellers. The Minister of Education, Dr. Maruf Alausa, has announced the release of 50 billion naira by the federal government to the academic and non-academic staff unions of federal universities for the settlement of earned allowances as promised by President Bola Tinubu. Alausa said in a statement in Abuja that the move was yet another testament to Tinubu's unwavering commitment to fundamentally transform Nigeria's education sector. He said that intervention is not just a financial transaction but a reaffirmation of the president's belief in the capacity of the Nigerian youths and the invaluable role that academic and non-academic staff play in nurturing them. The minister noted that by prioritizing their welfare, government is laying the foundation for a future where every Nigerian child receives highly qualitative and globally competitive education. Alausa expressed Tinubu's heartfelt appreciation to the academic and non-academic unions for their sustained trust in his administration and for fostering an atmosphere of peace and cooperation across Nigeria's federal institutions. Still to come, Minister decries alarming deaths of Nigerian women from firewood and charcoal abuse. Representatives of Oseni distributes fertilizers to farmers in Oyo. To stay with us.
With a population of about 36 million people, the Southeast is awash with stories. Every day on Southeast News, we tell the peculiar story of the Southeast and her people.
Our Southeast should be the Silicon Valley of Nigeria.
Their successes, achievements, and daily challenges. Do you have a Southeast story to share? Community achievements and challenges, completed and uncompleted projects, bad roads, water scarcity, erosion, flooding, insecurity, or even disagreements? Bring it on to Southeast News. On Southeast News, no story is too big or too small. Southeast News. Let's tell our story. Showing on Signature TV every weekday at 4 p.m. WAT, 1600 hours GMT.
The Minister of Women Affairs, Mrs. Suleiman Ibrahim, has disclosed that about 80,000 Nigerian women die annually due to a toxic smoke from firewood and a traditional cooking gas. or cooking stove rather. She made the statement at the stakeholders' engagements on ending energy poverty by Nigerian women and families held in Abuja on Wednesday. Correspondent Josephine Beatrice reports. Air Peace, one of Nigeria's leading airlines, has announced the immediate suspension of all domestic flight operations due to an ongoing strike by staff of the Nigerian Meteorological Agency, NIMET. In a statement released on Wednesday, the airline explained that the suspension was a safety precaution, citing the unavailability of NIMET's critical weather updates, particularly the current nowcast of hazardous weather reports, which are vital for safe landings across Nigeria. The disruptions comes on the same day that the Minister of Aviation and Aerospace Development, Festus Keyamo, commissioned the President Bola Ahmed Tinubu International Airport in Minna. Meanwhile, many passengers were stranded on Wednesday at the Malam Aminu Kano International Airport, Kano, following a protest by staff members of the Nigerian Meteorological Agency over the non-implementation of the new national minimum wage. The Northwest Zonal Chairman of the Amalgamated Union of Public Corporations, Civil Service, Technical and Recreational Employees, Timothy Meshelia, also confirmed that the protest disrupted several flights at the airport on Wednesday. The protesting staff are accusing the management of NIMET of failing to implement the 30,000 naira and 70,000 naira minimum wage and non-payments of staff allowances, ignoring requests to include omitted staff in the past months, and neglecting key stakeholders program, among other issues. They are also demanding the government take proactive measures to address the economic challenges faced by staff, including the payment of a subsistence allowance as previously agreed with the unions. As of the time of filing this report, officials of the federal authorities, airport authorities of Nigeria in Kano had yet to make an official statement regarding the incident. The Bola Ahmed Tinubu International Airport in Minna, Niger State, has officially been designated as the alternative airport to the Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport, Abuja. The announcement made a call by the minister. This announcement was made by the Minister of Aviation and Aerospace Development, Festus Keyamo, during the launch of Overland Airways commercial flight operations from the Minna Airport. Highlighting the report's capacity and strategic relevance, Keyamo expressed satisfaction with the infrastructure and the airport and its potential to serve as a major aviation hub. The airport, he said, meets international standards in both physical and operational aspects, and expressed surprise at its previous underuse. Chairman of the House of Representatives Committee on Federal Road Maintenance Agency, Aderemi Oseni, had distributed 5,206 bags of fertilizer to farmers in the Ido Ibarapa East Federal Constituency. Oseni said the east of the gesture is several steps being taken to support the constituents and improve their quality of life, emphasizing that the initiative aims to boost agricultural productivity and uplift the livelihoods of the local farmers. He urged the farmers to make wise use of the citizens or the fertilizers and assured them of his continued advocacy for better living conditions.
wonderful program is to fulfill the desired agenda of Mr. President, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, in his Renew Hope agenda for making life easy for our people, particularly in the area of agriculture, that is putting an end to poverty, promoting prosperity that is for all as a nation. I'm very optimistic that this noble idea, distribution of fertilizer to our farmers, will bring great success to our people in the area of agriculture, and is going to be to their advantage because we have sufficiently educated them on the importance of this material and the importance of them putting it into use in the course of their farming activities. My word of advice to them is for every one of them to ensure that it is used as encouraged, it is used as advised by those who are knowledgeable in the way the fertilizers are being used at our various farming activities. So I want to encourage them once again that they should ensure that they are not sold out.
Speaking at the event, Oyo State's coordinator of the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security, Dr. Florence Omonele, represented by Folake Abdul-Latif, advised farmers to apply fertilizers correctly for optimal results.
And my message to the benefiting farmers is to use it appropriately. You know, we are in the onset of rainy season now. So I think this is the best time to give them the required inputs. And this is part of the inputs required by farmers.
The beneficiaries said the support would help alleviate their challenges and enhance farm productivity.
In the onset of rainy season now. So I think this is the best time.
The event was well attended by All Progressives Congress, APC officials, traditional rulers, and representatives of community groups. The governor of Imo State, Hope Uzodinma, has given commercial drivers operating with tinted windows 72 hours to remove them or face legal consequences. This directive was announced in a press release issued by the Chief Press Secretary and Special Advisor on Media to Governor Oguwike Onwachukwu, said that law enforcement agencies have been instructed to support government officials in enforcing the order once the deadline expires. The crackdown follows numerous reports linking tinted commercial vehicles, especially buses, to criminal activities across the states. Onwachukwu warned that violators will be prosecuted after the 72-hour grace period, serving as a deterrent to others who might ignore the new rule. Niger State Governor Umar Bago has reversed his controversial directive ordering the arrest of individuals with dreadlocks following widespread backlash from the public and civil rights advocates. The governor said had earlier instructed security agencies to arrest anyone seen with dreadlocks across the state, linking the hairstyle to rising cult-related activities and insecurity. We're back after this short break. Just stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the
governor had earlier instructed security agencies to arrest anyone seen with dreadlocks across the state, linking the hairstyle to rising cult-related activities and insecurity, partly in Minna, the state's capital. Apart from the dreadlocks directive, Bago also announced a 12-hour daily restriction on commercial motorcycles and tricycles, banning their operations from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. as part of a broader crackdown on violent crimes. Responding to the outrage, Bago clarified his position on Wednesday during an event in Minna, where he declared the Bola Ahmed Tinubu International Airport as an alternative to Abuja's Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport. Bago maintained that law-abiding citizens are not under threat, stating the crackdown is solely aimed at criminal elements who use cult symbols, including dreadlocks, to mask their activities and evade law enforcement. The National Human Rights Commission, NHRC, and the National Agency for the Control of AIDS, NACA, has called for the local production of HIV/AIDS test kits and medications as a strategic response to recent funding shortfalls impacting the fight against the disease. The call was made during the opening session of a 3-day stakeholder engagement on the review and implementation of anti-discrimination programs under the HIV/AIDS Anti-Discrimination Act 2014, held on Wednesday in Lagos, which brought together key stakeholders and dignitaries from across the country. Speaking at the event, NHRC Executive Secretary Dr. Tony Ojukwu highlighted the urgent need for enhanced research and development towards local production of antiretroviral drugs and medical supplies. Ojukwu further called on the Nigerian government to demonstrate a greater commitment by increasing the national health budget, noting that the responsibility to eliminate discrimination against people living with HIV/AIDS must not rest solely with the federal government. Also speaking at the forum, Deputy Director of Community and Prevention Care Services at NACA, Dr. Chukwugozie Ujam, provided insights into the agency's ongoing efforts in the fight against HIV and AIDS. Ujam reported that Nigeria has made significant progress with HIV prevalence rates seeing a substantial decline, and emphasized that NACA is now shifting its strategic focus from treatment to prevention, aiming to forestall any resurgence of the disease. Delta State Governor Sheriff Obovoweri and the immediate past Governor Ifeanyi Okowa and all members of the People's Democratic Party (PDP) in Delta State have defected to the All Progressives Congress. The statement announced, or the announcement was made on Wednesday in Asaba by Senator James Manager shortly after a meeting which lasted over 6 hours in a government house, Asaba. Manager declared that PDP all the way members in the states, including the governor, former Governor Okowa, the speaker, and the state party chairman, all the local government chairman, and others have agreed to move to the APC. The ancient kingdom of Arochukwu was alive with merriment and celebrations during the traditional marriage of Amaka Uwoma Nana, daughter of a former deputy governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, Dr. O.J. Nana, and O.J. Obonaya O.J. Jr., son of the Executive Secretary of the Nigerian Extractive Industries Transparency Initiative, NATI. The event, attended by top government officials and distinguished guests from across the country and beyond, including the governor of Abia State, Alex Oti, took place at the residence of Dr. O.J. Nana in Arochukwu, Abia State. Correspondent Raymond Kenbata was there for Signature TV.
In Igbo tradition, marriage is a sacred bond uniting not only two individuals, but also their families, emphasizing unity, respect, and cooperation. Central to the traditional marriage customs of Arochukwu is the Ibummayukwu, a ceremony involving the bride price negotiations and the offering of drinks from the groom's family to the bride's kindred. For this occasion, the family of Dr. O.J. Ogbonnaya O.J., the Executive Secretary of Nigeria Extractive Industries Transparency Initiative, NEITI, and the National Coordinator of AIT Implementation in Nigeria of Ugwavo Village, formalized the union between their son, O.J. Ogbonnaya O.J. Jr., and Amaka Ivuoma Nnanna, daughter of a former Deputy Governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, Dr. O.J. Nnanna, of Atani Village, both in Arochukwu Kingdom. Eze Aro of Arochukwu Kingdom, Eze Eberechukwu O.J., a paramount ruler, stressed the importance of performing traditional rites to secure and strengthen marital unions. He noted that Arochukwu marital customs forbid infidelity and promote love and unity throughout the marriage.
Marriage in Igbo land is a covenant, and that covenant happens when the bride's father takes a cup of wine, tastes a bit of it, and gives to the bride to go present it to her groom in the presence of the general public. And thereafter, the bride price is paid, which costs 25 naira only.
The event began with the arrival of guests including government officials, dignitaries, and the groom's family from Ugwavo Village. The entrance of the Executive Governor of Abia State, Dr. Alex Oti, marked the start of the colorful ceremony at Dr. O.J. Nnanna's compound at Utugugu in Arochukwu. Elders from Ugwavo Village visited the bride and returned to the venue to commence bride price negotiations.
So let's say aye. Let's not behave, but say nay.
The bride, Amaka Ivuoma Nnanna, was ushered into the venue with pomp and pageantry. In line with Arochukwu tradition, Amaka presented a cup of wine to her groom, O.J. Jr., who had playfully hidden among the guests. After a spirited search, she found him and led him to receive blessings from her parents, Dr. and Mrs. O.J. Nnanna. This act symbolizes the traditional consummation of the marriage. The couple then took to the dance floor, accompanied by choice music, while guests enjoyed drinks and refreshments. The governor, Dr. Alex Oti, congratulated both families and wished the couple a happy and fruitful marriage. He revealed his familial ties to both the Nnanna and O.J. families and attested to the couple's admirable character.
I want to congratulate the two families. I want to say thank you for bringing up wonderful children. I know them. They're very happy marriage together. And I pray that God will bless all their efforts. I have no doubt that in the next 9 months we will come back again to celebrate the birth of a set of twins. And after that, we will come again, maybe after 2 years, to celebrate the birth of a set of triplets.
A member of the House of Representatives, Ugo Chinyere Ikenga, spoke of the ancient revered tradition of the Aro and reminded the couple of their prestigious lineage while wishing them well.
First of all, looking at my Oga that made me come here, I don't need to tell the son that his father succeeded because he worked hard and he has a stable home. And the most important thing why I came here is that I'm attracted to the rich tradition of the Aro people. from ancient civilization till today, something I have read over and over. So I like to associate with Aro people because of their dedication, their loyalty, their family spirit, and so on and so forth. And this is a marriage that's happened in Aro. They were born in Aro, raised, and are marrying in Aro. So I wanted to be part of that success story. And I don't need to remind them that Aro people are known for greatness. So that marriage should be an example of that Aro tradition that they should continue to project. So I can only but wish them well in what they are doing.
The groom's parents, Dr. and Dr. Mrs. Oje Obonaya Oje, expressed joy at the successful completion of the traditional rites and wished the couple a happy, healthy, and fruitful marriage.
It's an honor and privilege for me that I'm alive and well, and my wife picking strong. I'm here today to see our son getting married. I mean, I can't ask for more. This is something I wish to every parent who has toiled, paid school fees, and got to a certain level where the child can begin to fend for his or herself. So we are bringing him fully into manhood today here in Aro Chukwu Kingdom. And the marriage is being consummated according to Aro culture and tradition. We're Aro, and the marriage must be made in Aro. That's why we're here. I wish they will live in peace. I wish my son should work hard and provide. I wish the wife should submit, support, and then also care, because women care. We build, but women care. They care. Without a woman, it won't be possible. So we need them to work together and then fear God. And above all, we wish God Almighty to bless them with children, boys, girls, and how many that they can be able to train.
I feel so elated, so happy. I'm thankful to God for making today a reality in our life. My prayer for them is that their marriage will be a blessing. Children will surround their table. They will see their children's children.
Some guests wish the couples a happy married life.
And I wish Oji and Amaka nothing but the best happy married life, the joy, the love that they enjoy in their relationship currently will be sustained. The grace of God will continue to guide them and protect them, and they will live a very long, healthy, and happy life.
I wish them good luck, happy married life, wish them success.
As Amaka and Oje embark on their marital journey, may they find strength in love, wisdom in compromise, and joy in the shared moments that make life's adventure unforgettable. Raymond Ken Mbata, reporting for Signature TV.
Still to come, South Korea's acting president vows to find win-win solution in the upcoming trade talks with the U.S. Protesters rally against visits from Israel's national security minister. These and more after the break. To stay with us.
We are local.
We are right now with the wife of the man that was...
Why the main market is in chaos. People...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken it by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Arizona Senator Mark Kelly toured an electronics manufacturing company in Phoenix on Wednesday, meeting with workers and company leaders to discuss the impact of new tariffs on local businesses and jobs. Kelly, a Democrat, former NASA astronaut, examines production lines, held electronic components, and spoke with workers about the effects on the interests of measures. The visit came amidst the rising implementation of the U.S. tariffs 25% on all imports, including Mexico, 25% on steel, aluminum, and automobiles, 10% on universal baseline tariff, and a large-scale tariffs on goods from China.
Now, this doesn't affect, I'd say, your average person directly, but the indirect effect is that components that go into sophisticated weapon systems for our national defense, is the taxpayer is going to have to eventually pay that bill. I am advocating for trade policy that's consistent. Hey, tariffs, when they're targeted to solve a specific problem, they often make a lot of sense. But blanket tariffs on countries, especially when they're our allies and our biggest trading partners, and putting tariffs on countries without a lot of thought about it and a broader plan, for me, is not in the best interest of our economy. Yeah, I mean, we walked through their small logistics area there. You saw reels and reels of transistors and resistors and capacitors. A lot of those parts do come from China and from other countries. And when you levy a 145% tariff on those parts, the price of the final product inevitably goes up, and somebody.
Trump's administration granted exclusions from steep tariffs on smartphones, computers, and other electronics imported largely from China, while indicating these goods will come under separate tariffs, along with semiconductors that may be imposed within a month. South Korea's acting president Han Dong-soo said on Thursday that the government will do its best to find a win-win solution in the upcoming trade talks with the United States. The South Korean delegation will meet the U.S. counterpart on Thursday for an opening round of trade talks, with cooperation on shipbuilding and energy expected to be on the agenda, and possibly shared defense costs as Seoul seeks lower tariffs. South Korea, which faces 25% U.S. reciprocal tariffs, is among the first countries the Trump administration has initiated trade talks with after its first face-to-face discussions last week with Japan, another key Asian ally, slapped with 24% tariffs. Speaking at the National Assembly, Han also urged the parliament to swiftly approve the proposed supplementary budget for the economy recovery and advancement.
Tonight in Washington, D.C., the Minister of Economy and Finance and the Minister of Trade, Industry and Energy will hold a Korea-U.S. 2+2 trade dialogue with the U.S. Secretary of the Treasury and the U.S. Trade Representative. The government will do its best to find a win-win between the two countries, with focus on three areas of trade balance, shipbuilding, and LNG, under the principle that the national interest is the foremost priority. I sincerely ask the National Assembly to swiftly review and pass the proposed supplementary budget, so that it may serve as a source of strength for our people and a valuable stepping stone for economic recovery and advancement.
South Korea's government proposed on last Friday a supplementary 12.2 trillion naira or $12.2 trillion won budget to counter heightening risks to economic growth in the face of a global trade war and domestic political uncertainty. And that's the news this hour. Many thanks for watching. I'm Charles Pius. See you later.
afternoon and welcome to E-Vibes, the entertainment show on Signature TV this hour. I'm your baby girl, Queenette Wokunta. We have interesting stories. We have a whole lot of stories for you today, and I promise that I'm going to review that art gallery visit today. It's a promise. Hold me accountable if I don't do that. So let's delve into the stories of the day. Nigerian billionaire businessman and nightlife connoisseur Obinna Iyebu, popularly known as Obi Kubana, has cleared the air on who his real next of kin is. This came after his adopted son Chidi went viral on social media after he joined a TikTok challenge where he vaguely claimed to be the billionaire's next of kin. In the TikTok video, Chidi could be seen strutting proudly with a caption that read, "Nothing do my shoulder. I just realize, see, I be next of kin." So this particular story has been, creating a buzz on social media, Instagram, TikTok, and the likes, especially immediately after Obi Kubana posted a picture of he and his first son shaking hands and holding shoulders, and captioned it "next of kin" with laughing emoji and face filled with heart emoji. So when you go through the comment section, you will get to find out that it's as if people are against him, and I could understand, because why being petty, especially after the young boy made a post on TikTok. This is actually a TikTok challenge, this challenge of raising shoulder, and people will just say something, just create a caption and all that, and you would find out that people have been calling the young boy next of kin, calling him adopted son, giving him so many names. So he had to use a caption that didn't fit for him. It doesn't necessarily mean, because of course I know and I'm sure that, in fact, so many people know and they're sure that that young boy Chidi knows that he is an adopted son. But what people do not understand is why exactly he had to come online to make such caption. But on a second thought, it is literally none of our business, because this is a family matter. He can decide who he wants to be his next of kin and who he doesn't. But that doesn't necessarily mean that other brothers or other sons of his do not have shares in whatever he have. No, and another thing is, I think it's even good that he cleared the air right now, so as not to cause any chaos or problems in future, and this whole misunderstanding later on in future, because the way the guy has actually portrayed himself as next of kin on TikTok, maybe tomorrow, if it is said that the other son is the next of kin, it could cause chaos between the both brothers, and other people were coming out saying this is a woman's doing, this is a woman this, a woman that, a woman, someone said, of course, a woman's name will never go out of people's mouth, but no, this is an African man, and if you have an adopted child, and after that adopted child you have a son, of course, trust that man not to give his property to the adopted son. That doesn't mean that the adopted son would not have a share in whatever he have. He would, but his first son would be his next of kin. Take it or leave it. Let's call it spade a spade. So whatever comments that's been trolling on that particular post on Instagram, I don't think it has anything to do with Obi Kubana. He would care less about it. He has made his statements and he has made it clear to everybody. I think that's the whole drama. That's all he wanted. He wanted it to be very clear and known that this particular boy, which is his son, not the adopted one, is his next of kin. So let's move forward. In another landmark feat, Burna Boy recently sold out the Coupe Manchester, which is England's biggest indoor arena. The concert, which took place on April 21st, 2025, preceded by the Grammy-nominated single Higher and Bundle by Bundle, both released in 2024. Earlier in 2025, he released Update, which further raised anticipation for his upcoming album. Burna Boy's last album, I Told Them, enjoyed commercial success, become a big part of his performance lineup. Fans will be expecting the same from the next album, whose title suggests he has no intention of slowing down. So a big congratulations to Burna Boy. We're so proud of him and we're so happy for him. In fact, I don't think I'll be surprised again if headlines like this come up that he sold out this arena, he sold out this, he sold out this stage and all that. I don't think I'll be surprised because it's becoming a norm for him. You know, he's always having a sold out. He's always having a sold out. And it's not like he's just a Nigerian artist. He's now a global artist. Wherever you see a story, you would get to see that tag. Grammy winning global artist, this and that. So it's a big win for him and we're so proud of him. We are all expecting and anticipating the new album that will be coming up later this year. So keep your fingers crossed. Let's move forward. The woman who accused Jay-Z and Diddy of raping her when she was 13 years old is now taking legal steps to try and dismiss a lawsuit Jay-Z filed against her. Jay's accuser, who first sued him for rape as a Jane Doe, filed new legal docs Tuesday to dismiss the defamation suit the music mogul filed against her and her attorney, Tony Bosby, in Alabama. The woman claims Jay-Z can't sue her over the claims because she made them in court documents and are therefore privileged. Adding that the interview she did with NBC was based on her claims in the court documents. The woman claimed Jay and Diddy raped her in New York back in 2000. She ultimately dropped the rape lawsuit, and Jay-Z then sued her and Bosby in Alabama, where she lives, over bringing the case in the first place. The woman now wants Jay-Z's lawsuit dismissed with prejudice, meaning it can't be filed again. Bosby previously filed a motion to get Jay's lawsuits against him dismissed, claiming they struck a deal and Jay reneged, and allegations Hobbs Camp previously said bogus. In her motion, the woman makes a similar claim about dismissing her lawsuit per the alleged agreement. So, you know, we brought the story up earlier this year, I think sometime this month or last month, stating that she has, you know, taken down the whole claim and allegation. She's taking it out, you know, stating that no, they didn't do that. Jay-Z didn't do that to her. Of course, I don't know why, because you came out plain to make this statement that actually went viral on X. So, you know, I think Jay-Z doing this right now is him being angry, because why would you, according to what I just read, why would you bring up the case in the first place if you know that it really didn't happen? You know, I know people would be like, he's being petty right now, but take yourself for instance. What would you do if someone, you know, makes a false allegation against you in court and also came live to make same statement, and now you're saying you took it down and you guys had an agreement? You won't blame him, because that thing had a problem in his life and could even have a problem in his family's life and his career, his children, and his wife, because he is not just the only celebrity in that family. His wife is too, and of course the daughter. So I think people should sometimes think about whatever they bring out or whatever they say, because it can indict the life of some people, especially celebrities. So I pray and I wish, in fact I'm begging, that Jay-Z would actually consider this and still take it down. You know, I think she's pleading right now that he should take it down. I mean, she agreed that it's a false. She didn't do that, and she's taking it down. She has taken it down, in fact. So I think he too would think of doing the same thing, and everybody can move on with their lives. You know, we've all believed that he didn't do it. And we all knew that he didn't do it, although some people have the whole guess, you know, about it. But it came out the same way it came out that he raped her. It came out on socials that, okay, she said she's taking it down and no, it is a false and all that. So let's move forward. Fans of the Netflix series You, starring Penn Badley, can celebrate the show's final season by visiting the Monet's bookstore pop-up event in New York City. High school fan Mia Levins drove 2 hours from New Jersey to be among the first to enter the space. I'm obsessed with Penn Badley and I'm obsessed with the show. I read all the books, I watched all the season. I'm so ready for season 5. I'm so hype, I'm ready. I'm so ready. Okay, this was actually made, this was made by someone. The pop-up located at 486 Broome Street will be open on April 22nd and 23rd from 12 p.m., offering a literally scavenger hunt with exclusive merchandise, prize, and photo opportunities on a first-come, first-served basis. The show's famous glass cage, the place where Badley's character Joe killed many of his victims, will also be on display. Additionally, bookstores across the United States, including Black Pearl Books in Austin, the Ripped Bodice in Los Angeles, and Brooklyn Books and Books in Miami, and Booksmiths in San Francisco will host in-store scavenger hunts for April 16th to 23rd. Fans worldwide can join an early virtual screening of the season 5 premiere featuring a Q&A with Badley on toondom.com. Take a look at this.
Thank you.
So I don't try to think about the fact that he killed a lot of people here. I'm just really honing in the book ambiance instead of that glass cage in the back.
I'm obsessed with Penn Badgley, and I'm obsessed with the show. I read all the books. I watched all the seasons. I'm so ready for season 5. I live in New Jersey, so I drove like almost 2 hours to get here. I'm so hyped. I'm ready. I'm so ready.
I'm expecting to see, honestly, that glass cage. I'm gonna be very honest with you. I'm really expecting to see that glass cage. You know who I'm also expecting to see? Love.
You led me to believe you can love all of me. At heart, I am a normal guy.
No, no! Is this what I deserve?
Burn in hell.
As for you, we're not done with each other yet.
All right, that was outstanding and that was spectacular. Let's move forward. Video released by the Vatican shows the open casket containing the body of Pope Francis laid in the chapel of the Santa Marta residence. Francis was moved to St. Peter Basilica this morning, where the public paid their respects. The funeral will be held at the St. Peter's on Sunday morning. In a break from tradition, Francis confirmed in his final statement released on Monday that he wished to be buried in Rome's Basilica of St. Mary Major and not St. Peter Basilica. Take a look.
Per risorgere con lui, aspergiamo il corpo del nostro Papa Francesco, rendiamo grazie a Dio che aspergiamo il corpo del nostro Papa Francesco, rendiamo grazie a nella luce della beatitudine eterna. Per Cristo, a una vita nuova in Cristo, nello Spirito Santo.
Nostrum quotidianum da nobis hodie,
May his gentle soul rest in perfect peace. So his burial will be happening pretty soon. I think this week, Saturday or thereabouts. So I know this particular story is it's about Easter, and Easter just passed. That was on Sunday 21st, but I thought to bring this up to you. So on Easter Sunday, Lagos Island hosted the annual Fancy Carnival featuring music, dance, and parades rooted in Afro-Brazilian heritage. The event drew crowds to the streets where participants in coordinated costumes performed choreographed routine in traditional samba rhythms. The Lagos Fancy Carnival is one of the city's oldest cultural festivals, tracing its origin to the 19th century, when formerly enslaved Africans returned from Brazil and settled in Lagos. These Afro-Brazilian returnees, often referred to as Agunda, brought with them elements of Catholicism, architecture, cuisines, and carnival traditions, which blended with local Yoruba costumes. Historically, the carnival was held in neighborhoods like Campo Square and featured family-led masquerade groups, many of which have passed their traditions down from generations. This year's edition was organized by the Lagos State Ministry of Tourism, Arts and Culture in partnership with the Brazilian Consulate. The event is part of border efforts to preserve the cultural ties between Nigeria and Brazil and to promote Lagos as a hub for heritage tourism. So take a look.
Here we're celebrating culture, we're celebrating history, we're celebrating reclaiming history from the colonizers and the Brazilian slave returnees that have come to make Lagos their home.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the captain's team right here.
All right, that was so beautiful. I love the blend. I love the fact that they had to come together to, do this. And this is their 16th edition. So let's look forward to next year's one and see what they have to bring to us. That's all I have for you in the news segment this hour. We would go on a very short break, and when we return, I would review that arts gallery visit to you. So stay with us. Welcome back. You're still watching E-Vibes, the entertainment show on Signature TV. Happy birthday to each and every person that today happens to be your birthday. I wish you long life and prosperity and everything good in life. So right now, I want you to sit tight. I'm sure your popcorn and your wine and your juice, your water, whatever you have, enjoying the show with me is ready, because I have something spectacular coming for you. And I want you to leave something in the comment section for me, what you think about some of this artwork. You can give your own reviews of whatever you see. So sit tight and enjoy. We are live at Contage Gallery. We are here to see Uche Agonsi in his gallery. We're here to discuss more about arts, sculptures, painting, and the stories behind each and every one of them. So join us while we get some reviews with him.
Welcome.
Good afternoon, sir.
From Signature TV.
Yes, please.
Wow.
It's nice to meet you.
Welcome to Contage Art Gallery.
Yes. We're here to review some of your artwork and the whole mystery behind it.
Wow.
So are you ready for us?
Oh, yes.
All right. So, I like this particular one.
Wow. The title of the work is August Meeting.
August Meeting.
The saga and the menace that happens in August Meeting.
Okay.
In the time past, I did this work 2006.
Okay.
August Meeting issues were at the peak.
Yeah.
Women put a lot of pressures on the husband. Some people use that opportunity.
It still does, though.
But I think it's watered down now.
Okay.
But that time is something else. Women can even sell anything to go for August Meeting. So
Yes.
they use that opportunity to do that kind of competition. So
All right.
I was able to capture the political class here.
Okay.
This is the wife of the former governor, former senator, former House of Rep, former power.
Okay.
So she now had less women behind her.
Okay.
I can see she's almost wearing nothing. She's wearing few diamonds, bling.
Yeah.
But this one is the present and the current wife of either governor, senator.
Yes.
You can see she has enough PA. They're wearing bone.
Yeah, looking all
shirt,
flashy.
with their bling and everything. So it's just a display of power. But you cannot see the normal women that are
The viewers, the one watching them. And
yeah, they're the ones that have been tormented, been harassed. So I just those onlookers.
Okay.
Watching the drama being created during August Meeting.
All right.
So I saw that I have to capture it in order to preserve the.
That's quite impressive. So, okay. I love this particular one.
This painting, I did it after I attended anywhere. That was 2009. So I was able to study women and powers. I captured the face of a woman or the womanhood.
Yeah.
Here you can see her face is blue, white, welcoming. Here she didn't know anything. She's just a white material. Like now, everything people are talking about Acharuga. That was Acharuga of there. But the moment you introduce same power to this woman, that is calm, good, submissive, the moment you hand over power to her, the next thing her mouth became stronger. That's where the weapon is. Because sometimes you can't.
Yeah.
Money, power is just an amplifier. You may say, the girl was nice before. What happened? The sudden
Change.
Married a governor, or she's now commissioner for this and this, and all of a sudden she manifests to this.
Okay, so we are sitting down because there's this particular artwork that caught my interest, and I really want to know the whole mystery behind it. So over to you, Uche. I can see a strong man with 6 packs beating a drum, but he has no head.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So I want you to tell me the whole drama behind it and why he's actually standing, he's not sitting.
Yeah, he's standing.
Yes. So what's the whole mystery behind this particular artwork?
Okay, well, I did the artwork in 2000. This work has been to Egypt, this work has been to Germany, this work has been to Colombia, has been to England. I visited it in Abuja, but all the edition I tagged it not for sale. My concept behind this was Nigerian leadership. You can see this man is a drummer, he's making music, he's healthy.
and the drum is making you want to hear the music. And at the base is the map of Nigeria. So meanwhile, the title of this work is my Nigeria, my country. So I felt bad when I discovered that all the resources we had, the only problem we had is leadership problem. And I have discovered that one can lose his hand, he still survives. You can lose your leg, you still survive. But you don't have head,
You can't survive.
you can't. And I've discovered that all the 5 senses are controlled by the head. The eyes, the
nose,
tongue,
the mouth.
the nose, the mouth. And these things are the things that forms leadership. Like today, even in Nigeria, a leader can wake up tomorrow and say, nobody will go out for 1 week.
Yeah.
And everybody will obey him. So if we have the useless or the uneducated one at the helm of affairs, it affects the whole body. So this is Nigeria. We have resources. Everything is working in Nigeria. You know, sometimes as a person, I always ask them, if you export all Nigerians to Canada and bring all Canadian citizens to Nigeria without changing the leadership system, Nigeria will still become the mess it is. And the people in Nigeria will survive very well in Canada.
So like you said, you need someone that will be able to appreciate this art even when you're gone. And maybe by then Nigeria would have, you know, gotten a good leader. So do you think whomever that will handle this art, maybe an artist like you might complete it or something, maybe add a head to it by then?
No, he cannot. Because one good thing is this is an illustrative art. Or it's more like imaginary.
Yeah.
It's like an imaginary art. When Nigeria become better, because I believe in Nigeria, I know Nigeria will become better. There's a lot of prophecy, a lot of this. We almost got it during the last election. You saw the Biden movement, and so one day I know whatever we are asking for will become actualized. That doesn't mean we have a physical head here anymore. But this will not represent a story that this was our dream. Now it's a reality. So that people will now know that culture and history need to be preserved.
This particular artwork got my interest. I'm seeing 3 houses in one. I'm seeing in, and I think there's an out.
Yes.
So tell us a little story about this.
Okay, I'm so passionate about this nation, Nigeria. So this is a political system in this country. You can see there is green, there is white colors. So this is a political structure in this nation. The entrance gate is so small because they love power. So you can see there's a lot of treasure. These are Asorok, different level of power, the president, the governor, and the senate. You can see the federal house, whatever. So they have a lot of treasure. But they will always fight, kill themselves to enter. But if they do, the exit door is so wide where they will loot. When you look at this thing, it looks so deformed because some of the roofs are gone. You may think there's no money in this nation. But if you hear the level of money they loot when they leave government, I think you'll be feeling, this money real? One man that will be alive will be stealing 17 trillion, 15 trillion. And you know how many millions to get to a billion, to get to trillion. But you now look at Nigeria as a nation. You're not feeling the impact of the looting. If nothing changes, if they do road for us, we appreciate them. If they don't do, we'll still celebrate them. But there is wealth in this nation. So they won't even allow you to get in. And if you succeed in getting in, you see what is here. And outside, you see, I use black. So they paint this government as if nothing works in the government. We don't have money. We don't have this. Nothing. But you keep seeing the level of money. This EFCC people announcing that so and so man steals trillion. Some people steal as big as the whole nation budget. And you keep wondering, is this nation? And one thing about Nigeria, no matter how much they steal, this stuff is still standing. Our map has not deformed. The citizens are still alive.
So I can see some year difference. I'm saying 2003, 2009. I don't know what.
2013.
2013. So
yes,
why?
I was talking about these are the years we had a lot of political saga. So these are their peak. The peak of looting. You know, this is, I won't call them, but we know. These are their levels. So it was in 2013 till now that we now had the highest level of looting. You know, all those. But this nation still survives. And they are creating around Nigeria again that will equally rise with. But one thing I know is that we believe in this nation. No matter how much they do, we will still survive.
All right, so Mr. Agosi Uche,
yes,
you said a whole lot about art and your passion for Nigeria. You even described some artwork differentiating women then and now. So I want to ask you, what drives you? What influences you? What pushes you to do artworks like this?
Okay, you know, as a young man, I don't like the normal status quo. So I love experimenting. So I now discover that art is like a medium for me to express myself.
Okay.
You can hear that lady that talked about the presidents that are giving capital punishment. But with my art, I can talk and be free because it's real. So, and I believe in future. So sometimes if I see future, I can capture it now.
Yeah.
And sometimes I help people establish their vision. You tell me your vision, I can now turn it into an artwork that can help sustain you, like your vision box and this. So as a young man, I want to do things that are beyond, like in my family, nobody has studied arts. There's no artist in my lineage.
Okay.
I'm supposed to be a medical student.
But
I'm supposed to be yes, I picked art because it's not the normal norm everybody knows. So when I became an artist, they say, this is a strange course to us, this is a strange subject. I said, don't worry, I'll make you proud. And today, by the grace of God, I was the best artist in the whole Nigeria 2008 with art. I've traveled abroad with art. I've eaten federal government money, in quotes.
You know, I'm about to ask you that question because I know art is there, but it has not really gotten there. Just the way we have Grammys Award, AMVCA Award, like globally. Do you understand? So I want to know, do artists, like you in particular, do you make money from this?
We don't make money in Nigeria. That's why most of these young artists do everything to leave this country. But you know, I told you I believe in this nation. The last time I did an exhibition with the Japanese artists, they almost adopted me. They say, for you to be a Nigerian, you're doing this level of ceramics. You need to come to our nation.
Does it mean Nigeria do not appreciate artwork?
They don't, even federal government. There is no time you will hear the federal government organize an art auction or celebrate an artist, the like of Ben and Wong. They don't even give them an award, the like of Bruce or Blackbear. And sometimes you see most artists either enter into commercial that now become artisans or crafts. When you produce an artwork, the normal people will ask you, we've not eaten doctors to buy an artwork. And you see this chaotic disorder, even people that are building houses, they don't consult an artist. But like as a ceramics, automobile has us to do because we design the cars, like the car plug, those things in that car plug is ceramics. We make it. The windshield is ceramics, it's silicon. It's artists that does those things. But in this nation trying to engage us, like when Innocent was doing, we tried even to get a logo. You know, the appreciation here is so low. And sometimes you see the white men come here, patronize us, carry our treasures and go. But this nation, they don't even organize an art competition, talk less of. Even the other time I went to my alma mater, I felt like crying. There's no culture we are preserving, no nothing. So artists are on their own. Sometimes you see some artists, they dress rugged. Some of them, you find that becomes like mad people, in quotes. It's because the patronage is so low.
So have you ever envisioned having events like this, like globally, just the way we have Grammy, AMVCA, Headies and the likes? Have you ever envisioned it, and what expectations do you want from the government to make art more pronounced and exposed out there in our country?
Yeah, I have, my dear, countless times. You know, sometimes when you travel abroad, you see artists being commissioned by the government to do monumental work. People now come, pay tickets, go around the world. People can move around it. You know, build an artwork that is 20 feet, 200 feet, 500 feet. These are some of the things that inspire me. And I believe that one day, somebody that is sane, that will get to government, some of our roundabout need to be beautified with some of our forgone culture. Like the coal miners need to be captured. You know, people can now go around, have the history embedded on the body of the artwork. People can now go like a tour on that artwork. I made a drawing for that. I made a sketch, 40 feet artwork that can have all these coal miners in it. You didn't see the light of the day. I've gone from one government to another. And I believe one day the right man will be there who will not understand what takes and the place of art in our society and not patronize, because even when we are gone, our children will look at our art and remember the history and things are preserved.
I'm really glad to be at your gallery, and I'm really, really impressed with what I've seen, especially the works. Works that tell so much about the challenges we have as a country. Works that say so much about the dream we have as a country. Works that so much about what can be done for the country to move on. I mean, you didn't deliver a speech, but you captured all of it in those works, you know. You talked about the politicians, you talked about the country without a head, we've talked about women, we've talked about Ohaneze. I mean, your work just speaks for itself, and I'm really, really, really impressed. And I want to say that the promise I made to you so many years ago, that I will support and my organization will support art, is coming to fruition. Today we are with you, looking at what you do and how you do it. And I want to reassure you and other artists in ENUGU and all over Nigeria that our Signature TV, we will partner with you. We will support you, we will support your work, and we are interested in taking up some of the responsibilities you talked about, responsibilities that government should take. And as I say, yes, government should take up responsibilities to use art as a money spinner, a money earner, foreign exchange earner for our country, by organizing exhibitions, organizing competitions, organizing a coming together of artists, that the individuals and companies should also support government and support the arts. Because I've been around the world, and in a lot of places, endowment in the art is done by individuals and, you know, rich companies. So for us at Signature TV, we look forward to growing and being in a comfort zone where we can do the big things that we really want to do. But we'll take the low-hanging fruits like we are doing now. We have designed a program that is specifically for art. We have designed a program that, you know, talks about the works of artists. And those are small things we are doing, which we hope that as the years go by, will grow even to make it even bigger. So once again, thank you for the opportunity of letting me into your gallery. And I here and now offer you, you know, a hand of friendship, a hand of partnership, that together we can do so much for the art world.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Pleasure. My pleasure. I'm so grateful, sir. I will always put this Sir V. Martin Ilo for being in Quintas Art Gallery today. Sir, you've been an inspiration to me, I must tell you, because some of these artworks I produce, you inspired them one way or the other. Because when you're at the corridor of power, I see a man with another spirit. You are not contaminated. You are like a catalyst. You are in their midst, but you're not consumed. So, and I've always seen a man with a bigger dream. Like today, I'm so glad that Signature TV has come to pass. This is a dream you had almost 25 years ago. It's not something you cook up yesterday night. And even the name Signature means this is final set of television. You are now putting your signature on it. Even the name is so unique, it's so artistic. It's something that is outstanding. So I am so overwhelmed that you made it to my gallery today. And with these promises you made, sir, I'm giving you my 100% support. Because I didn't know you last year. I've seen you work with individuals. I've seen you work with corporate bodies. I've had your testimonies. I've experienced it. And I know you can never change. Because you're a man of integrity. See how you visited my gallery. You didn't send... just go to the gallery and cover. You came in a person. That means that you value what I'm doing and you value my person. So I am so grateful. And I love what you have been an art collector. If you get to your house, it looks like a gallery. You've been patronizing all other artists, helping us to eat, helping us to have shelter, helping us not to get drugs. Some of us have been tempted to even go into Yahoo or whatever. But when we remember men like you who always come and look at this talent and say, I like what you're doing, I want to patronize you, it keeps us going. The rate of suicidal thoughts in the society, people like you are reducing it. And people are not giving up. So thank you so much. I am ready to partner with Signature TV because something about me is excellent. I have it as a gift. So with you on board, sir, count me in. I'm so grateful working with you.
Thank you.
Thank
it
you
was
so
a pleasure
much,
coming here today.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for watching. I'm sure you had so much fun, and I'm sure you've gained a whole lot. I'm sure, yes, we had so much talking about Nigeria, our country, the whole art, the Aso Rock, and of course the one that got me more interested, the woman that transferred from the wife material to the woman with power. And I'm sure that you will see that Mr. Uche Agunze has said a whole lot about our country, Nigeria, and about them not giving artists the opportunity to come out and showcase themselves, making it an art event to go global. So I pray like he prayed that our country and the head will do something about it. Thanks for watching and join us same time. Yeah, thanks for watching and join us same time tomorrow. I'm actually a lover of art, so yeah. Join us same time tomorrow. The show has come to an end. Same station, same channel. And of course, up next is Global News by Mr. Barry Kumo Ado. You don't want to miss on that. Bye. See you same time tomorrow.
From the president to the ministers to the governors, all of them, 98% of them attended public schools from primary, secondary to university level, paying almost nothing. Now go to a typical primary and secondary school in your locality and see how it has been destroyed over the years simply because people in the position of power have the resources that they have accrued from the national treasury to take their children and give them the best of education in any part of the world. Keep that aside. 98% of people in the position of power, their mother either gave birth to them in their homes or in public hospitals. Because in the last 40, 50, 60 years, how many private hospitals do we have in Nigeria? But now go to a typical private hospital, public hospital, and see what you have there. I was invited for an event, and then the head of a public school was delivering a speech, and he said, government can no more build hostels, government can no more give scholarships, so what can government do? You attended a public university, lived in a public hostel, and now you find yourself in a position of power. You cannot build more hostels for the generation that succeeded you. You went to public school and was given a scholarship by your state government, and you are in a position of power. You cannot give scholarship to the children of the poor. You cannot build a nation when you rob Peter to pay Paul. If the system is that of robbing Peter to pay Paul, then they should only expect patriotism from Paul, not from Peter. So if this country will experience peace and stability, then we must ensure social justice and equity. These teeming young people who are sitting down, we don't know. This is a cake of gunpowder. This is a time bomb for our country. If you think that because you have 4 or 5 children that you have educated well and then you don't care. But those are your children, which country are they going to live in? They're still going to live in this country here.
In 1953, Anthony Nahoro moved a motion for self-governance. The North wasn't quite ready. So it took us 7 years from 53 to 1960 to come to an agreement on what should be the thing that binds us together to keep us as a country. And it was freedom, total freedom to the federating units, which were only 3 at the time, then became 4 when Midwest region was created. And don't forget that at that time, therefore, the Western region paid people 5 shillings, the Eastern region paid 3 shillings, the North paid 2 shillings. Nobody was jealous. Nobody talked about national wage. Nobody, and the West could boast free education. It didn't have to be throughout the whole country. They were able to have free education because that's what they wanted. They could boast. They were first to bring in to have television in the country. Today, if you have to go and ask federal government for permission, I'm sure the West would not have been able to say that because they might have been denied. We went further. You could even have your own trade relationship outside the country. So the regions had things called agents in London. And only the one that represented all of Nigeria was called the High Commissioner. We had trade commodity boards. We had freedom. Nobody told the Western region how to use their cocoa money. Nobody told the Eastern region how to use their palm oil money. Nobody told the North how to use their groundnut and hides and skins money. They used it the best they could and paid the salaries that they could and developed the place as best they could, and there was no jealousy. Instead, there was, if you like, rivalry. I'm going to do more than you. I'm going to do more than you for my people. God rest his soul in peace. Professor Nwabo said, the one man that I really admire, say, oh my God, he said he admits that he wrote to me, will have made a mistake in writing the kind of constitution they wrote in 1978. Because they saw the divisions coming because of what some things that had happened. That if you have a strong center, it'll be able to bind all of us together. No, it works the other way around. If you allow people to go on their own, and as we had before, that's why I say I am not preaching what didn't happen before. I'm preaching what we always had that worked for us, and it worked for us. No one state today that can threaten the federation. No one state. Before, the regions were big enough that they could threaten and go, and you won't be able to stop them. Forget the fact that, okay, Biafra was stopped. They were reasons. But they were large enough to really tear the federation apart. But today, there's no one state that can threaten. Where would they go to? So everybody will be very happy to remain, to be sent. But then, you have to make sure that that center is not in any way, doesn't even pretend in any way to be superior to the states. They must be co-equal.
I am Barry Kumo Ado. In the headlines, expert warns ash may fall near Costa Rican volcano after new activity. China denies asking companies to illegally collect data amid South Korea DeepSeek claim. India will punish those responsible for Kashmir attack once Modi amid nationwide protest. And Zelensky arrives in South Africa to meet leaders as peace talks take form. Details shortly.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Martin DeMoore from the Volcanological and Seismological Observatory of Costa Rica National University.
In the early morning, at least 2 energetic eruptive pulses were observed at the volcano, one at 5:29 reaching a height of at least 3 kilometers, 9,840 feet, above the crater level, or 5,000 meters, Ed's note, above sea level, 16,404 feet, dispersing ash apparently towards the east. The other pulse was at 7:44, and there was also something at 7:36, but this pulse was slightly less energetic, reaching a height of about 1,000 meters, above the crater level, 3,280 feet. These 2 pulses are part of the activity we have been observing since March, showing fluctuations in activity.
The ash is being carried by the wind, falling towards the southeast, affecting a different area compared to Monday, when it was carried towards the west. We can expect significant ash fall near the volcano due to low wind speeds, affecting a slightly different zone than in recent days or weeks.
Juan Santa Maria International Airport remained unaffected despite the volcanic activity, although flight paths were adjusted to avoid ash clouds according to local authorities. Located within dense forests and 50 kilometers from San Jose by road, Paz has been under an orange alert, the 3rd of 4 levels since March. Ivory Coast opposition leader Tijani Thiam said on Wednesday it would fight on to run in the West African nation's presidential election due in October, despite having been removed from the electoral roll. A court in Ivory Coast ruled on Tuesday that Thiam, 62, a former Credit Suisse chief executive, should be removed from the electoral roll because he was a French national when he registered. The decision, which cannot be appealed, could end the Ivorian-born Thiam's ambition to run in the world's top cocoa-producing nation's presidential election. Speaking in an interview, Thiam said its party, PDCI, would not put up an alternative candidate and will use their political weight nationally and internationally so that reason prevailed.
Need to have the right and the possibility to choose freely who should lead them. That's all we're asking for. And if people think I was away too long, or whatever, they can express that in the ballot box. Okay? For now, I'm leading in the polls. It's not for the government to decide who runs opposition parties or who gets to run against them, and that's what we're trying to do. And I really want the same criteria and demands to be put on Africa as any other part of the world. I don't accept the shrugging and saying this is Africa. I've been getting calls, well, what did you expect? Of course, they were going to block you through dubious means, but I want Africa to be respected, and I'm going to fight so that that type of governance disappears.
A sprawling wildfire burning in New Jersey's Pinelands near Atlantic Ocean beach towns could become the largest in the state in about 20 years, having already consumed some 11,500 acres, officials said on Wednesday. The Jones Road wildfire had spread to 11,000 acres in less than 24 hours as of 10 a.m. on Wednesday and was 30% contained. The New Jersey Fire Service said in a post on X it was no longer threatening populated areas. The blaze could become the largest in New Jersey in 20 years, said Sean LaRote, the state's Commissioner for Environmental Protection. At a press conference, a fire in May 2007 in the same area consumed 17,000 acres. Lieutenant Governor Tashesha Way declared a state of emergency beginning at 7 a.m. on Wednesday. Governor Phil Murphy is on an overseas trip. U.S. President Donald Trump criticized the wave of sports teams that had altered their team names to omit reference to Native American heritage while speaking to reporters on Wednesday.
The Indian population is a great part of this country, a great heritage. And we were talking about Massapequa, Long Island, the Chiefs, they call themselves the Chiefs. Well, the Kansas City Chiefs, they're not changing their name. A great team, great people. And they like when they're, called by various names. Now,
while Cleveland Indians changed their name to Cleveland Guardians in 2022, the Washington Commanders changed their name from Washington Redskins in 2020. Both the teams had changed their names after public outcry. In another development, President Donald Trump on Wednesday signed an executive order directing his administration to enforce existing laws requiring universities to disclose when they receive large foreign gifts. Trump signed a second order making changes to the university accreditation process in order to force accreditation to be focused on the merit and results rather than woke ideology, White House aide Will Schaaf said in the Oval Office. Trump also signed other executive orders that included ensuring that historically black colleges are able to do their job as effectively and as efficiently as possible, as Schaaf said. Another executive order was related to AI and ensuring that school children, young Americans, are adequately trained in AI tools. The U.S. President also signed executive orders on school discipline policies and instructing that departments and agencies no longer rely on disparate impact theory.
Somebody today, a very smart person, said that AI is the way to the future. I don't know if that's right or not, but certainly very smart people are investing in it heavily.
Next, sir, we have an executive order on school discipline policies. under, I believe it was the Biden administration, first Obama and then Biden, the Department of Justice issued guidance that made it almost impossible for schools to enforce adequate disciplinary policies. This created issues in the classroom for teachers and students alike. Basically, they focused on CRT and sort of diversity ideology instead of actually just enforcing the rules in classrooms to ensure a safe learning environment. This executive order revokes that prior guidance and puts us back in a place where hopefully the Department of Education can focus on education and teachers can focus on teaching in a safe environment.
And this was important for you, Linda, as I understand it. Huh?
Yeah, absolutely, because it gives teachers the authority now to have discipline in their class.
An electronics manufacturing company in Phoenix on Wednesday, meeting with workers and company leaders to discuss the impact of new tariffs on local businesses and jobs. Kelly, a Democrat and former NASA astronaut, examined production lines, held electronic components, and spoke with workers about the effects of a recent trade measures. The visit came amid the rising implementation of U.S. tariffs, 25% on all imports from Mexico, 25% on steel, aluminum, and automobiles, a 10% universal baseline tariff, and large-scale tariffs on goods from China. The senator emphasized the importance of targeted and strategic trade policies over broad-based tariffs.
Now, this doesn't affect, I'd say, your average person directly, but the indirect effect is that components that go into sophisticated weapon systems for our national defense is the taxpayer is going to have to eventually pay that bill. I am advocating for trade policy that's consistent. Hey, tariffs, when they're targeted to solve a specific problem, they often make a lot of sense. But blanket tariffs on countries, especially when they're our allies and our biggest trading partners, and putting tariffs on countries without a lot of thought about it and a broader plan, for me, is not in the best interest of our economy. Yeah, I mean, we walked through their small logistics area there. You saw reels and reels of transistors and resistors and capacitors. A lot of those parts do come from China and from other countries. And when you levy a 145% tariff on those parts, the price of the final product inevitably goes up, and somebody.
Trump's administration granted exclusions from steep tariffs on smartphones, computers, and other electronics imported largely from China, while indicating these goods will come under separate tariffs, along with semiconductors that may be imposed within a month. South Korea's acting president, Han Duck-soo, said on Thursday that the government will do its best to find a win-win solution in the upcoming trade talks with the United States. South Korean delegation will meet U.S. counterparts on Thursday for an opening round of trade talks with cooperation on shipbuilding and energy, expected to be on the agenda, and possibly shared defense costs as Seoul seeks lower tariffs. South Korea, which faces 25% U.S. reciprocal tariffs, is among the first countries the Trump administration has initiated trade talks with after its first face-to-face discussions last week with Japan, another key Asian ally, slapped with 24% tariffs. Speaking at the National Assembly, Han also urged the Parliament to swiftly approve the proposed supplementary budget for economy recovery and advancement.
Tonight in Washington, D.C., the Minister of Economy and Finance and the Minister of Trade, Industry and Energy will hold a Korea-U.S. 2+2 trade dialogue with the U.S. Secretary of the Treasury and the U.S. Trade Representative. The government will do its best to find a win-win between the two countries, with focus on three areas of trade balance, shipbuilding, and LNG, under the principle that the national interest is the foremost priority. I sincerely ask the National Assembly to swiftly review and pass the proposed supplementary budget, so that it may serve as a source of strength for our people and a valuable stepping stone for economic recovery and advancement.
South Korea's government proposed on last Friday a supplementary 12.2 trillion won budget to counter heightened risk to economic growth in the face of a global trade war and domestic political uncertainty. South Korea's Data Protection Authority said on Thursday the Chinese artificial intelligence startup DeepSeek transferred user information and prompts without permission when the service was still available for download in the country's app market. In February, South Korea's data agency suspended new downloads of DeepSeek app in the country after it said DeepSeek acknowledged failing to take into account some of the agency's rules on protecting personal data. Data Protection Agency said on Thursday that DeepSeek also sent content in AI prompts entered by users to Beijing Volcano Engine Technology Company Limited, along with device, network, and app information. DeepSeek later told the agency the decision to send information to Volcano Engine was to improve user experience, and that it had blocked the transfer of AI prompt content from April 10.
Initially, DeepSeek transferred personal information to companies located in China and the United States without obtaining consent from users for overseas transfers or disclosing it in the privacy policy at the time of service initiation. It has been confirmed that DeepSeek is transmitting device information, network information, app information, and the content users input into AI prompts to Beijing Volcano Engine Technology Company Limited. Based on the above inspection results, the Personal Information Protection Commission has decided to issue a corrective recommendation for DeepSeek to ensure legal grounds are thoroughly in place for overseas transfers of personal information, to immediately destroy any unnecessary prompt input content already transferred to Volcano Corporation.
The agency said it has decided to issue a corrective recommendation for DeepSeek to immediately remove AI prompt content transferred to Volcano Engine and establish a legal basis for transferring personal. Replying to South Korea DeepSeek claim, China's foreign ministry said on Thursday that the Chinese government has not and will never ask companies to collect and store data illegally.
The Chinese government attaches great importance to and protects data privacy and security in accordance with the law. It has never and will never require companies or individuals to collect or store data in an illegal manner. China has always opposed the practice of generalizing the concept of national security and politicizing economic, trade, and technological issues.
Still to come, UK Energy Minister and head of IEA arrived for Energy Security Summit in London. Shut down in Indian Kashmir's Pahalgam brings eerie calm after militant attack. Stay with us. Complete new energy industry chain and contributed a quarter of the world's total new green area since it announced the dual carbon goals 5 years ago. At a virtual summit on Wednesday, UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres and Brazilian President Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva brought together 17 national leaders from major economies and climate-vulnerable countries. The goal was to accelerate global climate ambition ahead of COP30, which will be held in Brazil later this year. The meeting was part of efforts to sustain political momentum during a pivotal year for combating climate change, according to a senior UN official. This year is the 10th anniversary of the Paris Agreement and the upcoming deadline for countries to submit new climate plans. Chinese President Xi Jinping held a welcome ceremony for visiting Kenyan President William Ruto in Beijing on Thursday morning. Ruto is on a state visit to China from Tuesday to Saturday at the invitation of Xi. At the ceremony, a military band performed the nation's anthem, the national anthem of China and Kenya, and a 21-gun salute was fired. Ruto, accompanied by Xi, reviewed the Guard of Honor of the Chinese People's Liberation Army. The two presidents also watched a march past of the Guard of Honor. During the visit, China and Kenya announced they had upgraded ties to a new level as they both pledged to create an all-weather China-Africa community. In a joint China-Kenya statement, both leaders said they were committed to injecting more stability into the world with a certainty of China-Africa solidarity and cooperation. The decision to upgrade China-Kenya relations was made in the face of a turbulent international situation, China's president was quoted as saying in a separate media pool report. Xi and Ruto signed 20 documents together. These included agreements on science and technology cooperation, vocational education, water resources, e-commerce, intelligent transport systems, and the railway sector. This was Ruto's first state visit to China as president of Kenya. Britain's Secretary of State for Energy Security and Net Zero, Ed Miliband, and the head of the International Energy Agency, IEA, Faith Birol, arrived for a summit on energy security in London on Thursday. Two-day event featuring officials from around 60 states and representatives of energy industry will discuss gas security, critical minerals, and Ukraine's energy system, the IEA said. In his opening remarks, Miliband said oil and gas from Britain's North Sea will continue to play an important role in the country's energy security.
Now, oil and gas, including from our North Sea, will continue to play an important role in our energy system, and we really value our industry and the jobs it supports. But as with many other countries, we're a price taker, not a price maker in international fossil fuel markets. So our vision of low-carbon power goes well beyond the climate imperative, important as that is. Homegrown low-carbon power is our nationally chosen route to energy security.
We are interconnected. So lasting solutions to energy security, in my view, goes through cooperation.
Der Leyen is expected to make an appearance at the summit later today. Britain's Finance Minister Rachel Reeves said on Wednesday there is certainly a deal to be done between the UK and the US. Reeves said the UK backs free trade but also believes in fair trade.
There's certainly a deal to be done between the UK and the US. I very much understand the concerns that the US has about countries that run large, persistent trade surpluses with them. But the UK is not one of those countries. We have balanced trade between our two countries. There are 1 million British people working for American firms, and there are 1 million Americans working for British firms. So our economies are very closely intertwined. And certainly what we hear from the US administration is that they are keen to do a deal with the UK, reflecting the closeness of that relationship. And as Chancellor and this Labour government very much believe in free trade, also believe it needs to be fair trade, and that's why we do understand some of the concerns that the United States has. We are willing to reduce trade barriers in the UK, those trade barriers that do exist, and we want to build on the relationship that we have.
The Wall Street Journal reported on Tuesday that the US wanted Britain to reduce its levies and other non-tariff barriers on a variety of goods, including a relaxation of rules on US agricultural imports, such as beef. Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi on Thursday condemned the deadly militant attacks in Kashmir, where police have identified 2 of the gunmen as Pakistani. At a rally in the eastern Indian state of Bihar, Modi folded his hands in prayer in remembrance of the 26 men who were shot and killed in a meadow in the Pahalgam region of Indian Kashmir. Modi then vowed to pursue, track and punish those responsible in the attack, drawing thunderous applause from thousands of supporters. Meanwhile, in New Delhi, thousands protested outside Pakistan's High Commission, demanding action over a deadly militant attack. Modi's comments are, however, bound to further inflame ties between the nuclear-armed rivals after India downgraded ties with Pakistan late on Wednesday, suspending a 6-decade-old water treaty.
From the soil of Bihar, I say to the whole world, India will identify, track, and punish every terrorist and their backers. We will pursue them to the ends of the earth. India's spirit will never be broken by terrorism. Terrorism will not go unpunished.
India closed a major land border crossing with Pakistan on Thursday after suspected militants killed 26 men at a tourist destination in Kashmir. Integrated checkpost at northern Attari Wagah border, also known for its daily flag lowering ceremony held by cross-border security forces, was closed on Thursday as part of India's retaliatory measures against Pakistan following Tuesday's deadly attack. New Delhi announced a raft of measures to downgrade its ties with Pakistan and has summoned a top Pakistani diplomat in New Delhi. India would also pull out its defense attaches in Pakistan and reduce staff size at its mission in Islamabad to 30 from 55, Indian Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri announced. Tuesday's incident is the deadliest attack on civilians in India in nearly 2 decades and is seen as a setback towards Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi and his Hindu nationalists by Bharatiya Janata Party are projected as a major achievement in revoking the special status Jammu and Kashmir enjoyed and bringing peace and development to the long-troubled Muslim majority region. Meanwhile, a complete shutdown in Indian Kashmir's Pahalgam entered its second day on Thursday. Shops, hotels, and several other business establishments remain closed after a deadly militant attack which killed 26 people and injured 17. About 1,000 tourists and 300 local service providers were in the Basenran Valley, known as Mini Switzerland, for its lush hilltop meadow, surrounded by dense pine forest, when 3 gunmen launched the Tuesday attack, the worst in India in nearly 2 decades. The region, striking the beautiful mountains, valleys, and grand Muagal gardens, had drawn record tourist arrivals stemming from 5 years of relative safety. Supporters of Prime Minister Narendra Modi touted the tourism boom as among its signature achievements. Gaza and its historic landmarks have endured widespread destruction since Israel launched its assault on the enclave in response to Hamas attacks a year and a half ago. Palestinian software company Madid published in 2011 a tourist map of Gaza. Ami Shrab, who was chief executive at the time, said he wanted to show the bright side of Gaza and how people were working hard to make it a better place despite all the blockades and hardship. It shows the beach hotels where Gazans held family gatherings are met with a few outsiders permitted to enter Gaza by Israel and Egypt. Dozens of restaurants served everything from strawberry juice to shrimps in a clay pot. In the map, there were 80 mosques across the city, as well as 2 churches, historical places including a 13th century palace that housed an antiquities museum. Gaza City's modern harbor was the strip's main fishing port, sheltered a fleet of shipping boats, and was a source of income for tens of thousands, including hotels and restaurants. It was a place where Gazans could watch the Mediterranean sunsets or eat sardines, squid, and local delicacies. Then is a sea beam. The port was attacked by Israeli airstrikes and naval commandos in the first week of the recent war, and many of the fishing boats were destroyed. Israel said Hamas used the harbor as a training facility for seaborne militants to attack Israeli coastal targets, and that it found militant tunnels there. Hamas never confirmed Israeli claims and accused Israel of destroying livelihoods. Fishermen say they now have to cast nets from shore to feed their families amid widespread hunger in Gaza. Al Salam restaurant opened in 1955. Al Salam Abu Asara restaurant is one of the many along Gaza's coastline that bears the scars of the war. Just north of the harbor, the waterfront restaurant was damaged in the first month of the war when an Israeli missile hit a nearby building. The windows were blown out and debris held around the dining room, owners said. The Israeli military said it was not aware of any strike at that time and place. Great Omari Mosque. The Great Omari Mosque in Gaza City is the oldest in the Strip and occupies a site in the old town of religious significance for thousands of years. It was heavily damaged by Israeli airstrikes in December 2023. The Israeli military said it hit a tunnel shaft and destroyed tunnel. Al-Qasiraya Market, Gaza, has been a trading center since antiquity. It was in the southernmost of the 5 cities of Philistine Confederation. In modern times, economic heart of Gaza City has been the covered markets of the old town, including the Mamluk-era souk known as Al-Qasiraya or Caesarea and as the Gold Market. It was a venue of choice for brides shopping for wedding rings and jewelry. Protesters gathered in New Haven, Connecticut on Wednesday to voice their opposition to a planned speech by Israel's National Security Minister Itamar Ben-Gvir. Waving Palestinian flags and chanting slogans such as Free, Free Palestine, the demonstrators included Yale activists, local Palestinians and anti-Zionist Orthodox Jews. Rabbi Yurel Dovitz West, representing Natura Qatar International, sharply criticized Ben-Gvir, stating he is an agent of Satan, agent of the Zionist State of Israel. The minister's visit to a Yale-based Jewish society and the protests against it underscored tensions surrounding universities in the U.S. Russia announced on Wednesday that its forces had gained control of a settlement in Donetsk, while Ukraine reported launching attacks in multiple Russian targets. Russian Defense Ministry said in a daily briefing that the forces had taken control of the Taraskovak settlement in the Donetsk region. Russian forces also repelled multiple Ukrainian attacks and launched offensive, struck Ukrainian military airfields, military industrial enterprises, UAV workshops and warehouses, temporary deployment posts for Ukrainian army and foreign mercenaries across 147 regions as well, said the ministry. A total of 166 drones were shot down by the Russian air defense system, according to the briefing. Meanwhile, the General Staff of the Ukrainian Armed Forces reported on Wednesday that 144 battles took place on the front lines over the past 24 hours. Ukrainian air, missile and artillery forces hit 19 areas where Russian troops, weapons and military equipment were concentrated, along with 4 artilleries, 1 air defense system and a command post, said the report. In addition, the Ukrainian troops continued to operate in the Kursk region, repelling 22 attacks from the Russian army. An overnight Russian combined missile and drone attack triggered fires, smashed buildings and buried residents and rubble in the Ukrainian capital Kyiv, killing 9 people and injuring more than 70, Ukrainian officials said on Thursday. 6 children were reported to be among the injured. The most serious incident was at an apartment building destroyed in the Shevtovajik district west of the city center. Rescue teams, the emergency service said, were operating at 13 sites in the capital, where climate specialists and sniffer dogs 40 fires had broken out. Fires had broken out in garages, administrative buildings, and fallen metal fragments had struck vehicles. An air raid alert was in effect in the capital for 6 hours. There was no comment from Russia. Attacks come at a critical moment in a war that began with Russia's invasion in 2022, as both Kyiv and Moscow are under pressure from the United States to show progress towards a peace deal. Reacting to the Russian combined missile and drone attack, local residents described the moment of explosion which turned their homes into rubble.
There was the air raid siren. We did not even have time to dress to go out of the apartment. One blast came after the other. All windows were blown out. Doors, walls. My husband and son were thrown to the other side. That's it. I cannot remember anything else. This is what the situation is like. The main thing is that we are alive. Everything will be okay. There was a quick, sudden explosion and the ceiling started to come down. A wardrobe in the corridor and one of the walls from the next door apartment fell down on me. In the room, one of the neighbors' walls fell down, too. Everything kept falling down, crumbling.
Trump is all pro-Russian. All they, Trump's team, do is put pressure on the victims. On the weaker side, they do not set any conditions for the aggressor to meet. In my view, it is a huge shame. Europe should take this into account. European leaders, they should help us.
Over there is our youth club in Little B. We have a lot of kids there. These here are items from the Easter exposition. Drawings by a Ukrainian artist Oleksandr Okapkin. Over there are 19th century artifacts. They were only slightly damaged. We are grateful to the emergency services for allowing us to enter the club and rescue all these things.
Rescue teams were sifting cautiously through piles of rubble, searching for people that may still be buried underneath. Russia accused Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky on Thursday of wrecking diplomacy aimed at reaching a peace deal after he refused this week to agree to recognize Russia's annexation of Crimea. Foreign Ministry spokeswoman Maria Zakharova told reporters that it was becoming clearer by the minute that Zelensky lacked the capacity to negotiate a deal to end the war.
By every hour, by every second, it is becoming clearer the inability of Volodymyr Zelensky to negotiate. Following the sabotage of the 30-day moratorium on strikes on energy infrastructure, and we talked about it repeatedly during our briefings and with the facts to prove it. And I remind you that the armed forces of Ukraine broke the 30-day moratorium 136 times. So, Kiev's regime broke that moratorium, and it also broke 30 hours Easter ceasefire declared by President Putin. All of this, West military aid to Ukraine, shows the hopeless intention of European hawks or rather vultures to help Kiev's regime to break the situation on the ground to its favor. It is unrealistic and dead-end ideology. But, to act in opposite way, it means to admit the failure of war ideology. They are afraid of clear prospect of Russian victory. To avoid it, they encourage Zelensky to continue military actions regardless casualties.
Zelensky said on Tuesday that recognizing Crimea as part of Russia would violate Ukraine's constitution. Ukraine says it is committed to seeking a full and unconditional ceasefire. Over talks with the U.S., Ukraine agreed to a 30-day truce last month, but Russian President Vladimir Putin responded with a list of conditions and questions, saying such a pause will give Ukraine the chance to mobilize more soldiers and acquire more weapons. Zelensky and U.S. President Donald Trump clashed again on Wednesday, with Trump chiding the Ukrainian leader for refusing to recognize Russia's claim to the Crimean Peninsula, which it annexed from Ukraine in 2014. Trump in recent days has said he will walk away from trying to negotiate a settlement in Ukraine if Kyiv and Moscow do not make a deal soon. Zakharova said decisions by European countries to continue supplying weapons to Kyiv were encouraging Zelensky to pursue the war, regardless of casualties. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky arrived in South Africa on Wednesday evening, where he is expected to meet international leaders as peace talks with Russia are being brokered by the United States. He met South African President Cyril Ramaphosa in Pretoria on Thursday for talks focused on bilateral cooperation and international efforts to end Russia's war in Ukraine. Ramaphosa greeted Zelensky with a handshake as Ukrainian leader arrived at the Union building the seat of South African government. Two president-flanked by officials were seen walking up the steps into the building for their discussions, marking Zelensky's visit as the first by Ukrainian head of state to South Africa. The meeting comes as Zelensky seeks to bolster international support for Kyiv amidst the ongoing conflict sparked by Russia's full-scale invasion in 2022. South Africa, which maintains relations with Moscow, has adopted a non-aligned stance on the war. Zelensky is expected to step up his diplomatic outreach this week. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky acknowledged on Wednesday that talks in London had been marked by emotions and expressed hope that future joint work would lead to peace. Pledged Ukraine would always abide by its constitution, said he believed Ukraine's Western partners, including the United States, would act in line with its strong decisions. That was an oblique reference to U.S. criticism of Zelensky's statement that recognition of Russian control over Crimea Peninsula would be against Ukraine's constitution. President Donald Trump's Ukraine envoy, Kate Kellogg, said on Wednesday that there were positive talks in London with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky's Chief of Staff, Andriy Yermak. Still to come, thousands of Turkish opposition supporters marched to Ataturk's mausoleum despite ban. Questionably, residents trained to defend their neighborhoods. These and more after the break.
With a population of about 36 million people, the Southeast is awash with stories. Every day on Southeast News, we tell the peculiar story of the Southeast and her people.
Our Southeast should be the Silicon Valley of Nigeria.
Their successes, achievements, and daily challenges. Do you have a Southeast story to share? Community achievements and challenges, completed and uncompleted projects, bad roads, water scarcity, erosion, flooding, insecurity, or even disagreements? Bring it on to Southeast News. On Southeast News, no story is too big or too small. Southeast News. Let's tell our story. Showing on Signature TV every weekday at 4 p.m. WAT, 1600 hours GMT.
Guatemalan police on Wednesday detained Luis Pacheco, nation's deputy energy minister and a former indigenous leader accused of terrorism and illicit association. Pacheco previously headed Los 48 Cantons, an indigenous organization of the Totonacan people in the western part of the country, and led demonstrations in support of now President Bernardo Arevalo. Hector Chalan, who had previously been treasurer of the indigenous group, was also detained. Arevalo, speaking at a press conference after a search of Pacheco's house had begun, called the act a cruel blow against the people of Guatemala. Pacheco had backed Arevalo in demonstrations after prosecutors attempted to invalidate his 2023 election win.
I was told the case is under seal, so I am not clear about the charges, but I think it's political persecution. I played an important role in 2023 as an indigenous authority, so I think it may be intimidation of indigenous leaders themselves. I feel calm, and I know in 2023 I had a collective mandate in which I didn't incite anything inappropriate by any means. The arrest warrant is based on 5 crimes which you all know from social media. The information is there, but I will repeat it: illicit association, sedition, terrorism, obstruction of criminal action, and obstruction of justice. The arrest warrant against Luis Pacheco and 4 other members of the Board of 48 Cantons of 2023 is an act of criminalization of the democratic and peaceful resistance that took place then. It's an act of criminalization of the indigenous peoples who led the effort to rescue institutions, democracy, and the electoral result in our country.
Expressing their gratitude and appreciation for Pope Francis, Hungarians on Wednesday attended a memorial mass for the late pontiff in Budapest, 2 days after he passed away at the age of 88. Catholic theologian Esteban Gigani said that Pope Francis changed the way the Catholic Church relates to common people.
To
touched so deeply the heart of all the mankind that we will not forget him. He was a kind of reform pope, and he not even started to reform the Catholic Church towards a synodal direction, but also he reformed how the Church steps into dialogue with every people. I mean, everybody, as he said, todos. If we think back to the time before the papacy of Pope Francis, we clearly see that the Church has changed. And this change, I think, is welcomed to the majority, by the majority of the humanity.
Monday, after suffering a stroke. His funeral will take place on Saturday with heads of state and government from around the world expected to attend. Hundreds of elderly Argentines marched towards the Casa Rosada presidential palace on Wednesday, with some carrying banners depicting the late Pope Francis to recall a social justice message. Riot police were deployed as demonstrators beat metal cans and banged pots and chanted slogans demanding better retirement benefits. Retirees are protesting President Javier Milei's austerity measures, which they claim have significantly impacted their livelihoods, resulting in a loss of purchasing power and restrictions on access to medications and health services. Miguel Musetes, 76, reflected on the recent death of Pope Francis, who was born in Argentina. The demonstration ended outside the presidential palace, where protesters continued their calls for economic relief for Argentina's retirees. Thousands of Turkish opposition supporters marched to the mausoleum of Mustafa Kemal Atatürk, founder of the Turkish Republic, on Wednesday, despite a ban by the local governor. The opposition Republican People's Party called for a march from Turkey's first parliament building to the mausoleum of Atatürk, and it was banned by the local governor's office. Despite the ban, thousands poured into the streets to celebrate the 105th anniversary of the establishment of the first Turkish parliament, in part of protest against the perceived democratic backsliding in Turkey, especially after the arrest of dismissed Istanbul mayor Ekrem İmamoğlu.
We are here for the Republic. We are here for founder of the Turkish Republic Mustafa Kemal.
I am here to carry our future Turkey to freedom. Reporter asking what the march aim is: for freedom, for independence, for rights, for law, for justice.
In the city of Kamische in northeast Syria, civilians are undergoing an extensive training to learn how to use weapons and protect their neighborhoods from potential attacks, according to locals. Nabil Ismail, who has been assigned by the Kurdish administration to train civilians on defense and weapon use, said the initiative came in response to recent violence in Syrian coast, where hundreds of Alawites were killed in early March, in apparent retribution for a deadly ambush on Syria's new security forces by armed loyalists to topple Syrian President Bashar al-Assad, an Alawite. Nabil added that agreements signed by Kurdish authorities and the Syrian government do not mean that the people trust foreign fighters who are accused of taking part in the violence. Kurdish-led and US-backed Syrian Democratic Forces, which controls much of Syria's oil-rich northeast, signed a deal with the Damascus government last month to join Syria's new state institutions. Kashamil residents also trained on how to inspect cars entering the city at checkpoints. The West is watching Syria's leaders closely to ensure they rein in the Islamic fighters who killed hundreds of Alawites, create an inclusive government with effective institutions, maintain order in a country fractured by years of civil war, and prevent a resurgence of Islamic State or Al-Qaeda. thousands of Sunni Muslim foreigners from countries including China, Albania, Russia, and Pakistan joined Syria's rebels early in the civil war to fight against the rule of Bashar al-Assad and Iran-backed Shiite militias who supported him, giving the conflict a sectarian overtone. Veteran Aussie surfer Sally Fitzgibbon caused the biggest upset of 2025 by taking down reigning world champion and reigning Rip Curl Pro Belts beach champ Cathy Simmers on Thursday at Wikipop. Fitzgibbon's in her 15th outing at Belts, where she ranks third all-time for hit wins, considered to some sleepless nights after being drawn against Simmers. Fitzgibbon was glad that the time had come as she ensured Aussie flag flying high in the quarterfinals. A dominant showing from Gabriela Bryant in Hawaii took her atop the leaderboard. Brazil's Luana Silva, Australia's Tyler Wright, Hawaii's Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, too, booked their last 8 berths. In the men's round of 32 competition, Australia's Eton Swing and Kanao Izagarashi of Japan advanced. Pete Crow Armstrong hammered among his 3 hits and drove in a career-high 4 runs, lifting the host Chicago Cubs to a 7-6 victory over the Los Angeles Dodgers on Wednesday. Crow Armstrong belted a 3-run homer in the 4th inning and added an RBI single in the 5th, one day after going deep among his 3 hits in Chicago's 11-10 win over Los Angeles in 10 innings. Crow Armstrong also had 2 of his team's 5 stolen bases, matching a season high to help the Cubs win the season series 4-3. Dansby Swanson had a 2-run single during a 4-run 5th inning for Chicago, which has won 7 of its last 10 games. Matthew Boyd benefited from the offensive outburst to get the win despite allowing 6 runs on 10 hits over 6 innings. 2 relievers breached the gap to Port Hage, who retired the side in Ada in the 9th inning to secure his first save of the season. Los Angeles Taco Hernandez ripped a 2-run single with 2 outs in the 3rd inning and a 2-run homer in the 5th. Andy Pages also went deep for the 2nd straight game, and Mookie Betts added an RBI double for the Dodgers. Chicago turned a 3-5 defeat into a 7-5 lead in the 5th inning after Swanson's 2-run single off Jack Dreyer. A sacrifice fly by Nico Herman and Crow Armstrong's single to center field. Dreyer yielded 4 runs on 2 hits and 3 walks in 1 inning, while throwing just 14 of 30 pitches for strikes. They just loaded the bases in the 3rd inning before Hernandez's sharp single to left field platted Michael Conforto and Austin's Barnes to open the scoring. That's the news this hour. I am Barry Kumo Ado. Thanks for joining us.
I think it's a good step. Number one, the older people grow, the more experience they have. Am I right? And the more you dwell on a particular profession, the more expertise or skillful you become. So even 65 is okay, but if we can have people of 70 years, they can still be brought back into service that are active, I think is a good one. Because abroad, they employ old people that are skillful and are specialized in some field. So 65 is nice, but it could be better.
I don't see anything wrong about it, because with my perception of that profession, doctor, I believe it's an experienced profession. Okay, so if I walk up to any of the hospital, could be private hospital, could be general hospital, and I felt the doctor attending to me is of age, I feel there should be an experience in him, okay, because it's something that he has done for several years, practiced for several years. With that, I'll be able to have confidence in them. Like now, I had a fracture on my leg, so when I walk up to, when I was amending my leg, and the younger doctor were coming around, but I wasn't having the confidence. But when the surgeon came in, I saw it's an elderly. I said, oh, for such an elderly person to be in this field, would operate my leg with, experience. And I had a very good confidence about that. So I think that is a good one.
It's a good idea because based on the unemployment I have, we have more youth that finishing their NYSC, there's no job, lack of employment, and the rest of it. If they increase the doctors, I am not going against it fully, but the thing is they need to look at the other generation that is coming. So if they increase their retirement age, what provision the government made for the upcoming doctor that is coming? So is there any job for them, and all this we need to look at it.
Hello and welcome to Gender Perspectives on Signature TV. Here, we discuss all gender-related issues that interest and affect us. I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha. Let's go on a short break. Don't go anywhere.
Every second, every minute, every day.
Staying with us, this is still Gender Perspectives. Well, today's discussion is on work-life balance among men and women. In a nutshell, work-life balance is a term used to describe the balance between an individual's work and personal life. Let's take a look at the background report for more insight on this.
In the intersection of work and personal life, the work-life balance is the equilibrium between the two. There are many aspects of one's personal life that can intersect with work, including family, leisure, and health. Work-life balance is a concept that has become increasingly important in today's society. It refers to the balance between an individual's work and personal life. A good work-life balance is essential for both men and women to maintain their physical and mental health, as well as their overall well-being. The impact of work-life balance on men and women can be seen in a variety of ways. For example, a study by the Families and Work Institute found that women are more likely than men to report feeling stressed and overwhelmed by their work and family responsibilities. This is likely due to the fact that women are still more likely to be the primary caregivers for children and other family members. However, men are also affected by work-life balance issues. A study by the American Psychological Association found that men are more likely than women to report feeling pressure to work long hours and to sacrifice their personal time for their jobs. This can lead to stress, burnout, and even health problems. Traditionally, men and women have occupied different social roles in terms of the amount of time spent on work and family duties. Stereotypically, men work full-time outside their homes, while women take care of domestic and family duties. Gender-based role divisions are actually part of the collective culture. Females are associated with caring, listening, and kindness skills, while males are associated with authority, aggression, domination, and autonomy. Consequently, although these clearly differentiated roles may be now outdated, the likelihood that family responsibilities still pertain to the charge of women remains high. Studies have found that women tend to boundaries between work and personal life, prioritizing tasks and responsibilities, delegating tasks when possible, taking breaks and vacations, making time for hobbies and interests, seeking support from family and friends. Work-life balance is an important issue for both men and women. By taking steps to achieve a good work-life balance, individuals can improve their physical and mental health, as well as their overall well-being.
There are many different definitions of work-life balance, but most agree that it is about finding a way to manage the demands of your work and personal life in a way that is sustainable and that allows you to enjoy both aspects of your life. There are many factors that can affect work-life balance, such as the number of hours you work, the type of work you do, your family situation, and your personal interests. It is important to find a balance that works for you, as there is no one-size-fits-all solution. Well, today, to discuss this, we have Mrs. Chikamso Abraham Ngobiri, an administrator, and Uchenna Ugu, an entrepreneur. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. So, let's go right into our conversation.
Okay.
Today we're looking at work-life balance.
Okay.
And you both work and you have your personal lives as well. So I know that you both can relate and understand this, better. Now, in your opinion, how would you define work-life balance? Chikamso, let's hear from you.
Okay, thank you. So work-life balance is more like having, being able to harmonize your work life and your personal life and the job you do, and still be able to meet up with your personal needs, your hobbies, get self-care, and be able to achieve your own personal goals as much as you give at your workplace or to whatever you are doing.
Okay. Anything to add to that? Uche, anything you want to...
Okay. Am I coming from the side of the male now?
No, you just tell us generally what you think work-life balance is all about. We're looking at it like generally now. Okay. Before we get to that.
All right. From my experience and from what I've studied, work-life balance is creating an equilibrium, a seeming equilibrium between your work life and your life at home, and with your families and your hobbies and other things. So it's creating an equilibrium there. That's what I understand to be work-life balance.
Okay, and in today's society, a lot of things, there are a lot of things to do, there are a lot of things to achieve, a lot of deadlines to meet. In today's society, what do you think are the biggest obstacles to achieving a healthy work-life balance?
All right, the biggest, I think, is lack of time management. Number one is one of the biggest, and the second biggest is boundaries, not having boundaries. Now when I say, let me start with the second one, boundaries, it's about not knowing when to call it a shot, not knowing when to cut it off. For example, if I work as an entrepreneur, which I am, and I finish everything and I come home and I still keep checking the emails, keep going online, replying those chats, I will end up not resting or having a lot to do to have my time for myself. So it will affect my work the next day. So not knowing the boundaries, even when to stop working and when to do other things, affects. So I think people not having boundaries is one. Then management of time, not knowing how to prioritize timing is a big issue when it comes to that balance of time. So I believe that when people have, so I believe that when people have that time management and set boundaries, and I believe they will be able to balance both their life as a person and their life in the work. Thank you.
Okay, the question again. The question.
Yeah, I said in today's society, there are a lot of deadlines to meet. So what are the obstacles people face these days when it comes to managing a healthy work-life balance?
Okay, well, some of the obstacles people face is the existing work policies. In some workplaces, they are short-staffed. And because of that, one person has to do 3 people's job. And this person is working at being able to meet up. This person is being overworked, is being loaded with a lot of tasks. So this could be one of the obstacles to achieving a work-life balance. Another thing, just as you said, time management. There are people that have a lot of responsibilities, but they are able to schedule, this is what I'll do at this time, this is what I want to achieve at this time, and at the end of they end up being productive, and they still cover up what they are supposed to do. So personally knowing how to manage your time can help you even multitask. So people not being able to manage their time is also one of the obstacles to achieving a work-life balance. Now, I also mentioned existing policies in a work area. Some work environments don't really have these policies that encourage and support work-life balance. They just want you to work, work, work. Break time is just written in your employment book or whatever. It is never observed because you still have to, you still have a lot of files and works to attend to. You end up not even going for the break. So day in, day out, it's like a circle that keeps repeating, and that work-life balance is not there. Then there are some work policies that you have to work from home, work on site, work everywhere, work on the road, answer calls, do this one. They don't allow you to be able to manage your personal life and the work. So these are some of the obstacles.
Yes, I agree with you totally when it comes to, you know, organizations not giving time for, you know, staff to have a life outside of work when you're doing multiple roles at the same time. And I'm bringing it down to our society in Nigeria here. We have these norms. This program is gender perspective, of course, so we're looking at how this affects both male and female. And in our society, we have these gender roles, you know, the traditional gender roles that is expected of, you know, both genders in society. Now, how do you think this affects work-life balance of individuals?
Okay, I believe I should be talking for the women or for the
yes,
female gender.
Yes.
Okay, so for the female gender, there's a lot of expectations from women in our society today. So married people, they have the child care responsibilities, they have household responsibilities. Some people have elderly people around them, they also have to cater for. And all these things, they are seen as feminine roles in the home. Now this same person has to go to work, has a work schedule, has targets to meet at work. So the both of them, the both sides, the responsibilities this person has from the house and the responsibilities the female has at work. And you know, at workplaces, they even expect more from females. They even expect you to be more productive than the guys, you know. So this can be very challenging in our time, very, very challenging. Yes. And then some females, they also have these financial expectations from them in the home as women too in our world today. So this can really be very challenging on the female aspects.
Yes, but do you think, you know, when it comes to women, you know, some people will argue with the whole these days women want to work, you know, before it wasn't like that, you know, so they had the time to take care of all those feminine responsibilities. So what's your response to that when people raise such arguments as to maybe saying we are the cause of our problems, maybe if we just did not push so hard to want to work and do all of those things, maybe we'll have the time to do other things and not complain about having a work-life balance.
Okay, it's to know what actually pushed the female gender into doing that. It's the demands. They say bills no be your mates. It's the demands. So it's kind of the demands from the family, and then the extended family, your immediate family. That's really what made women to really start looking into working, doing professional works. You get another thing. Okay.
I'd like to. I was about to call you short earlier when you mentioned about women being demanded, like tasks being demanded of women more.
Okay.
I was about to say that it looks like it's the male. Because the male is looked at as the leader in an organization. He's supposed to be professional, productive. He's supposed to deliver. He's supposed to take charge of everything, and that means the productivity hangs on him. And obviously, like on average, men are seen to be more of the, you know, the leaders in the organization. So
You know why?
when
You know why
mentioned
they are.
about,
You know why?
about women being demanded more, like the task demanded of women more, I was like,
They'll tell you you're a woman. You should be more detailed. You should have the heart of a mother. You should be more giving to details. You should be able to know nitty-gritties. Men are just, they are stereotyped, they are this.
She's actually required of them.
So meaning that she's not wrong. You know,
the male
she's
should
not
be
wrong.
responsible. We are responsible. That's what I mean. We are responsible for both the good and the bad. When
the
it
ladies
fails,
in the workplace are not responsible. They are not in a workplace.
When you fail, they look at you more, because it is believed in quotes that you're supposed to take charge.
Okay, so in line with that, let's now look at the societal pressures when it comes to traditional gender roles for men and how it affects work-life balance.
Like societal pressures?
Yes, like just how she talked about how women are expected to do this and do that. Now, men, what's your own side of the story? What exactly?
Okay, first of all, men have 4 faces. 4 faces in the sense that they have the face of a warrior, the one that goes out to work, to do things. Secondly, they have the face of a king, the one that leads an organization. Thirdly, the society demands that a man thoroughly have the face of a lover. He should have love for both the children, for example, at home, and for the wife. Then lastly, the face of a friend. So the society have this quadruple dichotomy when it comes to the male man. So the male is supposed to deliver well in the work, and secondly, he's supposed to be required to come back home and drop off all the armors, and supposedly try to fit into the children and all that. And for example, I read the story of one man. He was going through his report for the day. He was trying to balance his account, reconcile. For us in accountancy, we call it bank reconciliation. So he was trying to do all of those details, and the child comes on with an assignment. Now the energy is high on him. So for him to like drop this off and try to attend to this child, it takes a lot of switching off. And even for him to be able to attend to the wife, that is the face of the friend now and the lover. So I think the pressures are quite much, if you ask me, on the male man to switch between modes, to remove the energy he had for most of the times of the day and try to become feminine at home.
Chika, so you look like you have a lot to say in response to this, because the way you are looking at it.
No, he's trying to say that men have there's more expectations on the side
of men.
I'm not doubting it too. There is really a lot of expectations on the side, because no matter what a lady has, she still wants to get from either her husband or her brother, or she still wants to get something. So there is this expectation from them. But any lady who is really working has a lot of expectations coming from her side. I know that because the lady is working, she's learning to be independent. Some ladies don't even like to always depend on the man. So there's this expectation to meet up so that they can cater for this and that and do this one and do that one. So you see that at the end of the day, the two seems to be clashing.
Yeah.
Because they really don't have that time to now focus on themselves, do what they like, and they come back home, they are now exhausted. They can't even give time to washing the clothes, cleaning, doing this, because they're exhausted. They wanted to meet up at work. And then some jobs are really extremely demanding. So even when you want to be able to rationalize this so that you have energy to do other things at home, they will not give you targets that they know that they themselves that stated the target cannot even meet. And then you are left in between, because this is a paid job. If you leave it, is there anything waiting for you outside to clear your bills? You now be trying to meet up. At the end of the day, you end up giving 80% of your life battery at work. You now come back, oh, you're thinking of, can I just get to bed and sleep because it has been a day.
Yes.
You now say, okay, I'll wash tomorrow. You now carry it over to tomorrow. From tomorrow, you now get, every day comes with its own challenges, and you get to work tomorrow, new tasks, new this. You end up not doing that one again.
Yeah.
You end up doing what you should do at work, even sometimes not finishing everything. You come back, this clothes is like it's weekend though. You now leave it again. You know, that work-life balance, because women at home, there is really a lot of expectation from women. And if you don't do, they say, she's lazy, she cannot do anything. They are just there. All your life, you just be pressing computer in the office. You not come back, you pressing laptop. There's nothing you are doing in this house.
I think on that domestic side, it's quite replaceable. You can hire somebody to do that. But what I'm trying to point out is ultimately the burden rests on the shoulder of bringing in the resources, which is on the man, like she also indicated.
Yes.
It is even better that the woman loses the job than for the man in society.
In the eyes of society.
In the eyes of society.
Just to be clear.
Depending on what the job is, so and if it's something you should, we should know who should lose the job,
who is earning more.
And who is earning more.
If the money is coming, other things can be, can be sourced out, can be given out. But that is why the ultimate responsibility is on the man.
And looking at this now, it has effects like psychological and emotional impact and effects on both males. Exactly. So let's discuss that. Talk
now,
to me.
Let me tell he said something about that. It could be outsourced, helping out at home.
Yeah.
Now that is something that can be done. Maybe you could get an extended relative from the extended family, or somebody, a stranger or something. Yes, but if you would love your children so well that you may not trust your children's life to somebody, a stranger, to train. So in as much as you still have that person, it's still that responsibility is still on you to know what this person is helping your children out with. What values is this person instilling in your children? Psychologically, you're still trying to control the atmosphere of your home, the environment, so that you don't lose your children because you are trying to make money and outsource help. Then also, you may get somebody to help in the house, and then the person is not doing it to your taste. You are this type of person. The cup should be on the dining. The cup should be on the dining. The cup should be on the dining. And then you get somebody.
Some men are like that. So some men are very.
Then you not end up getting somebody that will not keep the cup in the kitchen, whereas your rule is that the cup should be on the dining. Now you are trying to, let me focus on work and then have little to do at home. You come back psychologically, you are still being worked up. Emotionally, you are still being worked up. Now this person also is a human being. In as much as this person is helping you out, the person is, I don't want to use the word an extra burden, but it's an extra human in your space. So you're also trying to cater for, how do I ensure that this person is not here as a slave? He's also having his or her own life, in as much as this person is trying to help me achieve my own goals. And then this person, maybe the person is still in school, person has academic goals to achieve, person has discovering destiny and purpose, because the person will not keep living with you all the days of the person's life. So you understand that in as much as some of this help can be outsourced, every intentional person still has to put in that psychological effort, that emotional effort to still achieve their personal life goals, in as much as somebody is helping out physically.
I was going to comment, but let me still focus on your question. Societal expectations and how it mounts pressure on the male man now. So in the work and at home, the man is supposed to bring balance. That creates a burnout. He's supposed to deliver, be productive at work, whether physical work or the corporate world. He's supposed to deliver well and be in charge of his work. And then he's also supposed to come home and, tender to the children, be a loving father, and create that intimacy with both the children and because especially the daughters, they care for their father's love a lot. Sometimes they will not even allow you rest. They will want to come up and hang on you and all that. So there is need to that switch. So firstly, it creates burnout. It creates burnout. That is when trying to switch these modes is very hard. I can tell you, men know this. For women, it is discovered that their brain kind of works on two ways. Like they work, they have. Should I use
it's
double?
Easy to
multitask. They can handle more than one thing at once.
Yes. It is not easy for the man. This is easier said than known. Men have difficulty switching modes because their natural habitat of function is focus, and once they lose focus, it creates this burnout. It creates this idea of how do I switch this? because the man is supposed to deliver, and focus creates problem when there is the woman demanding from him and the babies demanding from him, and the pressure of trying to meet up to the expectations is also another problem.
Yeah.
You know, so switching this now is a problem. I'm coming from the side of the men, because the society wants you to deliver. They don't care what you're going through. They want you to deliver. So worry is also another problem. Worrying about what if I don't meet up? What if I don't meet up to this? And it also reduces their attention span. That's another challenge men go through. Their attention, trying to focus, because once you're working, you remember, oh, the bills are coming. You know, like she also indicated it. Women don't care much about the bill because the money is going to come regardless. So it creates this worry, creates burnout, and the difficulty of trying to focus, the difficulty of switching modes, bringing back yourself, say, okay, I'm no longer the warrior, I'm no longer outside. It creates burnout for the male man. I must put this out. But kudos to all men there trying.
Kudos to all men and kudos to all women too. Chika, so what effects he has mentioned? You know how this affects men, and so I would like to know, how does this affect women?
It makes a lot of women to lose their own life trying to fight for every other thing. They lose their own life, like not like dying, like they lose their own personal life, what gives them joy. They sacrifice it because they want to meet up to other things. So you find out that most women at some point, they're like, all that is on their table is my child, my boss, my husband, my family. That self-care, that personal, okay, what was I thinking I would do with my life when I was single, or what is it that I propose to do with my life, or that I've discovered I should be doing with my life? That attention to it is reduced to the barest minimum because you're trying to meet up to every other thing. So this is like what the effect is, one of the effects it gives to the female gender. Another effect is that it reduces productivity. You will find out that some women they will now not be able to meet up with everything. Assuming you have a child now that is sick, you have school runs to go to, you have PTA, and then you are thinking of how will I meet up with this PTA? How will I meet up with dropping my child off at school? You now forget to respond to a mail. You now forget to do this, and then at work your boss is like, you were supposed to do this by 12. You were supposed, and then you didn't do it because you were trying to think of, oh, family, I was supposed to do this, I was supposed to do that. Then at the end, you're not thinking, okay, when I get home, what are we going to eat? What am I going to eat? What's going to happen? How do I? What am I? You're just checking. What do I have in the fridge? Do I have anything? And that concentration is down because of the load of the work and other things that you have. So
I
for
guess
some
you were designed for that now, you know, multitasking.
We're designed for that, but you know that batteries go down, right? It just keeps dropping.
Well, I mean,
you just have to
retreat.
You have to retreat and refuel before you come up to that level again, because
if we should bear all the burden and be responsible for the money, then I feel women should also be responsible for, you know, planning some of all those things that we may not have details to plan.
Exactly what she's trying to
these days, both men and women now bring in the money. I mean, you're working and she's working as well. So definitely she'll be contributing a quota to the household.
What should not happen in the house is that both parties should be contributing. The woman alone should not be left with house chores. The man at some point should come in.
Okay. You should be in trade. If he's a real man, you should not be doing, oh, you're working, I'm not working. You should say, okay, I'm working on this. So he's like coming in on partnership now. Both caring for the children is also supposed to be the work of the male man. So I think creating that balance,
exactly. I was actually coming to ask that question. How does family planning and career, like how does it impact work-life balance? How do you merge the two, like as a man and as a woman? You know, you're working and at the same time you have a life. Now, how does proper planning, how does it affect work-life balance?
Proper planning affects work-life balance in a positive way, in the sense that if okay, I'm using married people that have children for as my case study. So assuming now that you have to take the children to school, you have to pick them off. Now what it should be is, okay, the woman's, assuming her workplace is closer to the children's school, okay, go with them. Now by 2 or 3 she's going to be busy and the man is going to be free. Okay, the man, pick them up. The man, okay, I'll pick them up because I'm going to be free at that time. So that is what, if that cooperation, that partnership comes in, there will be balance. So the woman can concentrate and say, okay, I'm going to be this productive at work, be able to complete my task. And then, because maybe when they were leaving in the morning, she has provided lunch and everything. So when the man comes back, she now sit down with the children and wait, mommy is not back, so nobody is eating. The man enters the kitchen, prepares something for everybody to eat till the wife is back. If it's the wife that returns back first, in that order, if there is that planning, everybody's life will be balanced. Nobody will be overworked. Now you are the man that comes back first. When you were a bachelor, you used to wash clothes. All of a sudden you marry, you no more wash clothes. Yeah. Your hands are so don't touch clothes again. So you come back, if it's the children's uniform, your own clothes, you could take them, wash. Maybe the plates, you could help. Anything you know you would do that you have chance that will help everybody to be able to be productive. I'm not just talking about the man being helpful. Even the woman, there are some things you can do. Maybe your husband is so tired, he comes back from work, the fuel in the car is down. You could, assuming you could drive, you could just drive out the car, refill it, so that the man doesn't have to, I'm thinking, hey, I'll leave by 6, I can buy fuel before I get to where I'm going to, you know, all those type of things. Either way, each person can help. Once they put in that effort, the work life will be balanced.
Yeah.
You get?
I was going to add to that too. So I believe that one of the best ways to surmount these pressures is running the family, the work, and the life as an organization.
Okay.
So what I mean by that is trying to come in from a place of not who is supposed to do this or that, but creating that atmosphere of, okay, whether or not she delivers on this, I'm going to work on it. I'm going to do it. So before getting married, or even while in marriage, there may be rules defined for everybody, but an organization is one that runs, even when this department is not delivering, say, I'm going to work on this, I'm going to deliver on this. Like she made mention of, you know, buying fuel in the car and doing other things, the men engaging in domestic works is also part of how to make the family work. So what I'm recommending is run the family, say, okay, this is an organization now. We are together on this. The children, we are going to help them, and then we're going to work together for a different work. You will even notice that you can help your wife. A real man who is a leader can even help the wife in her corporate work, maybe to deliver an assignment and all those things. So the mindset of running the family, the life as an organization, and also running yourself as an organization now, creating that balance. Okay, today, Saturday, I'm going to work out. It doesn't matter how much time I have. Working in advance to create that exercise time and routine. It will help to create that balance.
Okay.
Making it more,
that's a really good insight. And I know that you must have had personal experiences when it comes to managing your work and your life as well. So let's start with Chikam. So let's hear, do you have a personal experience of trying to balance, you know, your work and your life? And how did that work for you? How did that turn out for you?
Wow. Okay, yes, I have a personal experience. At first, it wasn't easy. In fact, at some point I would be sick and I can't even own up and say, please, I can't come to work because I'm sick, because I'm like, I have to meet this target at work. And a staff being sick is something that should be able to excuse the staff from work to get back. Because if the staff dies, it's just probably mini silence. HR will hire another person the next minute, and it's over.
Yeah, everybody moves on.
So I had this experience because there were not a lot of people, and by God's grace, I could do a lot in the organization. I was even doing things that my managers would just, the tasks they give them, they are supposed to do. They will hand it over to me. They will just put signature and forward. I may carry the work. I didn't take the glory. So it was that bad. And at first, I didn't even know that it was really eating into me. Till I looked back and I didn't have any life. I'll go to work around 8. And because I want to meet up with this, meet up with that, I'll be coming back 7, 8. This work that in the paper is written that you should close by 5.
That's paper.
In the paper is written. But then they'll give you work. And then you're trying to, because I really wanted to be very helpful to the organization. I was trying to meet up with this and 1 week, 2 weeks, I haven't even taken care of myself. And I'll be like, I'll go for shopping next week. I'll go for shopping next week. At the end, I've not bought the things I should buy. I've not done the things. And then I wasn't eating healthy at some point. I'll just come to work, I'll get junk. Because I didn't even have time to cook at home or even go to market. Imagine when I was working 8 to like 7 in the evening. Like, who will I meet in the market? So I come back the next day, I just buy junk and eat. Or I go to the canteen and then whatever they have, I pay the salary they're giving me again to use and eat. Something that maybe if I had taken to market, I would have bought something I could cook and refrigerate.
So how were you able to now, overcome? How were you able to handle?
First, I learned to communicate. At some point, I walked up to my manager, not being rude, because they understood that I was really very productive. So I had to explain like how this was eating into my life and into my time. So they also began to even see, because sometimes they don't know that they are harming you. They think, okay, she's being productive. So they came to understand, okay, all right, let's reduce this. Okay, do this at your own convenience. At some point in that work, I even had the phone, the organization's phone at home. So people call me 10 in the midnight. I'm sleeping. Somebody wakes me up with a call. And then you have to pick up yourself and start answering professionally.
Of course. So communication. And
I communicated. Then at some point I had to leave.
Okay.
Because the system was becoming so tight for me, and I didn't want to deliver less.
Yes.
So being that,
were you married at that point, or were you
all those pressures were coming while I was single?
Okay.
So at the time I now married, the expectations were still there, and there was no how I was going to still give that 100% delivery being married. At least something should be relieved from me. But the organization was not willing to relieve them.
Okay, so you had added, responsibilities.
If they had been willing to relieve them and give me some time to travel down, because I wasn't in ENUGU at the time, some time to travel down, be able to, I would have found a way to balance it. But they were not willing to give me the time to travel down as a married person, newly married person. They were not going to even relieve job. So by the time I come back, I can't even discuss with my husband over the phone, because I'm tired, I want to sleep, preparing for tomorrow morning.
It's
at some point I just had to choose my family and my marriage over the work, because they chose the work.
Yes.
Like, at some point I won't be at that work.
What was best
I chose my family and my
So
marriage.
Uche, what about you?
Well, there was something she said earlier about having to go to work by 8 and coming back by 7. I was like, you were even free compared to what I passed through.
That's true.
Because mine as an entrepreneur, like working for my own, working for myself, self-employed, I have to go out by 6:30, come back by 11:30, 12 a.m. in the morning.
Okay.
Trying to work and do everything. I was doing everything, the sweeping, the setting up. I run a chain of campus stores, like I do campus business, I do retail sales. So I have to run around, make sure that this thing is going, make sure that the vendors supply everything.
Okay,
so
but sorry to cut in, but if you were hired by someone, would you be able to still work the way you work now as an entrepreneur?
Naturally, I work very hard. I don't know for others, but I would be able to if the pay is good. That's the only condition. But from the statistics, the pay is not good.
It's not good, so you just chose
to work. So how did I create this balance? The last year, work-life, misbalance took a whole lot of me. I have to work literally 200 hours.
Wow.
For a season, So like it was like 200 days I was working. I couldn't remember any day missing work. I was just working to make sure that, because we started last year, I was trying to set up everything. So by the grace of God, we are extending to branches. So how was I able to solve this problem? First is by employing people, more people. Because sometimes as an employer, as a self-employed person, you may not see the need to have workers. but because you want to make all the money. But if you begin to employ persons and delegate some task, you will be able to create this balance within you.
Okay. Yeah, because of time, because we're running out of time now. Just very briefly, what would you advise somebody who is currently struggling with maintaining a healthy work-life balance? Just, briefly, just tell us.
Okay, it's just twofold. First of all, is prioritize things. What is very important to you? For me, what is very important to me are my goals, not really the business, like my personal life goals, my purpose, my leadership, what I'm supposed to do in the world. So secondly is about employing more persons, can delegate domestic work, can delegate works in the office to make sure that you have more time for yourself.
What about you, Chikam?
Okay, yeah, just as you said, prioritize your schedule. You have a to-do list of things you should do so that you tick once you're done with it. Then time management. We focus more on the corporate world. This work-life balance also has to do with people that have their own businesses. You should have time. It's about intentionality. You can't chase the money 24 hours a day. So at some point, keep the laptop, close your shop, go home, go and rest. Do something that will be beneficial to you. Go out, eat the money you've made. Go for lunch.
Go for lunch. Take care of yourself.
Take care of yourself.
Have a good time.
Yes.
And be happy.
And be happy.
Thank you so much, Uche, and thank you so much, Chikam. So it's a very enlightening conversation, and I hope people out there, understand what a healthy work-life balance is and start to imbibe this as part of their day-to-day life. Thank you once again for joining us.
Thank you so much.
We'll go on a short break, and when we come back, Gender Perspective continues. Work-life balance is a concept that has gained increasing attention in recent years as people have become more aware of the importance of having a fulfilling life outside of work. Some people may view work-life balance as having equal time for both work and personal life, while others might see it as having the flexibility to manage their work and personal life in a way that suits their individual needs. Well, let's hear what the people on the streets have to say about this.
What I understand by work-life balance is one's ability, to a kind of one's ability to be able to control your workspace, your personal life, to be able to kind of bring a balance to both of them so that none will be a kind of interfering on the other, so that there will be a kind of a balanced phase. When you are not able to a kind of place a balance between those two, you will be confused. It will make you to be kind of, you don't have a streamlined process. It will make everything weighing you down. But when you have a kind of a balance between the two, like everything will flow fluently. Everything will flow at its pace.
What I understand by work-life balance is when you can manage your time and your resources. At least when you wake up in the morning, you manage, you know that you are going to work that particular time. You go to work early. When you are coming back, you know you are coming back home. You manage, you can balance the two. And again, most times when you go to work, you'll be stressed up in your workplace. You'll be stressed up in your workplace. And you know that, yes, at least when you just leave your workplace and go home on time, so you can meet up with your family, so you can get ready for work the next day. How you expect to do that if you don't plan yourself very well? If you don't plan yourself very well, you see that it will affect you health-wise and otherwise, if you don't plan yourself very well. Well, my advice is that you make sure that everything you are doing in life, you have to plan yourself. That's just my advice. Everything you are doing in life, so you can balance the two. Be your life, the way you live your life, and the way you go to work.
Work-life balance, my understanding, is balancing both your personal and your work life and other things in your life. So you have it affects many things. Like, also you try to balance your work and your family together. I mean, sometimes you do more in the other side. It's a two-way situation. So for me, I think the way, like, for me, the way it can be avoided is so you can plan your life, plan your, like, the work as in get a work that you can be able to like make a difference. Like, how do I put it? Get a work that you can be able to mesh together with your family or any other business you have with your personal life. That's what I think.
Work-life balance, I would say that as an individual, as a person, first of all, you have to ask yourself, what do I really want? Like, what do I want to do? Most times I find out that married women, once they get married, they find it very difficult to go for their career and other things. Pregnancy, childcare, all these things is a distraction. So I think when you ask yourself, what do I really want to do, you can now know if to go on or to take your time and sit back. When you don't know what you want, you end up joining or moving with the crowd. But when you know what you want, you have to distinguish yourself by focusing directly on what you really want and all that. The others are used to people who has problem with balancing their life, work and okay. Well, my advice is go for what you want and focus on what you know you can do with. That is just it.
Work-life balance is an individual responsibility. Okay? It's the responsibility of you to design a program. Okay? It's your own responsibility, individual responsibility to design a program to make sure that you balance work with life. Alright? Because even without that work, the essence of working is for you to have means to sustain life. Alright? And if you keep working without having a plan to balance it, definitely one will suffer. Okay? There's this idea they say, all work and no play makes Jack a dull boy. Alright? So, and in Nigeria, we have economic realities that we have to face. Most times, even in the civilized countries, developed countries, most people don't keep one job. Alright? They keep working even within 16 to 18 hours. In a day, in a 24 hour, somebody work 18 hours. Then, how many hours will then be allocated for other balance, for the life itself to be sustained? And if you don't do this, a lot of things will suffer. Your health, first of all, will suffer. All right, the family, if you are the person that is a family person, the family itself will suffer. That's why you have a lot of cases of divorce abroad. Okay? So, and because there are gaps that needed to be closed if the person had, or the couple had planned their work life. You understand? So, and it's a very big topic anyway. I'm just picking it on the surface. Again, it's important everyone is advised, or you advise yourself. Most advice that work well is the advice you give to yourself. Okay, bearing in mind that the health is yours. Okay, and if you allow yourself to break down, definitely the person will pack up. These lengthy hours of work, this lengthy time and all that, the person will go and spend the money he saved in the hospital. So it's advisable you check it, you balance it to make sure that your work does not suffer and your own recreational activity does not suffer, and your own family, the time you need to apportion to take care of your family does not suffer, and you take time to do exercise, all right, and other developmental programs for yourself other than the work. So it's something that is encouraged, and also I also want if government would incorporate it, all right, in the scheme of service or scheme of work that would allow, back in the days we used to hear about annual leave, but most times in reality, some people do not even have, there are no spaces in offices, all right, for you to now leave your office to go for annual leave, all right. So these government should also make it a compulsory that people that work under them mandatorily go for annual leave, and recreational activities should also be encouraged by government. They should also build up parks and locations where people would go and relax, take even if it is an hour nap and all that. So it's something that even in the civilized country, they do have all these facilities. But everywhere, we just built houses, so please are meant for recreation. So that's that.
In recent years, there has been a growing recognition of the importance of work-life balance, both for individuals and for organizations. And studies have shown that employees who have good work-life balance are more productive, engaged, and satisfied with their jobs. They are also less likely to experience burnout and stress-related health problems. Organizations are also realizing the benefits of promoting work-life balance among their employees by offering flexible work arrangements, generous leave policies, and other benefits. They can attract and retain top talent, improve employee morale, and increase productivity. Of course, achieving work-life balance is not always easy. It requires effort and commitment from both individuals and organizations. However, the benefits of work-life balance are well worth the effort. By prioritizing work-life balance, individuals can improve their overall well-being and live more fulfilling lives. Well, thank you so much for staying throughout the program. Make sure to follow us on all our social media platforms. We are live 24/7 on YouTube at Signature TV. I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha. Enjoy your day.
from the president to the ministers to the governors, all of them, 98% of them attended public schools from primary, secondary to university level, paying almost nothing. Now go to a typical primary and secondary school in your locality and see how...
Welcome to Southeast News on Signature TV. Barik Mado is my name. I hope you're having a great day. We are here at Signature TV. Today, one of the headlines is a former Chief of Naval Staff adds his voice to the call for the establishment of state police in the face of worsening insecurity in the country. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
We are local.
We are right now with the wife of the man that was...
Why the main market is in chaos? People...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye. We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
A former Chief of Naval Staff, Rear Admiral Alison Madueke, has added his voice to the call for the establishment of state police to help tackle the worsening insecurity in various parts of the country. Admiral Madueke made a call while addressing the Economic and Development Summit put together by the chairman of Oji River Local Government Area, Greg Anyegwigudike, at the council headquarters in Oji River. He regretted that even when governors are labeled as chief security officers of their various states, they have no control over the police in their states.
On the federal government to bring back the proposal and approve state police. The state police structure is inevitable. I used to be a governor, but I was lucky. I was a military governor. I could call the Inspector General of Police and I tell him I want this. I could call my commissioner in the state and tell him this should be done. But I pity the governors today. They are labeled and designated as chief security officers of the state, and yet they don't have any control of the police, not to talk about the army. So they are helpless. Members, senators, let us push for a state police so that governors can take responsibility for the security of their own people. In the last 2 weeks, it's been resonating everywhere. Governors turning to people and saying, defend yourself. Defend yourself. If a governor says defend yourself, you know what it means? Loss of control. Get armed. Before you know it, we're turned into a banana republic. We have units that you have to pay before you gain passage or do anything. So it is more important now than ever to get state policies so that governors will take responsibility as chief security officers of their state.
Madueke was also former governor of Old Anambra State, commended local government for organizing the summit, which he said is the first of its kind in the area. However, suggested that issues such as access to land or industrial estates and provision of power should be addressed to bring about the much desired economic development.
Build a factory and you run on generators, you can never break even. I'm doing a pharmaceutical factory in ENUGU. Just the electricity bill alone is so scary. And I'm imagining how much I'll be paying for electricity when I go into full production. I'm happy our governor is very energetic and very focused. Power supply to industries should be subsidized to attract industries. If not, no matter what you produce, you might not compete even with imported items.
The ancient kingdom of Arochukwu was alive with merriment and celebrations during the traditional marriage of Amaka Iwoma Nana, daughter of a former deputy governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, Dr. O.J. Nana, and Oji Obonaya Oji Jr., son of Executive Secretary of Nigeria's Extractive Industries Transparent Initiative, NAITI. The event, attended by top government officials and distinguished guests from across the country and beyond, including the governor of Abia State, Alex Oti, took place at the residence of Dr. O.J. Nana in Otogugu, Arochukwu, Abia State. Correspondent Raymond Ken Mbata was present and provides highlights of the event.
In Igbo tradition, marriage is a sacred bond uniting not only two individuals but also their families, emphasizing unity, respect, and cooperation. Central to the traditional marriage customs of Arochukwu is the Ibummayuku, a ceremony involving the bride price negotiations and the offering of drinks from the groom's family to the bride's kindred. For this occasion, the family of Dr. Oji Obonaya Oji, the Executive Secretary of Nigeria Extractive Industries Transparency Initiative, NAITI, and the National Coordinator of AIT Implementation in Nigeria of Ugwavo Village, formalized the union between their son, Oji Obonaya Oji Jr., and Amaka Iwoma Nana, daughter of a former Deputy Governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, Dr. O.J. Nana, of Atani Village, both in Arochukwu Kingdom. Eze Aro of Arochukwu Kingdom, Eze Eberechukwu Oji, a paramount ruler, stressed the importance of performing traditional rites to secure and strengthen marital unions. He noted that Arochukwu marital customs forbid infidelity and promote love and unity throughout the marriage.
Ọlụlụ nwaanyị n'ala Igbo wee gba ndụ. Ọgba ndụ ahụ ọ mere mgbe ịbụrụ a na-ekwu ekwu ahụ gbara isi nwaanyị. Nna nwa were mmanya sutu ọnụ nye nwa si a were ga dutere ya onye wu di ya. Ihe ahụ wee gba ndụ pụrụ iche iji kwuoro ndị ndum nọ n'ebe ahụ na-elekwa onye ọ na-aga ịlụ. Mgbe o dutere nwata nwoke ọhụrụ bịa wa ṅụọ mmanya. Mmanya ahụ bụ nkata na ọ gbara ndụ. Nna nwe.
This act symbolizes the traditional consummation of the marriage. The couple then took to the dance floor, accompanied by choice music, while guests enjoyed drinks and refreshments. The governor, Dr. Alex Oti, congratulated both families and wished the couple a happy and fruitful marriage. He revealed his familial ties to both the Nana and Oji families and attested to the couple's admirable character.
I want to congratulate the two families. I want to say thank you for bringing up wonderful children. I know them. They're very happy to marry together. And I pray that God will bless all their efforts. I have no doubt that in the next 9 months we will come back again to celebrate the birth of a set of twins. And after that, we will come again, maybe after 2 years, we will celebrate the birth of a set of triplets.
A member of the House of Representatives, ENUGU Ikenga, spoke of the ancient revered tradition of the Aro and reminded the couple of their prestigious lineage while wishing them well.
First of all, looking at my Oga that made me come here, I don't need to tell the son that his father succeeded because he worked hard and he has a stable home. And the most important thing why I came here is that I'm attracted to the rich tradition of the Aro people. From ancient civilization to today, something I have read over and over. So I like to associate with Aro people because of their dedication, their loyalty, their family spirit, and so on and so forth. And this is a marriage that's happened in Aro. They were born in Aro, raised, and are marrying in Aro. So I wanted to be part of that success story. And I don't need to remind them that Aro people are known for greatness. So that marriage should be an example of that Aro tradition that they should continue to project. So I can only but wish them well in what they are doing.
The groom's parents, Dr. and Dr. Mrs. Oje Obonaya Oje, expressed joy at the successful completion of the traditional rites and wished the couple a happy, healthy, and fruitful marriage.
It's an honor and privilege for me that I'm alive and well, and my wife picking strong. I'm here today to see our son getting married. I mean, I can't ask for more. This is something I wish to every parent who has toiled, paid school fees, and got to a certain level where the child can begin to fend for his or herself. So we are bringing him fully into manhood today here in Aro Chukwu Kingdom. And the marriage is being consummated according to Aro culture and tradition. We're Aro, and the marriage must be made in Aro. That's why we're here. I wish they will live in peace. I wish my son should work hard and provide. I wish the wife should submit, support, and then also care, because women care. We build, but women care, they care. Without a woman, it won't be possible. So we need them to work together and then fear God. And above all, we wish God Almighty to bless them with children, boys, girls, and how many that they can be able to train.
I feel so elated, so happy. I'm thankful to God for making today a reality in our life. My prayer for them is that their marriage will be a blessing. Children will surround their table. They will see their children.
Some guests wish the couples a happy married life.
And I wish Audrey and Amaka nothing but the best happy married life, the joy, the love that they enjoy in their relationship currently will be sustained. The grace of God will continue to guide them and protect them, and they will live a very long, healthy, and happy life.
I wish them good luck, happy married life, I wish them success.
As Amaka and Oje embark on their marital journey, may they find strength in love, wisdom in compromise, and joy in the shared moments that make life's adventure unforgettable. Raymond Ken Mbata, reporting for Signature TV.
The governor of Imo State, Hope Uzodinma, has given commercial drivers operating tinted glasses 72 hours to remove them or face legal consequences. This directive was announced in a press release issued by Ogui Kenwachukwu, the Chief Press Secretary and Special Advisor on Media to the governor. According to the statement, law enforcement agencies have been instructed to support government officials in enforcing the order once the deadline expires. The crackdown follows numerous reports linking tinted commercial vehicles, especially buses, to criminal activities across the state. To curb the trend, security agencies have been tasked with working closely with designated officials to ensure strict compliance. Wachiko warns that violators will be prosecuted after the 72-hour grace period, serving as a deterrent to others who might ignore the new rule. And that's the news. When we return, we'll be looking back a bit. Anambra State is preparing for elections in November, and a whole lot has happened. Part of those that have happened is that there is a rejig of the security system, and there is also a take on what constitutes religion. But we'll get to that during the conversation. But before that, the Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of the ENUGU State Investment Development Authority, Sam Obu-Nwobodo, has charged local government authorities in ENUGU State to establish economic development plans to fast-track development in their areas. Obu-Nwobodo gave the charge in a paper delivered at the Economic Development Summit organized by the Oji River Local Government Council. Ugona Wadu has the report.
The Oji River Economic and Development Summit 2025 was put together to create awareness of the potentials that abound in the area. The aim is to prepare an economic blueprint that will form the basis for the development of the area in the next 30 years. Addressing the summit, the Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of the ENUGU State Investment Development Authority, Sam Obu-Nwobodo, advised the local government to develop infrastructure and other development plans to grow the economy of the area. He noted that Oji River is blessed with vast natural resources and accomplished individuals who have capacity to bring about rapid development of the area.
Oji River is blessed with vast natural resources, we've heard that. Oji River is also blessed with indigenes, as some of the most educated, exposed, and accomplished indigenes, and I have a whole lot of them as my friends. Abolans, you know them, and I know them, you're here. So you have what it takes to attract investment.
In his own presentation, the President and Chief Executive Officer of Signature TV, Vim Martin Obiorilo, commended the Oji River Council Chairman, Greg Anyebudike, by towing the line of Governor Peter Mba, digitalizing his administration. Ilo, however, advised the council to set funds aside that would enable the youth tap into opportunities in the digital space.
The ICT infrastructure development, the National Identity Management System, and of course, the ICT incubation centers and digital skills development. These are things that are available. So how are we as a local government going to leverage? The local government must put away some funds that will be targeted specifically on these initiatives that the federal government has put in place and the state government.
In his own presentation, an investment banker, Dr. Magnus Chukwuekeze, identified lack of easy access to land, insecurity and poor electricity as challenges that must be addressed to grow the economy of the area. Chukwuekeze told the council to establish a local government investment office to articulate and engage with investors to explore the potentials in the area.
So first is that we need to set up a local government investment promotion office with a website, database, and resource center. And we need to ensure that you have community-driven security, organized vigilante groups with intelligence networks. And we need to fund them, to empower them to do the needful. We have to engage local investors first, because they are our most dependable partners. We have to engage local investors first. Our people should begin to think of building estates and building hotels. If you have 3 businesses outside Oji River, you can bring one down here. We need to simplify land acquisition and partnership with the state government. Thank God we are now urban area.
The member for Ogun, Aniri and Oji River constituency in the National Assembly, Anayo Onwebu, regretted that Oji River has remained stagnant since the arrival of the missionaries to the area in the 1930s to date. He urged the people of the area to think home and bring back part of their resources to invest in the area.
Oji Urban
since the arrival of the missionaries from 1930s to 1951 to the establishment of the Ojiri Thermal Plant in 1956 to Neprosi Colony, the establishment of prison yard, to the police college.
Chairman of the steering committee for the summit, Chike Madueke, described the gathering as a dynamic platform to share ideas, investigate pressing challenges, and pave the way for the development of the area.
We have gathered here to create awareness of the potential that abound in our local government in terms of content, capacity, capability, and geography. It behoves on us to take up the opportunities that abound and prepare ourselves to take the Ojiri River Development Bull by the horn and prepare for even our children yet unborn a place where they can find opportunities and relevance.
The consensus by various speakers at this summit is that Ojiri River local government area is blessed with vast natural resources and manpower. What is left now is how to tap this endowment for the much desired development which the people of the area are anxiously yearning for. In ENUGU, Ugonne Owalo reporting for Signature TV.
Before we went to that story on Ojiri River, I was telling you about Anambra State. Anyway, I won't waste your time any longer because our conversation will be about Anambra State, looking at the issue of security, the issue of religion, and pandering a little to the elections. My colleague, Charles Pius, had that conversation with Larry Ogwego. Thank you very much for watching.
Doctors have expressed their opposition with at least one openly challenging Governor Soludo's directive. Joining us to talk about this development is a human rights champion, Larry Ogwego. Good to have you. Good morning.
Yeah, my pleasure and privilege, Charles. This is a very controversial and interesting subject matter. And I think it's important that people get to really dissect this kind of conversation without unnecessary emotional baggages. And it's right about time because there are human rights issues involved. We seem to have serious bias against the traditional religious worshippers because most people are Christians, and because of that we forget that we live in a secular state. And our constitution made it clear that there is no state religion, both at the national level and at the subnational level. You may recall that when some states in northern Nigeria adopted Sharia law, southern states especially went up in arms. People were screaming that this is inappropriate because we don't have state religion in Nigeria. But incidentally, we have forgotten so soon that in as much as it's not about the Muslim-Christian challenge now, we have a peculiar challenge in Anambra State, where the governor incidentally also declared openly that Anambra is a Christian state. Anambra cannot be a Christian state if you're looking at their constitution. He could have said that Anambra is a predominantly Christian state. Being a professor, I would have expected him to be more discerning about the use of language. Or Anambra has a high population of Christians. Therefore, one would respect the view of Christians. But even if you have just one traditional religious worshipper, by the way our constitution is crafted, the person actually deserves exactly the same treatment as the 99.9% of Christians in the state. And incidentally and surprisingly, the governor, Professor Chukuma Soludo himself, was lamenting that the number of traditional religious worshippers actually is increasing rapidly in Anambra State. And that tells you that there may be something the Christians are not doing right. That is, I said there may be. I didn't say they're not doing something right. But it's surprising that After all the work the missionaries did, now it appears we have traditional religious worshippers having their own missionaries convert the Christians back.
Right.
And one of the things I want to point out at this juncture is that you can't legislate away social habits. There is no point trying. You can't legislate away people's way of life. If it was possible to do that, the colonial masters would have just given us a law that we don't worship traditionally, and we would have complied. There are things we can't legislate about. A perfect case in point is the fact that Anambra State government sought to regulate the exorbitant cost of burials in Anambra State. They legislated on it, and it failed woefully. I stand to be corrected. It failed completely. Nobody, the poor, the rich, the middle class, nobody is interested in the legislation. As a matter of fact, recently, a very popular Catholic priest buried the parents with fanfare, so much more that the governor dared to criticize it, and the church came after him with such vociferous. In fact, the church lampooned him for even looking that way. And the last time I checked, nobody did more than that comment the governor made. I know that in Anambra State, the poor, the middle class, and the rich still bury people with all kinds of fanfare and expenditure, and that law was actually dead on arrival. So
Right.
to attempt to now legislate away people's traditional religious practices is not going to work. That is number one.
No, but again, if you look at this particular law, it's specific with what it's doing. It's not saying that you should stop your traditional rites. It's saying for those of you who are into giving people charms, like Odeshi, where, all those things, that because people go there to take powers in order to go to town to, steal, to kill.
Sorry, let me correct an impression with all due respect. Your assumption is that when they collect the charms for the purpose of stealing, what if I collect Odeshi for the purpose of preserving my life against the thief? You never thought about that? And you say they collect charms. What is a charm? A charm is something you wear that has religious implications that you believe will either bring you good fortune or protect you in times of danger. I'm discussing the dictionary definition now.
Yes.
And that to that extent, sorry, I need to point out something we have also overlooked. To that extent, it's unfair to actually label traditional religious worshippers as the only people who give out charms. People who wear scapular are actually wearing charms. There are different kinds of charms. The only reason we come after traditional religious worshippers is because their charms are not properly packaged. They look dirty with some traces of blood. They are large. But a charm is something you wear. There are Christian charms, Muslim charms, traditional religious worship charms, Hindu charms, anything you wear on your body or you carry with the intention of bringing good luck or warding off what you perceive to be evil, it's a charm, as long as it's physical. So a situation where we have this assumption that the word charm applies to something tied by a dibia is wrong. If a priest blesses something and you wear it on your neck, it's a charm. And some people go to get those Christian charms for the purpose of protecting them from kidnappers and from bullets too. And that is Christian Odechi. And I'm not being just logical or just arguing here. I'm just trying to lay a foundation. We think very narrowly. Our bias is rule us. And let me tell you something. As long as we are ruled by bias in this part of the world, we will not make progress because we will not respect principles that make for progress. When you alienate a person or marginalize the person or frustrate the person, you diminish the person's contribution to state or national development. I'm telling you the truth. Part of the reason we have challenges in the Southeast is because we feel that we are not part of the larger polity. And that's the same thing you're doing to your people in your own state. What you should have done would have been to legislate against practices without mentioning or isolating any religious practice, because they have a right to practice their religion. The fact that there are a few miscreants who use the religious practice to deceive people or to perpetrate evil does not mean that there should be a blanket ban. There are pastors and priests, the last time I checked, who used to pray for fraudsters, anoint their phones. We have not called them out. We have somebody who sells miracle ATM card. We have not called them out. Why should you isolate traditional religious worshippers. The truth is this. Let me just tell you the truth. We have this mob mentality, and we like actually playing to the gallery, because we think that if we attack traditional religious worship, most Christians will queue up and back us. Unfortunately for Professor Soludo, I'm a Christian, but on this occasion, I don't support him, and I think he has completely missed the point. He's misleading all of us to start having a conversation on something that will not solve the problem. Our problem in Anambra State and elsewhere is not Okite, nor Awele, nor Dibia. It's the tradition that was created and promoted by politicians that you can make money without working. If Okite is a charm for making money without working, the greatest Okite that exists in Nigeria is politics. Because that's where you make the most money without work. If you want to do Okite that will work for you, forget the Dibia, forget the church. Just go and join a politician. And then your life will be transformed. So they created the template that encourages young people to make money illegitimately and flaunt the wealth. Why should the governor be driving around with a convoy of 10 cars when the country doesn't make any car? We just assemble a few miserable cars in this country. It is their lifestyle and their attitudes that promoted this madness. You may recall that the first time branded wine, that is cartons of wine, were imported from Europe to celebrate the birthday of a Nigerian, was under NPN. The chairman of NPN then imported wine with his pictures. That's the height of ostentation. There was a period that the members of the National Assembly had a 3 days running party at the 1004 flats. So you go to sleep, wake up, you go back and join the party. They started this madness. So they cannot come and start blaming Okite or even the church. I submit with all sense of responsibility that this problem was created by the politicians who actually decided that after the oil boom that Nigeria shouldn't work anymore. So the granite pyramids disappeared. Palm processing industries disappeared. Everybody wanted to become a politician and an oil magnate. So if you put a drum in front of your house and you're selling kerosene, you say you're doing oil and gas. That's how they destroyed Nigeria. Then after that, the Christians started promoting get-rich-quick syndromes. So people started preaching about miracle money. People go to church basically to sow seed to make money without working. And they forget conveniently that God said, I will bless the work of your hands. We didn't call out to the priests and pastors who do that. They encourage that tradition. In fact, why Christians are not as wealthy as they should be in Nigeria today is because we have perverted their minds to forget that the simplest way to get money is to follow biblical principles, not to sow mysterious seeds and make mysterious money. That concept of making money without working was now promoted and catalyzed by the church. Then somewhere along the line, the Dibias, the traditional religious worshippers, realized that there was a racket that was going on that they were missing out on. And they keyed into the racket. And then, because they became successful overnight, and they also had their fleet of cars, and they visited the fleet of cars, because we have, listen to this, because we have an opinion that Dibias should be impoverished and stay in the village, we couldn't imagine a Dibia driving Lamborghini or driving Lexus or G-Wagon. So when the Dibias started flaunting their own vehicles, which the priests and the pastors flaunted before, people started shouting that they are deceiving people. But deception was there before the Dibias became popular. Truth of the matter, deception was there. So if Professor Soludo wants to address this matter, it's a social malay. It's not a matter of Okite. He cannot legislate it away. The first thing he should do is to be a model governor by reducing his own level of ostentation, by reducing the lifestyle, the wastage associated with his own government. By the time he's doing that, he'll get the commissioners to fall in line, begin to encourage all the people under his influence, and of course politicians under his influence, to fall in line. By the time he's able to do that successfully, it will begin to filter down. Then he has access to everybody. He's actually the father of everybody in the state, politically speaking. So he can also influence the bishops, both Catholic bishops, Anglican bishops, Pentecostal bishops, the preachers, to do the same. It needs a social revolution. It doesn't need legislation. Legislation will not work. The same way he legislated against extravagant burial and he failed woefully. This one too will fail. I'm not saying this because I want it to fail. I just know that it will fail. I mean, he's a professor. He should go and conduct research and see how social problems are solved. They are solved through social re-engineering, not through legislation. You cannot legislate away smoking. We have banned people smoking Indian hemp. Have they stopped? We have, see, these are things you have to, if you want to reduce these things, you have to call experts, create a think tank, look for solutions. Go and ask those boys that did Okite before, who may have been arrested. Why did you do Okite? You're a trader. What made you leave your successful trading to go and do Okite? You were a civil servant. What motivated you? Conduct extensive research. Then begin to know exactly what motivated them and begin to nip these things in the bud. And sorry, we need to also talk about the human rights angle. You mentioned that. I think it's important that people understand where I'm coming from so that they won't be confused. Our constitution, actually section 38 of chapter 4 of the Nigerian constitution said, and I read verbatim, every person is entitled to freedom of thought, conscience, and religion, including freedom to change his or her religion or belief, and freedom to manifest and propagate his religion or belief in worship, teaching, practice, and observance. Underline propagate, manifest and propagate. So if you are wearing a charm, it's a manifestation of your religious belief. You can propagate it on social media, for instance. That's what the DBS are doing. And then in belief, you can propagate religious belief in worship, teaching, practice, and observance. The law guarantees that you can do Okite, as long as you don't breach the laws of the land in the process of doing Okite. So if you go and kill a human being to do Okite, you committed murder. The issue here is not Okite. The issue is that you killed a human being. But if you can do your Okite without killing anybody, that's your business. And you can carry your Okite and keep it on top of your house. It's a manifestation of who you are. Some people tie charms to their gate, just like other people put cross on their gate. You don't know that when they put a cross on their gate, it's a charm that protects the house. I don't think it's fair that even professors in Nigeria do not respect the rule of law. And when people begin to do things outside the constitution, they call them non-state actors. The problem with Nigeria is that we don't have respect for laws in this country. So we expect a section of the population, we expect poor people to respect the law. We expect politicians and rich men not to respect the law. It doesn't work anywhere. And that's why I insist, whoever is involved, I will educate the person, even if you're a professor, if you're a governor, if you're a president. If you make that mistake, I will remind you that we're a secular state. You do not isolate a particular religious practice and mention their practice by name in a law. That is sacrilege. That is sacrilege. You should have described what you want. That any religious leader who prepares a charm or whatever for the purpose of aiding criminals, you don't call Okite. You don't make it look as if you are demonizing traditional religious worshippers. His own grandfather or great-grandfather, I'm sure, worshipped those gods. So it means they were evil. My grandfather was a traditional religious worshipper. He was a brilliant man, a philosopher, a great man. And I respect him for everything that he was. I can't throw him away because I didn't join. In fact, I didn't join him because of accident of birth. If I was born when he was born, I would have been worshipping the same gods. Yes, if Soludo was born 100 years ago, he would have been a traditional religious worshipper. That is the truth. So I don't understand where we got this from. I don't.
But again, this was specific. It says that the law is trying to target individuals who create some of these charms and give to people to go and cause chaos in the society. It wasn't like, okay, if you do charms in order for you to be protected or not for you to do something bad, and it didn't state that. It says there's a research that the government has done, and they have stated that some of the things that they have seen in the state as a problem is people go around taking charms in order to cause chaos and hope that they don't get caught.
I like the expression you used. You said hope. Sometimes they get caught. I mean, if a DBS windows the person, that's the person's business. The point I'm making is we are throwing away the baby with the bathwater. We are breaching Nigerian constitution because we are trying to solve a problem, and we still won't be able to solve it. He did this because he felt that in most places where they saw kidnappers dance and bandits dance, they saw a shrine. But let me tell you the truth. The last time I checked, if you catch 100 robbers or kidnappers who were not involved in traditional religious practice, if you search them thoroughly, you will see an element of Christianity. Either a small cross, which he may not believe in, or a piece of Bible in his car. That doesn't mean that somebody necessarily gave it to him to go and rob someone. What I'm saying is that as an educated person who should be able to think dispassionately, he is actually firing at the wrong enemy. The focus should be on isolating people who commit crimes and people who aid crime. Now, who are those who aid crime? Anybody who makes any type of charm, whether he's Christian or not. You have forgotten that part. I'm not against the fact that he's trying to stop enablers of crime. But why isolate one enabler? A priest that preaches that you can make miracle money and sells miracle ATM is doing the same thing the Dibia is doing by encouraging people to think that they can make money without working. The sin here is that he isolated a particular religion. Let us assume, without conceding, that a lot of people have been enabled to do crime because of audacious and all of that. Have you ever thought about the fact that there are benevolent Dibias? Even as we speak in this studio, a lot of Christians go to Dibias. And you know. I don't know if some of these people who passed this bill into law, many of them may be going to Dibias in the night. There are benevolent Dibias. There are Dibias who do fantastic work, good work. You can quote me. Some pastors may not like me after this. Some priests may not like me, but that is the truth. Because some of their church members go to those people. So why should you now demonize all of them? Because there are a few Dibias that are not doing the right thing. That is, assuming there are Dibias that do okite and do audition. One of the things you should do as a governor is to set up a machinery to educate young people that audition doesn't work. That if you go and do it, you will be shot and you'll die. And that even if it works, somebody can also do it for personal protection, but you have a job to do to enlighten them that the okite is not a solution, that if you want to make money, look at the people who have made money in Anambra State and elsewhere. They didn't do okite. Ekele Juku was a driver for Saudumegwu Juku, and he became the biggest transporter in Africa. It wasn't okite, it was hard work. If you list other successful Anambra businessmen and Igbo businessmen, they didn't do any okite. So you need to educate them and change the way they think. You can't legislate away mindset. I'll say that again. You can't legislate away someone's mindset. You have a duty as a governor and as a leader to find solutions. And that's the advantage of education. But I noticed a pattern. When our politicians get into office, they're either confounded or confused. I don't know what happens to them. Because you cannot legislate away a lifestyle. You have to change the lifestyle. I will just use one anecdote, one story to illustrate this. When Donald Duke was governor, we were told that one day he was inspecting street lights in Calabar, and one of the lights was not working, one of the street lights. They called the commissioner in charge, and the commissioner drove there in a massive SUV. Meanwhile, the governor was on a bicycle. And the commissioner was so embarrassed because most people who were inspecting the governor were on bicycles because the governor liked riding bicycles. Everybody went and bought a bicycle, so God will be happy with it. That was the last day that commissioner came out with an SUV. He also bought a bicycle. So you don't just follow your leader, you mind the body language of your leader. So if Soludo wants to clean up ostentatious lifestyle in Anambra, he has capacity to influence the state. He's the governor. If he influences the state properly, these things will begin to diminish very fast. I said very fast. But if you legislate, look at the backlash he is enjoying. The backlash is so heavy that we have all been even distracted from the critical issues. We are all discussing the backlash, including now. We are not discussing the problem anymore. We are discussing the backlash. And when you legislate mob mentality, this is another angle of this conversation. Just recently, they destroyed the hotel at Oba. The owner of the hotel has come out to make a statement. The man came out to make a clear statement that he suspects that it was the person who sold the hotel to him who wanted to claim it back that instigated the destruction. The man went to the police headquarters himself. The police said they are not briefed on the matter. Another small hotel, one-story building, was destroyed at Afufu. After the Agune Chamber operatives said they saw strange men go in there in the evening and come out in the morning. Go in the evening and come out in the morning. Is that enough reason to destroy a building without a court order, without a process? Before EFCC takes over what they call the proceeds of crime, they go to court. It is legislating mob action for you to say that if a kidnapper is kept in a house without any form of investigation or trial, destroy the house. What if I live abroad and I have a house that is uncompleted, and then somebody goes there and keeps kidnappers to destroy my house? Does that make sense? No. I don't agree that you should even destroy a house. We are a very wasteful nation. If you go to court and you find the person guilty, you convert the house to public use. It can become a motherless baby's home. It can become an old people's home. Why should you destroy a house when you are not building any as governor? How many old people's homes do we have in Anambra State? How many motherless baby's homes do we have? And you are destroying houses. Why don't you go to court, convict the person of having committed a crime, confiscate the house, and convert it to public use? Why is Nigeria so wasteful?
Yeah, but I mean, this particular issue about destroying a house where, you know, it's found to be kidnappers, then even ENUGU has that particular law.
If all the states have it, so it doesn't make it right.
I'm wondering, because it's assumed that that particular structure, the one that we saw recently, that I think that happened over the weekend, it's a grave that is like 30 graves that was found right inside that particular building. So you would wonder, like, what would you really convert it for?
No, the man said, the man said that that was a fish pond that was done by the predecessor that they should, that's the previous owner of the building that they should go and ask him. The point I'm making is that there was no investigation. See, Charles, we have to be logical. We shouldn't be emotional about it. You know, we like hysteria. Oh, they saw 30 graves. We have asked, are there causes in that grave? They say we don't know. We are still in. Now, it's when we ask you if you find causes, you are not investigating. In other graves, they saw causes. The man said it was a fish pond. I'm not holding brief for him. That's what he said. And it's shocking that Tochukwu Ikenga said we are not aware of that operation. You are not schooled in investigation. You went and brought down a house. Meanwhile, some of those miscreants who call themselves Agone Chamber don't have buildings. Do you know what it takes to build a house? Why should you demolish it? Let us assume they actually used it for crime. Why don't you confiscate the house? You are not looking at my whole argument. Why destroy a house? We don't have motherless babies' homes. We have motherless babies. We don't have old people's homes. We have old people who are looking for where to stay. We have destitutes on our streets. Why should you be pulling houses down? The fact that 10 states have the law doesn't mean that it is right. We are legislating mob action. That is, we are legitimizing mob action. We have become so primitive that men who are ostensibly educated